Audio presents The Pale Cave, written by David Foster Wallace, read by Robert Petco.
David Wallace had no time to look above in his notes. He was trying to circle words and terms he didn't know, figuring he could find a library. This list was not in his manual. They were given no manuals. It seemed expected that they'd already know this stuff. In order to deal with his feeling of confusion and fear, Wallace had opted to turn himself more or less into a transcription machine. 6. Being the excess of accelerated depreciation over straight-line depreciation on Section 1245 property leased to another. The man stood totally still as he spoke. David Wallace didn't think he had ever before seen someone who didn't fidget in at least a few idle, unconscious ways when he spoke in public. The bodily stillness would have been more thought-provoking if David Wallace had felt less panicked and overwhelmed, and besides automatizing himself by transcribing, David Wallace was doing the other main compensatory thing he did when he was in a room where everyone seemed to understand exactly what was being talked about but him, which had happened in certain social situations at Philo High, at which David Wallace had not been part of any particular clique, but had hung out on the fringes of several different groups, from second-tier athletes to student council and AV wonks, and was often privy to gossip or references to group situations he had no direct knowledge of, but had to stand there grinning and nodding like he knew exactly what was being referred to. Not to mention once, when in a burst of absurd, half-drunken freshman hubris, he'd accepted a massive assignment that involved auditing a Russian existential and absurdist literature class and writing the papers for a wealthy and tormented son of a Rhode Island State Supreme Court justice who was actually enrolled in the class, and discovering not only all the reading and critical background, but that the seminar itself was actually held in Russian, which David Wallace did not know or speak one garbled syllable of, and had to sit there with an enormous rigid grin transcribing the phonetic versions of whatever unearthly and incredibly rapid sounds were being made by everyone else in the room every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 to 9:30 for 3 weeks before he was able to think of a plausible excuse and backed out of the arrangement, leaving the client, who was still enrolled, with his own very special sort of existential dilemma. The point is that this is what David Wallace did in these situations, which was to assume and hold by main force an enormous grin that he imagined communicated ease and confident familiarity with whatever was going on, but in fact, unbeknownst to him, in its rigid distension and lack of eye involvement together with the skin situation, actually looked like the agonized rictus of someone having the skin of his face slowly torn off, which, luckily for him, all the room's GS-13 immersive exam transfers and CTO shelter specialists were too serious and intent and engaged with the anti-shelter protocols, for that's what the team to which David Wallace was mis-ID'd and erroneously assigned through no fault of his own, though this orientation might have been the place to put up his hand, turned out to be the examination and evaluation of individual and limited partnership shelters in realty, agriculture, and leveraged leasing, which was a small but serious component of the SPACman initiative, to notice in anything more than a peripherally uncomfortable way, as well as David Wallace's youth, corduroy suit, which was the IRS equivalent of a Speedo and floppy clown shoes, and absence of hat. A/NA, projected on its own black-and-white slide, was explained as the entire thrust and raison of rote exams. "Are you cops?" The personnel aide raised his hands and shook them and shouted out, "No!" This was the same fake evangelist bit Silvenschein had seen at the Philadelphia REC when he was 22 years old. The personnel aide's coin collection was kept in a portable safe in the rear of his mother or grandmother's closet, judging by the styles of dresses and coats on the rack overhead. "Are you judges of civic virtue?" "No!" "Are you sadistic bureaucrats arbitrarily deciding which TP's lives to make miserable by subjecting them to the anxiety and inconvenience of an audit, trying to squeeze every last drop of blood from the neck you've got your boot on?" "No." In essence, in today's IRS, you're businessmen. And businesswomen. business persons, or rather in the employ of what you're urged to consider a business. Which returns will be profitable to audit? How do you determine this? Different exam groups do it different ways. Your group orientation will have the specifics. Aid. Or your team, since some group managers here have different teams tasked to different criteria, you can almost think of them as filters. What gets through? What gets memo 20'd and routed to district? Or signs, flags, at least that some return deserves an exhaustive exam. You won't be going over every last return with a microscope. You want to work smart as well as fast. And fast means some you'll know right away. This audit wouldn't produce anything. That's the criterion. Will an audit produce a maximal increase when divided by the cost of the audit? So, that's one thing to discard. The idea that you're guardians of civic virtue. There's another common misapprehension to disregard. Does anyone have any idea what it is? David Cusk had a terrible, totally ghastly impulse to raise his hand. Part of his strategy for surviving the close order mingling of the break until he could make it to a restroom had been to think hard about the final projected image on the slide projector screen, which the training officer never had gotten to quite resolve into focus, but had been a split-screen view of two desks or tables, one strewn with papers and forms, plus a couple of items whose bright colors might have been food wrappers, the other clean and neat, with items in piles and labeled baskets. Cusk was pretty sure the CTO wanted to stress order and organization, and to banish the idea that a slovenly desk was the sign of a productive worker. Meanwhile, no one else had raised their hand. The idea of raising his hand and having the CTO point to him over all the turning heads, to volunteer for the spotlight of all those people's attention, including the exotic Belgian transfer or émigré whom Cusk had managed to avoid and never allow any kind of direct sightline to or from during the break, from which he had returned early and did not know that the woman's glasses were so thick that if he'd ever seen her, he'd have been able to tell that she was practically blind, at least in terms of objects more than 3 or 4 feet away, her eyes shriveled and oddly puckered in the iris, filled with cracks and fissures like a dry riverbed. She was about as exotic as a fire hydrant, and roughly the same shape. In any event, he wouldn't have been as worried about being seen by her as wet or sweating, but he was still, it emerged, wrong. The answer is the messy desk. Get over the idea that your function here is to collect and process as much information as possible. The whole mess and disorder of the desk on the left is, in fact, due to its excess information. A mess is information without value. The whole point of cleaning off a desk is to get rid of the information you don't want and keep the information you do want. Who cares which candy wrapper is on top of which paper? Who cares which half-crumpled memo is trapped between 2 pages of a revenue ruling that pertain to a file 3 days back? Forget the idea that information is good. Only certain information is good. Certain as in some, not as in 100% confirmed. Each file you examine in rotes will constitute a plethora of information, the personnel training aide said, stressing the second syllable of plethora in a way that made Sylvanshine's eyelids flutter. Your job, in a sense, with each file is to separate the valuable, pertinent information from the pointless information, and that requires criteria, a procedure. It's a procedure for processing information. You are all, if you think about it, data processors. The next slide on the screen was either a foreign word or a very complex acronym, each letter in bold and also underlined. Different groups and teams within groups are given slightly different criteria that help inform what to look for. The personnel aide was thumbing through his laminated outline. Actually, there's another example of the information thing. I think they've got it. The CTO had a way of turning one foot out perpendicular to its normal direction and tapping it furiously to signal impatience. But it's right here under the desk thing. You mean the deck of cards? The checkout line. They seemed to believe their mics were off. Christ! Who'd like to hear another example illustrating the idea of collecting information versus processing data. Cusk was feeling solid and confident, as he often did after a series of attacks had passed and his nervous system felt depleted and difficult to arouse. He felt that if he'd raised his hand and given an answer that turned out not to be true, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Whatever, he thought. The whatever is what he often thought when he was feeling jaunty and immune from attack. He had twice actually asked women out when in this cocky, extroverted, hydrotically secure mood, then later failed to show up or call at the appointed time. He actually considered turning around and saying something jaunty and ever so slightly flirtatious to the noisome Belgian swimsuit model. On the upswing, he now wanted people's attention. At age 8, Silvenstein had data on his father's liver enzymes and rate of cortical atrophy, but he didn't know what these data meant. There you are at the market while your items are being tallied. There's an individual price for each item, obviously. It's often right there on the item, on an adhesive tag, sometimes with the wholesale price also coded in the corner. We can talk about that some other time. At checkout, the cashier enters the price of each grocery, adds them up, appends relevant sales taxes, not progressive, this is a current example, and arrives at a total which you then pay. The point, which has more information, the total amount or the calculation of 10 individual items? Let's say you had 10 items in your cart in the example. The obvious answer is that the set of all the individual prices has much more information than the single number that's the total. It's just that most of the information is irrelevant. If you paid for each item individually, that would be one thing, but you don't. The individual information of the individual price has value only in the context of the total. What the cashier is really doing is discarding information. What you arrive at the cash register with is a whole lot of information which the cashier runs through a procedure in order to arrive at the one piece of information that's valuable, the total, plus tax. Get rid of the layman's idea that information is good, that the more information the better. The phone book has lots of information, but if you're looking for a phone number, 99.9% of that information is just in the way. Information per se is really just a measure of disorder. Silvenstein's head popped up at this. The point of a procedure is to process and reduce the information in your file to just the information that has value. There's also the matter of using your time most efficiently. You're not going to spend equal time on each file. You want to spend the most time on the files that look most promising in terms of yielding the most net revenue. Net revenue is our term for the amount of additional revenue generated by an audit less the cost of the audit. Under the initiative, examiners are evaluated according to both total net revenue produced and the ratio of total additional revenue produced over total cost of additional audits ordered, whichever is the least favorable. The ratio is to keep some rube from simply filling out a Memo 20 on every file that hits his tingle in hopes of jacking up his net. Cusk considered. An examiner who filed no Memo 20s ever would have a ratio of 0, which is infinity, but the net revenue total would, he reflected, also be 0. The point is to develop and implement procedures that let you determine as quickly as possible whether a given file merits closer examination, that closer examination itself involving some type or types of procedures blended with your own creativity and instinct for smelling a rat in the woodwork, although at the beginning of your service, as you're gaining experience and honing your skills, it will be natural to rely on certain tested procedures. A lot of these will vary by group or team. Incongruities on the master files, for one thing. That's pretty obvious. Disagreement of W-2s plus 1099s with stated income. Disagreement of state return with 1040. But by how much? Below what floor do you simply let an incongruity go? These are the sorts of matters for your group orientation. Silvenstein now knew that 2 separate pairs of new wigglers were actually, unbeknownst to them, related. One pair through a liaison 5 generations ago in Corsica. David Cusk was now feeling so relaxed and unafraid that he was almost getting drowsy. The 2 trainers sometimes established a rhythm and concert that was soothing and restful. Cusk's tailbone was a tiny bit numb from settling back and slumping slightly in his seat, resting his elbow casually on the fold-out desk, the heat of the little lamp of no more direct concern than news of the weather somewhere else. Who has an unusually big dip in income or rise in deductions compared to previous years? These are just samples. A major one, who has been fruitfully audited within the past 5 years? This appears on some but not all of the Martinsburg printouts. Sometimes you have to order additional specs from the master files. But be disciplined about it. Avoid the temptation to think that you always need more information. You can drown in it. Plus, it's expensive. Get to know your cart boy. Your cart boy is the GS7 who liaisons with the examiners and the technical pod, where data processors can get you additional information from the master files if you fill out a DR-104 data requisition form. Not all of them are boys. Cart boy is just a more historical term. Plus, cart boys are who keep the files circulating, particularly picking up files that you've cleared and keeping your Tingles inbox filled. They do not bring refreshments or do personal errands. Cusk was considering the possible advantages of being a cart boy if being an examiner turned out to be too dangerous in terms of subjecting him to attacks and making it difficult to leave the area. Cart boys sounded as if they were in more or less constant motion, and constant motion meant constant chances to nip into the restroom and check the sweat situation and wipe sweat off his forehead. On the other hand, it would probably mean a large pay cut. A small gurgling noise Cusk heard behind him at 5-minute intervals was the sound of Tony Ware's glasses auto-lubricant in her eyes. You'll meet your cart boy in your group and team orientations. Other general examples: who's in a largely cash business, who's got unusually high charitable deductions compared to the averages for his income level, who's getting divorced. For reasons they'll go into if relevant to your group, divorces tend to generate unusually high net revenue from audits, partly because of liquidation of assets, partly because the proceedings often expose a great deal of the auditable situation without our having to incur the time and cost and uncovering things like hidden income. Who's got unusually high depreciation write-offs that should be amortized over several years? Over 40% of accelerated depreciation on 1040s is illicit or at least challengeable in audit. These are all just small, random examples of criteria. You can't use them all. You won't be able to turn your files around fast enough. Some teams examine each title in the context of the 2 prior years' returns. These are called interval terms. The point is to look for large dips in income or spikes in deductions. Intuition plays a part. You can tell something's off. You can justify taking extra time on a file. This is the great advantage of human examiners. Intuition, creativity. Some people have a special talent for smelling a rat. Guessing doesn't account for the nets of certain great examiners, some of whom are at this post, a rat that's worth pursuing. Subsection 28. 11 Laws of IRS Personnel. All GS9 examiners want to be GS11 examiners. All GS11 examiners want to be auditors. All collections want to be CID. All auditors want to be appeals officers or supervisors. All supervisors want to be group managers. All CIDs want to be almost anything that doesn't involve site surveillance. Some appeals officers want to be group managers. All group managers want to be deputy district directors, or else they dream of being examiners again, alone at a desk with no one to bother you. All deputy district directors want to be district directors. It's the ones who tell you they don't to watch out for. Some district directors want to be DRECs or DRSCs or regional commissioners, but all these are political appointments, and the best the district director can do is make their district's output look really good and hope someone notices. Output is the ratio of collected tax to district expenses. It's the district's net profit. The service code is very simple, as the DDDs say as they circle the DD, plotting output or kaput, supply or die, revenue or au revoir. Au revoir almost always means backwater postings. Subsection 29. I only have one real story about shit, but it's a doozy. Why shit? What is it about shit? We're repelled but fascinated. I'm not fascinated, I can tell you that. It's like watching a car wreck. Impossible to tear the eyes away. My fourth-grade teacher had no eyelashes. Mrs. something. I mean, I'm bored too, but why shit? My earliest memory of shit is dog shit. Remember as a kid how potent a presence and threat dog shit was? It seemed to be all over. Every time you played outside, somebody was stepping in it, and then everything stopped and it was like, okay, who stepped in it? Everybody has to check their shoes, and sure enough, somebody had it on their shoe. Embedded in the sole, in the pattern. Impossible to scrape off. New was always wet and yellow and horrible, the most horrible. But old got embedded more deeply in the sole. You had to set them aside until it dried, and then try to scrape out the sole's pattern with a stick or a rusty old knife out of the garage. What time is it? What are we supposed to see in all this? Somebody could go right by. But it never got all the way out. Scrape and scrape. You'd have to try and run the sole under the faucet and wet it then and try to scrape out the rest. The garage always had old butter knives, coffee cans full of screws and nails, and little metal doodads that nobody ever even knew the function of. And whoever had it on their shoe, it was discovered, then that person had some kind of terrible power. Nobody'd have anything to do with him until he got it out. Instant butt. Odd man out. Like it was ever his fault if you were all playing football or at recess whatever, and somebody had the random misfortune to step in it. Suddenly it wasn't that he'd stepped in shit, so much as suddenly become shit. The way the cruelty in a group of kids swirls and shifts, at any moment you become the target. Everybody constantly shifting for position all the time. Now you're the one being cruel. Now you're the target of someone else's cruelty. And nothing like peeing or pooping your pants in a group playing baseball or kick the can or whatever out of excitement or a reluctance to leave the game even for a moment to turn you into the target of everyone's scorn and ridicule. Forever after, you were the kid who shit his pants playing kick the can, and it took only a few tackles for everyone to know it was you, and it could be years later, it could be your junior prom, and everybody still knew you as the kid who shit his pants in 1961. No one said anything. The spools turning was the only sound. The fog made the streetlights ghostly. This was the fourth hour of a third-shift CID surveillance on Peoria Hobby and Coin. There was no wind. The fog just hung there. But a terrible power, too, as a kid, to have come into contact with shit. You were the butt, but you could repel people just by coming at them with the part that had contacted the shit. You could make them run screaming. The two agents who were younger had sunglasses folded and clipped to their shirt sleeves by one arm. Kids' obsession with shit and dog shit and coming into contact with shit has to be connected to toilet training and their own infancy, which at this age isn't that far behind them. It might have been third grade. We took a long time figuring it out, what made her eyes look piggy like that. No eyelashes. She had hair, head hair, and eyebrows, but her eyes were piggy and lashless and blue. As much as 2 minutes elapsed between each remark sometimes. It was 2:10, and even the agent's small personal movements were languid and underwater. Which, if you think about it, remember in high school when guys got together, the whole thing was insulting each other's mom and saying you'd had sex with their mom and how she wasn't any good and couldn't get enough? What do you suppose that was all about? The sexuality of everyone's mom becoming an issue just as everybody hits puberty. My shit story. Hide and seek, gang of neighborhood kids, twilight. I'm running for home base and trip over decorative logs somebody bordered his driveway with and went flying and put my hands out to like shield the impact, and what do you suppose happens? No, yes. Both hands first into a big new yellow steamer, which I can still almost smell. Jesus, not even on the shoes, but the hands, the personal skin. You bet. I have maybe a dozen vivid, seared-in memories of early childhood. This is one of them. The feeling, the color, the disposal, the rising smell. I howled, screamed, and everyone, of course, comes running, and as soon as they see it, They're screaming and 180ing and running from me, and I'm both crying and roaring like some kind of horrible shit monster and chasing after them, horrified and repulsed, but also, somehow underneath it all, glorious in my role as monster, with the ability to make them all scream in terror and run for home where everybody's porch lights are just starting to come on and the little fake lamps by their driveway are on automatic timers. It's that time of day. The hands being especially close to your idea of your identity, of who you are, adding to the horror, exceeded only by the face in terms of closeness, maybe. There was no dog shit on my face. I held my arms straight out in front of me in order to, hold my hands as far out away from me as was humanly possible. That only added to the monster aspect. Monsters almost always hold their arms out straight in front of them as they chase you. I would have run like hell. They did. I remember on one hand I was both screaming in horror just like they were, and on the other I was roaring with monstrousness as I'd chased first one and then sort of peel off to chase somebody else. There were cicadas in the trees, and they were all screaming in rhythm, and somebody's radio was on through an open window. I remember the smell coming off my hands, and how they didn't look like my hands anymore at all, and feeling like, how was I going to open the door without getting shit on it, or even if I rang the bell? There'd be shit on my parents' doorbell. What did you do? Jesus, what'd your mom do? Did she scream? Did you stand outside moaning and kicking the door and trying to ring the bell with your elbow? Our house had a knocker. I would have been screwed. I bet some of the other kids were in their houses cracking the curtains to look out the front window at you, staggering around moaning from house to house with your hands out straight like Frankenstein. It's not like a shoe which you can just take off. I've got a story about shit, but it's not pretty. I don't remember. The memory ends with the shit and my hands and trying to chase everybody, which is odd, because up to then, the memory is extraordinarily clear. Then it just stops, and I don't know what happened. I'm assuming I haven't talked before about running around with this odd gang of guys at Bradley, and the strange thing we got into junior year of breaking into people's dorm rooms and holding them down while Fat Marcus the moneylender sat on their face. I think I would have remembered. This was at Bradley. You know the weird shit you get into. There were 5 or 6 of us, and this senseless thing got started where it was a tradition to cruise the freshman dorms at about 4 a.m. and find an unlocked door and all burst in, and we'd all hold the guy in bed down, and Fat Marcus the moneylender would take his pants down and sit on his face. There was no reason to it. We just thought it was a gas. Fat Marcus the moneylender? An enormous guy from the Chicago suburbs. Morbidly enormous. Always had cash and lent it out and kept his accounts in a small special ledger. Very careful bookkeeper. Could compound daily without a calculator. Never even just Fat Marcus. It was always the moneylender. He was a Jew, but I don't think that had anything to do with it. It was how he put himself through school after his parents had cut him off. This wasn't his first school, but I don't remember his background too good. Why the sitting on people's faces? The weirdness of it was the charm. That's all I can tell you. It was just something we started doing. I get a strange feeling even just thinking about how to describe it. What did the guy in bed do? The guy in the bed was not a happy camper. I can tell you that much. It would all happen real fast, where we'd all just burst in and be on the guy before he was even awake. We'd each grasp an extremity, and quick as shit, Fat Marcus the moneylender'd have his pants down and sit on the guy's face and stay there just long enough where the kid in the bed didn't smother. Then we'd be out of there just as fast as we came in. That was part of the whole point, so the guy in the bed probably didn't even know if it was real or a nightmare or what the hell it was. They weren't far off the Sticky. The fog was a storm, was coming in off the river. The very air was at attention. 2 ledge-chested older women were peering in the window of the coin shop. They all had unconscious habits of which maybe only Hurd, as the new one, was fully aware. Agent Lum's habit on surveillance was in a blank, absent way to use his front teeth to peel tiny fragments of dead skin from his lip and putting it on the tip of his tongue and gently blowing it out his mouth to land somewhere invisible. He was wholly unaware that he did this, Hurd could tell. Gaines blinked slowly in a stony, mindless way that reminded Hurd of a lizard whose rock wasn't hot enough. Roseberry wore a corduroy coat with a sheepskin collar and bunched and unbunched his left sleeve. Bondurant stared at a point between his shoes on the van's rug as if it were a chasm. It seemed staggering to Hurd that no one smoked. He himself was an endless catalogue of tics and fidgets. The same probationary agent whose sunglasses hung from his collar wore 12-hole Doc Martens whose holes Hurd had counted several times. "How does Marcus the moneylender pull his pants back up while you all are running out?" A long silence ensued while Bondurant gave Gaines a prison-yard stare. Gaines said, "You ever try to get dressed while you're running? Can't be done." The guy thinking it might have been a dream until, that is, he gets up to shave and sees his nose squished flat and a big ass imprint on his face. Did he scream? In a muffled way, they all screamed. Of course they screamed. But the thing that was making them scream was also the thing that muffled the scream. Some fat man's ass coming down and covering their face. Speed and quiet were the essence of the operation, and this was important, because this was breaking in and assault of a sort, and Fat Marcus had already been expelled from at least one place, and none of us were what you might call on the dean's list, and let's not forget, this was 1971, and the draft board was just about standing at the front gate waiting for you if you got kicked out. This is why Bondurant was in the war, in the NAM. I was a G2 bookkeeper in Saigon, dickhead. That's not the NAM. But you're saying this is what got you drafted? Assaulting freshmen with a big Jew's ass? I'm saying it was just something that started happening, and that we pulled off numerous operations all up and down the underclass dorms with 100% operational success until the day the door we found open belongs to this kid, Diablo, that everybody called Diablo the left-handed surrealist, this Puerto Rican mural painter scholarship from Indianapolis that was crazy, that, for example, lost his student aid job in the faculty dining hall because one day he came in on, we're pretty sure, acid and set all the place settings at everybody's place with all knives, and saw visions and painted these spiky fluorescent Catholic murals on walls on warehouses down by the river, and was crazy. Diablo the left-handed surrealist. Didn't anybody at your school ever have names like Joe or Bill? That, for the most part, nobody ever messed with because he was crazy as a fucking mudbug, this little 100-pound spick kid from some Indianapolis barrio, but by this time the operation was a finely honed mechanism built for speed. That, plus, nobody even placed who it was until we'd all bursted in and deployed around the bed. I had the left ankle, I remember, and Fat Marcus was up on the bed undoing his belt and getting his feet distributed on either side of what was usually the guy's pillow, except this kid didn't use a pillow or even sheets. It was just a bare dorm mattress with those stripes on them. The only truly fat person Justine Hurd had ever known had been a special examination G9 in the Oneida Post who'd spent the entire 2 years Hurd knew of him back auditing an Oneida firm so tiny and specialized that it made nothing but the corrugated dividers that went into the cardboard boxes used to ship a very particular kind of tiny light bulb that went into tiny brass lamps that clicked onto the top of frames that display quality painting in historical homes and country restaurants often hang in. Which should have alerted us to trouble, plus the fact that Diablo, the left-handed surrealist, seemed already awake when we boomed the door and didn't sit up or yelp or rub his eyes or thrash around or struggle when we all came booming in and each grabbed us an extremity, and Fat Marcus the moneylender got up on the bed and commenced to lowering his gargantuan white ass down to his face. He just laid there very still, with his eyes glittering with Latin cunning and all-around craziness. You didn't even want to know the decor, what all was on the walls, if the operation's total surreal speed had allowed it, if we'd paid one bit of attention to the room or the expression on the kid's face on the mattress, we could have stopped and reconnoitered and saved us all a lot of trouble and got to stay in school and not have to spend a fucking year in Saigon learning requisition write-up accounting, which I wouldn't wish on a dog. The spools turned slowly with a slight triple hiss. The IRS agent's expressions were those of Cub Scouts around a storytime fire. A quick bob in the entry's mic tape went unremarked. waited until Fat Marcus the moneylender's ass was right down next to him, touching his face, but not with the full weight of the ass on him yet, and jerked up and bit into Fat Marcus's ass. And I'm not talking a lover nip here. I'm talking a full front Doberman-type sinking of his whole frontal set of teeth into the buttock arc of Marcus's ass, so that even down by his ankle I could see blood going down the surrealist's chin, and see Fat Marcus the moneylender's ass flexing as he reared back and lets out a scream that makes the windows shiver and knocks the two guys holding Diablo the left-handed surrealist's shoulders back against the row of no-eye masks the Spicks got in his wall, that all fall and make a racket and can see the horrible thing of this unbelievably obese guy rearing back and up and trying with all his weight to get his ass out of the teeth of Diablo the left-handed surrealist, who, gentlemen, just let me say, wasn't letting go. The kid was a Gila monster, even as Fat Marcus had both hands hooked in the kid's nose's nostrils trying to peel him off his ass, and Fat Marcus's main stooge, Marvin the Stooge Flotketter, actually bent in and was biting Diablo the left-handed surrealist's ear and cheek, trying to make him let go, and both him and Diablo growling, and Diablo shaking his head, trying to tear the mouthful of ass clear out of Fat Marcus's ass, and his nose and ear bleeding, and blood just shooting, arterially shooting in all directions, out of Marcus's ass and into the mattress and his pants, and Marcus's screams bringing everybody in pajamas and underwear and pimple cream and retainers to the still open door and looked in at what looked, of course, later, though none of us realized it at the time, like a prison-type, gang-type sexual assault gone wrong. Subsection 30. The Deputy DD's a man of the people type, but very much Glendenning's boy. 907-31-3433. A full CPA, Sheehan is, a GS-13, 9 years in. He was auditing out of District 10 in Chicago before he got the degree. Came over with Glendenning. Kind of Glendenning's hatchet man, very hale fellow. Let's all be friends, all smiles, but the eyes go right through you. Liaisons with internal. Not well liked. Plus a fashion plate. Looks like the original 70s hipster almost. Very, if you know what I mean, mod. There are sounds of Reynolds doing something unrelated. Meaning you got the sideburns, the bell-bottoms, the pale blue work shirt, the little leather thong thing around the neck, the whole package. Spare us the Mr. Blackwell, Claude. Totally Glendenning's boy, but a serious 3D in his own right. Performance reviews all 8+, nary a 7. Made GS11 in 77 on an independent promotion board bid. Glendenning had nothing to do with it, but Glendenning's boy. So he'll fight it? He's an implementer. Admin was his choice. He applied. If things come down through channels, he won't fight you. But he won't help you. He implements. Glendenning's got a lot of boys in 19, from what you're saying? The slight rise and rounding of Reynolds' voice indicate he's nodding his tie. Glendenning's got a high level of group manager support. Roseberry and Dan Meyer in exams and quarterlies might have come with him. Their periods in Syracuse overlapped, but the rest were here before Glendenning got the kick. Not yet clear how much of the support is political versus sincere, which would indicate how much of an operator Glendenning's been at 047. I haven't been able to squeeze even a private bad word on him out of anybody. Of course, that could mean several things. You don't have to tell us what things mean. Without heat. Reynolds' big gray Motorola had a violin's chin cup welded on so he could hold it with his neck alone and free his hands, which, whenever Sylvanshine tried this with his own, he either forgot and moved his head wrong, and the thing fell on the floor and broke, and he had to spend time figuring out how to requisition his 4th field phone of the year, or else it gave him a stabbing pain somewhere near his shoulder blade. He held a regular touch-tone phone with one hand and bit dead skin from the edge of his thumbnail while he turned sheets on the clipboard. Cheney has a picture of her and Glendenning up on her office wall, if you can believe it. Cheney. Julia Drutt Cheney, 44, GS10, 952-67-8315, administrative supervisor for 047B across the complex. Big woman, large, Stanton-sized in Philly, if you recall her, as in moo-moos, as in when you see her coming across the quad thing, it looks like several women all cohabiting in just one garment. Big red cheeks, but nobody's fool. Performance, we're only interested in 047B for audits, and that's collateral. Silvenstein was trying to recall the name of his second-grade teacher who stood at the terminus of a long chain of idle thought, whose medial steps he'd already forgotten, but which had started with the maneuvers by which Reynolds had arranged to stay in D.C. and Martinsburg for several weeks, and to keep Mel Larrell's ear by offering to analyze Silvenstein's initial field reports and reduce them to relevant fact patterns for Larrell before eventually joining Claude in this horrible place after all his usual strategies were exhausted. "Let's concentrate on the steak and not the peas here, Claudie boy, what do you say?" Jocularity was a tone Reynolds often used with subordinates or those of lower GS rank, and both he and Claude knew that Silvenstein would be looking for a way to repay the insult. The stake is examination. ADD for exams is Roseberry Eugene E., 40, GS 13, 907-313433. Sandy hair, tall, a little stooped, glasses don't quite fit or else his ears aren't symmetrical. Looks somehow scholarly, but that might be the pipe. Smokes a pipe. Glendenning's boy, right down the spine. Don't like his hair. Something about his hair. Implementer. Wind sniffer. Neither help nor impede. Second AD is Yeagle? Is Gary NMI Yeagle, just call me Gary type. Strange-looking specimen, big, heavy, slabbish face, but a long jaw, but soft, the jaw, hanging with fat, which together with the lantern jaw makes you feel like somebody's hitting you with a melting fist when you look at him. 39, no, sorry, 8. Glad-hander, but in a different way from Sheehan, because Sheehan's glad-handing is professional and strategic, whereas with Yeagle you feel it's that he's just insecure and needs everyone to like him or the world explodes or something, which'd make him a potential weak link. The sort who's very shy and nervous around you but tries to be very bluff and hearty and outgoing but can't manage it, and so it's excruciating for everyone. A jaw you could plow snow with. So Yeagle might be one of our boys if we're going to find target Mel's efforts in the initial stages. Plus, eyebrows out to here, I kid you not. Tolkien-like eyebrows on a 39-year-old man. Very intense smile he feigns into trying to make it look like a wicked grin or grimace by drawing these incredible brows down, the sort that shakes your hand with both of his. A GS-13 but a group manager since second quarter 78, so he may have something on the ball, but I haven't seen it. Not the sort of hard driver you'd expect from a group manager in an exams post. Glendenning promoted him? Yeagle's records are sketchy. You might have somebody there pull down Yeagle's whole file. His one here's sketchy that I could find. Silvenstein's thumb was bleeding slightly, and he looked about him for something unimportant to blot it on. Both he and Reynolds knew how very, very different the substance and form of Silvenstein's report would be if he were speaking to Merrill Larrell, and though there was no doubt that this irked Reynolds to some degree, it in no way made up for the jocularity and its implication. They both knew accounts were not yet square. Sometimes Silvenstein pictured himself and Reynolds as partners in a kind of courtly dance, very stately and prescribed, so that the tiniest variations were what communicated personality. He and Sheehan are mildly interesting counterpoints in glad-handing. Can't say I like either of them. Yeagle wore the same tie 3 days last week. Carries the pipe around with him even when it's not going. Something that might have been a condiment stain on the tie. Don't like him. That odd, pendulous jaw. Saw him dab at a nostril with the back of his hand the other day. Throat noise on the other end. Tiny bits of some other conversation at the fringe of their bandwidth were audible in silences. They made Silvenstein think of strands of hair in a dusty brush. The sink was piled with dishes and half-full cartons of Chinese takeout he'd sworn to himself he'd clean up 2 days ago. Looking at the sink made it hard to inhale. Tell Mel the best I can do is indications. Yeagle not yet a known quantity. Seems ineffectual, but that may be part of some larger strategic presentation. Recommend an informal soonest after Mel gets in. Loosen him up, get him talking. possible. That's as far out on the limb as I can go with Call Me Gary at this point. Anything re Glendenning himself yet, then? Haven't gotten in to see him. Busy guy, constant motion, seems purposefully busy instead of ineffectually or flailingly busy, which, if it's true, it's worth noting for Mel. Thanks. Not the thumb, exactly, but it was true that Silvenstein was now sucking the edge of his thumb. Seen him in the halls of, whatever building his and Sheehan's offices are in. Disorienting place. The photos don't do it justice for sheer podular confusion. Looks more like a small college or community college campus than anything. You do know my father taught at a community college. So when you saw Glendenning in these unrecalled halls then? Not much thus far. Tall, silvery guy, silver hair rigidly parted, the sort of older man you'd say distinguished or formerly handsome. Medium tallish, I'd say. Nose looked a bit big, but that was in moving profile. Hey, Claude, seriously? Is there some process by which you decide I want to hear aesthetic appraisals? Is there reasoning by which somewhere inside you decide this is useful data to have in Mel's head when he starts working with these people? Don't strain now, but think about it, and sometime tell me the process by which you decide I have to wait through incidentals on dress and carriage before I hear material that's going to help me do my job here. Your job is the point. Boil it down. Reduce to fact pattern, relevance. My job's the raw data. Do I recall right? Was I the one who asked for the field first? Am I confused? But the distressed sounds were only Reynolds trying to get under the knot with his fingers to do the top button, which he had always had trouble with. Silvenstein waited the normal interval looking at his thumb and trying to see if he could taste any actual blood, which taste always made him think of touching a 9-volt to his tongue as a kid, but the exact association evaded him, and listened to at least try to identify the gender of the ghostly conversation on the line, and finally said, though his secretary, one of them, he seems to have two, though one might be an admin or liaison with the group managers, sent a memo, it's in Mel's inbox, welcome and heard some fine things from Henschke re the skill of the turnaround at 2902, that's Philly Collections, the auto, you have to tell me that? I wasn't there. Henschke re the collections turnaround at Philly, etc. Please call Mrs. Ooley, that's the head secretary, Mrs. Ooley soonest on your arrival and processing. What's that supposed to mean? He has to go through orientation like some turd-nagel? I don't have it. It's still in Mel's box, which, by the way, it's a good inbox. Same size and same row as the ADDs and over the GMs, although it's got Mel's name on tape over some other fellow's name, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything unless it's still like that when he comes. And I've got the SS putting his name on his door in that one building. I gave them the stencil, personally tell him, and told them about the elevator thing so it's on the ground floor. Tell him the door's locked and the window outside's locked and you can't see through, but from the distance of the doors on either side, tell him it seems spacious. Unfortunately, nearest Lou's 3rd floor. Have him advise if we want to risk making a fuss about that, but it's corner just as requested. No boiling down there. You know he'll want that. Tell him the doors on either side are 15 and 16.4 and change respectively, which is almost Philly-sized. You let them see you using a tape measure on the surrounding doors? Don't be a maroon. I've got a front door key already and keys to 2 of the remaining 4. At night, before returning to field quarters, you and I need to have a good long talk about before you see it and get your shorts in a tangle. Angler's Cove apartment complex. Enough said? Makes the first Rome apartment look lavish to give you the memo was from the secretary or from Glendenning personally, you're saying. The bad news is it's not in the main building where Glendenning and the DD's officers are, whatever it's called. They've got an odd nomenclature for facilities here just like Chicago. This is still Mel's office you're talking about? I'm going right down my notes just as field protocol you might recall states and the way you did in Rome. I'm afraid it's in the outbuilding where they do the corporates. It's also got the UNIVAC in there. The building's a bit of a madhouse, I'm afraid. The first floor where all the offices for the key punch people are. You just need to get Mel ready for this so he doesn't come and see where they put him and start shitting little green men about it. And you may recall initial field briefing calls are to be 10 to 12 minutes if you've memorized the protocol. Sylvanshine knew just what Reynolds was doing physically at this minute, but he couldn't think of what the right word for it was, even to himself. Nor was he talking about losing his license in the bank's drive-thru yesterday, which really, when you came down to it, might be Merrill Errol Lerrill's concern, but was not Reynolds' concern by any stretch of the imagination, though he knew what he'd say. Sometimes Sylvanshine's thumbnails had funny little white calciumoid lines in them, sometimes they didn't. He worried about it at odd moments, what the lines signified. Not adjusting, smoothing. Smoothing his tie, which, if it was Saturday, would be either the light green or the light blue with the little red lozenge shapes in it, both of which were faux silk and butt smooth at all times anyway. It was an unconscious gesture Reynolds had, and worked as a tell in cards, and Sylvanshine had sacrificed all sorts of opportunities to score off bringing it to Reynolds' attention because he didn't want Reynolds conscious of his unconscious gestures in any way, since reading them equaled power. In D.C., Sylvanshine had the bigger bedroom because the lease was in his name, but in field quarters, Reynolds always got the bigger room. This time, Angler's Cove's squalor aside, the bedrooms were exactly the same size. The door distance wasn't the only thing Claude had measured, and he knew what Reynolds' face would do when he saw. Merrill Errol Lerrill always arranged his own quarters. Glendenning himself sent the memo, or the secretary. Sylvanshine held the thumb flat and got the overhead light on it and turned it this way and that. You would not believe how hot it is here, and muggy. The air's like somebody breathing right in your face. Philly on its worst summer day doesn't equal. 047's drinking fountains aren't refrigerated. They're low, white, toilet porcelain fountains, like some elementary school, and the water's room temperature, which is to say, hot. Reynolds exhaled so the phone transmitted the sound. I apologize for the tone, Claude. What tone? All right. Happy now? You overestimate me, friend. And yes, I am your friend. We're a team. I shouldn't have squeezed your shoes with the underling tone like I did. It's high pressure this week. I've had the same tension headache all week. I don't feel well at all. And none of that's an excuse, and I really am apologizing. If there were lines, they weren't visible. Secretary or head secretary sent it, I'm afraid. Uli, Rosellen, or Rosellen, maybe. File not located. It's not on the support router. Crisp little woman, dry, tight little face, sweater over her shoulders like a cape. Main building's air-conditioned out the wazoo. That's where exams is. So tell Charles the good news is the work environment itself is AC'd already, although no halon, but the vax room's haloned, so we can assume SS has the wherewithal. If you want, I'll call and... So the memo was from the secretary, not Glendenning himself. I'd urge Mel not to read anything into that. Glendenning's been gone 2 days out of 3. He's been up to Region twice since last Wednesday. He's running to Region a lot already? You wait till now to include this, and when you do, it's an aside on the secretary's sweater? From the way they approach her desk, she's formidable, Uli. You know how it is in the provinces. She may dominate Glendenning. She may be the real link. Small picture of a cat on her desk, but no visible cat hair on the sweater. Odd. And glasses on a little chain around her neck, those old-fashioned little silvery chains. What's the word? Potentially a formidable part of the equation. So far I've asked after the cat and given her a flower someone was selling on the median on the big road out here. Tell Mel I'm working her already. He didn't tell Reynolds there'd been no sign of the flower on her desk the next day, letting Sylvanshine hear him breathe again. And did the memo specifically say heard good things from Hensky, from Bill, or from Bill Hensky? Just Hensky. Damn. Other secretary or liaison or whatever's been gone, supposedly Young and the district knockout. 2 separate collections fellows told me it's worth cooking up fallacious business and coming when Uli's at lunch just for the full frontal view. I already apologized, Claude. Roseberry's secretary's a big sheet white woman named Bernays. Looks the ghost of a draft horse. Each Motorola mobile phone cost the service $349 as opposed to the $380 retail, and looked like an enormous walkie-talkie and weighed over 2 pounds and was something someone as dapper and diminutive as Reynolds Jensen Jr. looked a little silly holding. So, let's sketch the week then. So Reynolds would be able to tell Dr. Larrell they'd talked, and he'd tried if what came next week wasn't what he wanted. Watching Reynolds try to maneuver politically was like watching a lumberjack dance, Harold Adneed said. Need cogent, relevant, say again, cogent, relevant bios, personnel data, evals and impressions for examinations by the 17th. This is the protocol I'm reading. The crew is what? There's Roseberry in admin, there's this Yeagle as GM, group size is what, 20? Exam budget's 2.4 times the size of Rome's, right? So what, 22? 24, maybe 5. There are some kind of unorthodox split-shift arrangements I haven't gotten a fact pattern on yet that Glendenning apparently vetted. Glendenning's done a lot of custom tailoring of exams, which of course we can anticipate this will intensify. Say 24 to 26, which doubles with then another whole 20 doing punch and sort work on cards during the storm, though word is Glendenning's fought hard for service personnel instead of storm part-timers, which is understandable given the town. It's not like there's a sharp talent pool out here. That's nice data. That's cogent. Say 26. Contact's been tough. Guarded, are they? More like stupefied. They're full-timers. Glazed. What's the other word? Average burn here's 3 years. Obtunded is the word. Oh! Sylvanshine winced at forgetting this before. And the big ones that Glendenning's first big move on arrival was the elimination of first years on exams. You're kidding. By service custom, graduates of the 3 national IRS academies spend their first years assigned to examinations, which was the most brutal and unpopular assignment in the service. A percentage then hurried to pass their certified exams, since a GS-11 revenue agent must have a CPA, and audits was the natural promotion out of exams. That Glendenning had eschewed first years in his exams branch indicated something important, though neither of them was sure quite what. It was so important, Reynolds didn't even take time to squeeze Sylvanshine's shoes for waiting till now to tell him. Mel, you know, is going to want to follow up. Move that immediately to number 1 on next week's protocol. I provisionally agree. Glad you agree. Glad you're glad. Outstanding. Though this is pending the rest of the report as when I get to flows and outputs. Outstanding. What's the flow look like then? First, individual exams is 1 room, couple dozen desks plus Yeagle's little frosted cubicle thing. Either the room symmetries are off or there are rough divisions. Might be one section of 1040, one of 1040A, a smaller one for Fats, the way Keene was. There's a corporate branch that's a whole separate room. If corporate changes over, it won't be till after. They've run the experiment with the DIF, so hence my not mentioning it. If you're cozy with Glendenning's dry skin lady, then you must have a line on the specs. The specs are a mess. They're not even on cards. They use old 904 forms I haven't seen since the academy. Huge surprise. They're all in horrible old dark green cabinets in a basement complex even spiders would be hesitant to go into. But you boldly went down there with a flashlight, you want Mel to know. Today or tomorrow I have to get somebody in Martinsburg to input them and tabulate the mean values. The spec forms are a mess because the work's so periodic. Underline for Mel that they get returns from both Region and the St. Louis SC with no set procedures or even rhythms that I can see. The trucks just back up and unload the returns, you're saying. So what I've got pending tabs, this is going to look very strange, is for the last 6 months, a total of 1,407 returns go through 0904's exams branch per month. But that figure includes everything from individual EZs to nightmare Fats with 20 schedules each, to EST reconciliations that Roseberry lets Dan Meyer hit them with in nightmarish waves quarterly. This is not broken down in a way that tells me anything, Claudie. It's when you get here you're going to see why. It's Dickensian. There's 1 UNIVAC terminal in the room. The kicks from Martinsburg come round on big carts pushed by cart boys like they had. Then the results get slid down slides 2 levels down, where the key punch girls prepare the kicks back for region and collections. And/or collections, and the examiners are operating with pencils and NCR adding machines, some of which still have I Like Ike and the ilk stickers on them. They've got those angled trays or drawer things coming in at their desks from all angles like those pictures of Philly Mel had in the Nightmare Days. Here they get standard kicks from Martinsburg, plus ESTs, plus exam requests from CID. They do fats that St. Louis doesn't even bother to open, they're so fat. They do contract work for corporate audits when a CA goes multi-year. The whole thing's almost Philly grade, tell him, but this 1,407 by 26 by 22 workdays is what? 3 a day? 3.198 a day by 9-hour shifts, minus lunch, minus region average 45.6 minutes for breaks, which I've got as 7 hours, 29.4 minutes, so 3.2 over 7.5 is 0.4266 repeating 6 returns per man-hour, which for the region is so totally average that so it's neither here nor there. As a productivity stat, which hurts our case with Glendenning maybe, but also makes 047 exams a fine test case. No, Reynolds, I mean totally average. The average for Region 4 for 77, 78, and the part of 79 internals got loads for, get this, is 0.42 repeating 6 returns per man-hour. They're exactly average? And anticipating just that reaction, please tell Mel I checked this twice. All off cards, flow-through totals, performance reviews, utilization specs, 0.42 repeating 6, as if Glendenning and Roseberry and/or this Yeagle character were somehow cooking the output books to produce an output so totally average that no one would ever suspect them of cooking the output books. I'll check it again if you like, if you'll let me take just one moment here to discuss the apartment's water pressure and a commode with the single laziest flush I've seen in 12 U.S. The tone now was of Reynolds Jensen Jr. 100% focused, intent, which meant that whether sitting or standing, he was bent slightly forward at the waist and not blinking at all. Do. Check. He'll want you to, you. Or, as if somehow Glendenning's been able to structure manpower and flow and morale in just such a way that he gets precisely the average out of exams. Meaning if and when he wants it to go up, he just waves his wand and presto. Could he be that good? It would make him and/or the team of him and Roseberry a genius, a Mozart of production, whose management methods, if quantified and taught, or if the other district directors convinced DC it could be taught, could kill the project. Especially if you could see these examiners. This is not an elite force, Reynolds. Not one over a GS-11 pay grade. Tics, spasms, eccentricities, trembling hands. They're all in the men's room brushing their teeth after lunch. Whole lot of brushing going on. One has a violin on his desk. No reason, just a violin. Another has a Doberman hand puppet on his hand without the rubber, which he talks to. These should all be notated, Claudie. These are shells of men, I'm saying. If Glendenning can get any throughput he wants out of this crew, some look catatonic. One might be an idiot savant. I haven't seen him yet, but there's word that one of the 10 years can answer any question, latitude and longitude of Siam, zip code of Bala Sinwid, PA, SS number of Truman's VP, none of which has to do with throughput. And have I mentioned the wind out here? The sound it makes through cracks near the windows, or the heat, or the enormous mass of these tiny, cruciform rural towns with exactly one intersection that appear to consist entirely of a grain silo and a gas station with names like Aerosmith, Anthony, Shirley, Tolono, Stain. There's a town called Big Thistle near here. Repeat, Big Thistle, Illinois. Hey, let's go over to the Big Thistle Diner and snap Fanny's girdle. And the humidity. Towels don't dry. Your windshield gets condensation like a glass of iced tea if you run the AC on the way in. The sky the color of motel ice. No color, no depth. It's like a bad dream. And the flatness. What's the horizon at sea level? 18 miles? Let's stay on task, Claudie. He's posted me to the second dimension, RJ. You were doing so well, Claudie. And what if I said I miss you? We're not going to get into this, not because you know the way someone really old's eyes look with cataracts? That milky, spooky, anybody home quality? Imagine a whole face like that. Philly was frenzy. This is a kind of call of boredom. Boredom past boredom. These examiners, you realize this is good news in a way? Well, it's not good to look at. I can certainly. Has any of the demo equipment arrived? Glendenning's letting them personalize their desks. Listen to music if they not smoke at their desks, but get this, a couple of them chew tobacco at their desks. Where are we in terms of profiles of the actual hardware, then? Have you by chance ever actually seen an in-use spittoon, Reynolds? Because I miss you too, Claude. Happy now? Once he'd chewed it so badly it got infected, which made it taste just awful. I haven't done a list per se as such yet. What should I tell Mel? That I've been here only a week, and am under terrific duress from the primitiveness of the field quarters, lack of contact vectors, and numbing heat. Tell Charles that. Aren't we brave in absentia? As you may recall, the real hardware's over with corporates in the outside, and except for verifying Mel's facilities, I've been lurking in exams. Per specs, I believe. I wasn't squeezing, Claudie. Let's just get through this. I have a nasty commute ahead of me. I have so far seen a Sperry UNIVAC 3 or 4000 series mainframe with terminals apparently all at corporate. I've seen 2 IBM 5486 card sorters and have deduced the presence of related 5000 series key punch and collating equipment, and 96-column cards for the IBMs. Except UNIVACs still use the 80. They've apparently got something jury-rigged to mix the two. So the examiners are all hexadecimal proficient, or is that the punch girls? But the punch girls are locals, no? I don't have a training protocol yet. We can assume they're natural language translated for temps during March to May, yes? Even Rome didn't mix 96 and 80s. This is the provinces, I've been telling you. Mel's office is right down from the central, which I deduce is a complete mutt of different systems. I've seen a Burroughs 1005 calculator printer. Does Burroughs even use cards anymore? Burroughs work off tape since the 900 series. I've told you, the whole thing's a mutt, a garage sale. I've seen 2 IBM RPGs in a closet with an unbelievable tangle of coax leading up to a ragged and subcode hole in the closet's ceiling, presumably meant to compatibilize the RPGs with the UNIVAC. It's all very ancient and scuzzy, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised if there were monkeys with abacuses and string inside. This is very good news. And their assembler's COBOL? Unknown at this juncture. We've got good news on the hardware front. And if anything's arrived from DC, then SS here isn't aware of it. So it could just be sitting on the loading dock. So I'm to be in records with a flashlight in my teeth, on the horn to Martinsburg, getting flow-through analyses, probing Glendenning's no first-year implementation, inventorying the hardware, and cabbaging keys to get a first-hand look at Mel's office all at once? Oh, and on the loading dock, quizzing burly men on whether any of the boxes are from Martinsburg. All I'm doing is lining up a protocol for next week's field, Claudie. What am I? A machine? Subsection 31. Shin was long-bodied and had very light, baby-fine blonde hair that hung in bangs like an early beetle. The man seated next to him in the IRS van had exited Angler's Cove with several others as they all stood at the curb in the pastel dawn and waited for the van. The sweet, wet, heavy air of summer dawns. The men with service name tags all knew each other and spoke among themselves. Some drank from mugs or smoked cigarettes they ground out against the curb as the van came into view. One had had sideburns and a cowboy hat, which now on the van he'd removed 2 rows of bench seats up. Some read the paper. Some of the men in the van were as old as maybe 50. The windows tilted out rather than rolling down. It was an odd vehicle, more like a small boxy truck that had bench seats welded in. The van stopped at 2 other apartment complexes along Self-Storage Parkway. At one of these it idled for several minutes, apparently dilating time for a schedule. Shin wore a powder-blue dress shirt. A conversation behind him featured someone telling someone else that if you cut a small notch in the center of your toenail's edge, it won't ingrow. Someone else yawned loudly and gave little shivers. The man next to Shin, their hams touching with varied pressure as the van swung slightly side to side on a loose suspension, was reading an IRM supplemental pamphlet whose title Shin could not see because the guy was one of those people who folded pamphlets back into a single square to read them. He had a small backpack in his lap. Shin considered introducing himself. He wasn't sure what the etiquette called for. Shin had stood at the curb drinking his first Coke of his first day at the post and felt his clothes unwrinkle and sag slightly in the humidity, smelling the same honeysuckle and cut grass as suburban Chicago, listening to the songs of dawn-stirred birds in the locust trees along Self-Storage, and his thoughts had drifted all over the place. And suddenly it occurred that the birds, whose twitters and repeated songs sounded so pretty and affirming of nature and the coming day, might actually, in a code known only to other birds, be the birds each saying, "Get away," or "This branch is mine," or "This tree is mine, I'll kill you, kill, kill," or any manner of dark, brutal, or self-protective stuff they might be listening to war cries. The thought came from nowhere, and made his spirits dip for some reason. Subsection 32. Don't ask me to do this. I switched my live-in sister Julie over to the speaker while she was still trying to get out of doing it. We were all in my part of the cubicle. I was sitting at my workstation and they were standing around it. I told them and they don't believe it, in the uncanny accuracy of it, that I keep trying to describe but I can't do it justice, especially this fellow here, John, whom I've been telling you about. I was looking over at Soane as I persuaded her. Julie is my sister. Her voice sounded less like her own voice on the speaker. It had that tinny, desiccated quality. Steve Meade always wore a counter's rubber on his right pinky. The constant, ripping, metallic dental sound of a printer came from the audit room nearest the cubicle, a sound that set all our teeth on the edge when the printer ran. Steve Meade, Steve Dalhart, Jane Brown, Lycurgus Vasiliou were all standing around the speaker in my part of the cubicle, while Soane had rolled his chair back slightly from his own workstation to be included in the circle. "I can't do it on demand. I feel stupid. Don't make me," Julie stated. "Who this morning bought you 3 scrunchies when all you asked for was 1? I said, making a circle of affirmation with my thumb and finger and holding it up to the others. There was silence from my younger sister's end of the phone. "I already told them some of the effect will be lost on the phone, without the eyes and face. Pressure's off. Nobody's expecting perfection."
"What an excellent day for an exorcism, Father."
Even on the speaker, Steve Meade visibly started. I had an urge to giggle and bite my knuckle in delight. Dalhart and Jane Brown were looking at each other, and they let their bodies sag and lengthen a little to indicate how astounded they were.
"Your mother sucks cocks in hell,"
Julie said, doing it. "Astounding, Drinian." "My God!" and "It's uncanny," Steve Meade said. He is always extremely pale and ill-looking. A Phillips screw was coming partway out of one of the supports at the back of Soane's chair's back support area. The ripping sound of the printer continued to set everyone's teeth on the edge. Dale Gastine and Alice Peel, who always conducted audits as a team, put their heads over the top of the cubicle to see what was going on. "You should see the face if you could. She rolls her eyes all the way up and turns pale and puffs her cheek out, and she doesn't look like her at all until she does. Then it's uncanny." I said this. Soane, who is extremely cool and laid back at all times, was doing something to his cuticle with a paperclip out of the dispenser. Julie's regular voice came through the speaker. I consider Jane Brown attractive, but I can tell that Soane does not. "Are we done?" "You should see, they're all standing here agog. I really appreciate this," I said. Jane Brown always wears the same orange blazer. "Goggle-eyed. My credibility here has soared thanks to you. We are going to talk about this when you get home, buckaroo, believe you me." But can she lower the room down to freezing and write help with her skin like when she— "One more," whispered Meade, who does farm audits and goes out to the counter when a taxpayer rings the assistance bell. Whole days go by without a taxpayer coming in for assistance, however, and has a soft, square face and looks like he either never has to shave or uses moisturizer. I told Julie on the phone, "One more, and then you'll have acquitted yourself in your usual outstanding way." "You promise?" Lycurgus Vasiliou, who is also unusually pale, especially for an ethnic Mediterranean, said to Dale Gastine and Alice Peel, "This new Mandrinian does not exaggerate. Make a note out of this."
"Can you spare a quarter for an old altar boy, father?"
Demi, why you do this to me, Demi?
"Let Jesus fuck you! Fuck you!"
"I'm practically getting the shivers," Meade stated. "This is positively the last time," Julie emphasized on the speaker. Subsection 33. Lane Dean Jr., with his green rubber pinky finger, sat at his tingle table in his Chalk's Row in the Rotes Group's wiggle room and did 2 more returns, then another one, then flexed his buttocks and held to a count of 10 and imagined a warm, pretty beach with mellow surf as instructed in orientation the previous month. Then he did 2 more returns, checked the clock real quick, then 2 more, then bore down and did 3 in a row, then flexed and visualized and bore way down and did 4 without looking up once except to put the completed files and memos in the 2 out trays side by side, up in the top tier of trays where the cart boys could get them when they came by. After just an hour, the beach was a winter beach, cold and gray, and the dead kelp like the hair of the drowned, and it stayed that way despite all attempts. Then 3 more, including one 1040A where the deductions for AGI were added wrong, and the Martinsburg printout hadn't caught it, and had to be amended on one of the Form 020Cs in the lower left tray, and then a lot of the same information filled out on the regular 20 you still had to do even if it was just a correspondence audit and the file going to Joliet instead of the district, each code for which had to be looked up on the pull-out thing he had to scoot the chair awkwardly over to pull out all the way. Then another one, then a plummeting inside of him as the wall clock showed that what he'd thought was another hour had not been. Not even close. May 17, 1985. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a poor sinner. Cross-checking W-2s for the returns line 8 off the place in the Martinsburg printout where the perforation, if you wanted to separate the thing's sheets, went right through the data and you had to hold it up against the light and almost sometimes guess, which his chalk leader said was a chronic bug with systems, but the Wiggler was still accountable. The joke this week was how was an IRS road examiner like a mushroom, both kept in the dark and fed horseshit. He didn't know how mushrooms even worked, if it was true that you scooped waste on them. Sherry's cooking wasn't what you would call at the level of adding mushrooms. Then another return. The rule was, the more you looked at the clock, the slower the time went. None of the Wigglers wore a watch, except he saw that some kept them in their pockets for breaks. Clocks on tingles were not allowed, nor coffee or pop. Try as he might, he could not this last week help envisioning the inward lives of the older men to either side of him, doing this day after day. Getting up on a Monday and chewing their toast and putting their hats and coats on, knowing what they were going out the door to come back to for 8 hours. This was boredom beyond any boredom he'd ever felt. This made the routing desk at UPS look like a day at Six Flags. It was May 17, early morning, or early mid-morning you could maybe almost call it now. He could hear the squeak of the cart boys' carts someplace off at a distance where the vinyl panels between his chalk's tingles and the blond Oriental fellow's chalk 1 row up blocked the sight of them, the kids with the carts. One of the carts had a crazy wheel that chattered when the boy pushed it. Lane Dean always knew when that cart was coming down the rows. Chalk, team, group, pod, post, division. He did another return. Again the math squared, and there were no itemizations on 32, and the printouts numbers for W-2 and 1099 and Forms 2440 and 2441 appeared to square, and he filled out his codes for the middle trays 402 and signed his name and ID number that some part of him still refused to quite get memorized, so he had to unclip his badge and check it each time, and then stapled the 402 to the return, and put the file in the top tier's rightmost tray for 402's out, and refused to let himself count the number in the trays yet, and then, unbidden, came the thought that boring also meant something that drilled in and made a hole. His buttocks already ached from flexing, and the mere thought of envisioning the desolate beach unmanned him. He shut his eyes, but instead of praying for inward strength now, he found he was just looking at the strange reddish dark and the little flashes and floaters in there that got almost hypnotic when you really looked at them. Then, when he opened his eyes, the in-tray's stack of files looked to be still mainly the height it had been at 7:14 when he'd logged in the chalk leader's notebook and started, and there weren't enough files in his out trays for Form 20s and 402s that he could see any over the side of the trays, and he refused once more to stand up to check how many of them there were, for he knew that would make it worse. He had the sensation of a great type of hole or emptiness falling through him, and continuing to fall and never hitting the floor. Never before in his life up to now had he once thought of suicide. He was doing a return at the same time he fought with his mind, with the sin and affront of even the passing thought. The room was silent except for the adding machines and the chattering sound of that one kid's cart that had a crazy wheel as the cart boy brought it down a certain row with more files, but also he kept hearing in his head the sound a piece of paper makes when you tear it in half over and over. His 6-man chalk was a quarter of a row, separated off by the gray vinyl screens. A team is 4 chalks plus the team leader and a cart boy, some of these from Peoria College of Business. The screens could be moved around to reconfigure the room's layout. Similar rotes groups were in the rooms to either side. Far to the left, past 3 other chalks rows, was the group manager's office with the AGM's little cubicle of screens to the side of it. The little pinky rubbers were for traction on the forms for all deliberate speed. You were supposed to save the rubber at the end of the day. The overhead lights cast no shadow, even of your hand if you held it out like you were reaching at a tray. Darren and Diane Lotwis of 402 Elk Court, Edina, Minnesota, who itemized and then some, elected to have $1 go to the Presidential Election Campaign Fund, which was Box 5 on the 402. It took several minutes to cross-check everything on Schedule A, but nothing qualified for the specs of a promising audit, even though Mr. Lotwis had the jaggedy handwriting of a crazy man. Lane Dean had filed far fewer 20s than protocol called for. On Friday, he had the fewest 20s of anyone else in the chalk. Nobody'd said anything. All the wastebaskets were full of the curled strips of paper from the adding machines. Everyone's faces were the color of wet lead in the fluorescent light. You could make a semi-private cubicle out of the screens like the team leader had. Then he looked up despite all best prior intentions. In 4 minutes it would be another hour. A half-hour after that was the 10-minute break. Lane Dean imagined himself running around on the break, waving his arms and shouting gibberish, and holding 10 cigarettes at once in his mouth like a panpipe. Year after year, a face the same color as your desk. Lord Jesus. Coffee wasn't allowed because of spills on the files, but on the break he'd have a big cup of coffee in each hand while he imagined himself running around the outside grounds shouting. He knew what he'd really do on the break was sit facing the wall clock in the lounge and, despite prayers and effort, sit counting the seconds tick off until he had to come back and do this again, and again, and again, and again. The imagined sound made him remember different times he'd seen people rip paper in half. He thought of a circus strongman tearing a phone book. He was bald and had a handlebar mustache and wore a stripy all-body swimsuit like people wore in the distant past. Lane Dean summoned all his will and bore down and did 3 returns in a row and began imagining different high places to jump off of. He felt in a position to say he knew now that hell had nothing to do with fires or frozen troops. Lock a fellow in a windowless room to perform rote tasks just tricky enough to make him have to think, but still rote, tasks involving numbers that connected to nothing he'd ever see or care about, a stack of tasks that never went down, and nail a clock to the wall where he can see it, and just leave the man there to his mind's own devices. Tell him to pucker his butt and think beach when he starts to get antsy, and that would be just the word they'd use. Antsy, like his mother. Let him find out in time's fullness what a joke the word was, that it didn't come any place close. He'd already dusted the desk with his cuff, moved his infant son's photo in its ratty little frame where the front glass slid a bit if you shook it. He'd already tried switching the green rubber over and doing the adding machine with his left hand, pretending he'd had a stroke and was bravely soldiering on. The rubber made the pinky's tip all damp and pale beneath it. Unable to sit still at home, unable to look at anything for more than a second or two. The beach now had solid cement instead of sand, and the water was gray and barely moved, just quivered a little like jello that's almost set. Unbidden came ways to kill himself with jello. Lane Dean tried to control the rate of his heartbeat. He wondered if, with enough practice and concentration, you could stop your heart at will the same way you hold your breath. Like this, right here. His heart rate felt dangerously slow, and he became scared and tried to keep his head inclined by rolling his eyes way up and comparing the rate to the clock's second hand, but the second hand seemed impossibly slow. The sound of ripping paper again and again. Some cart boys brought you files with everything you needed, some did not. The buzzer to bring a cart boy was just under the iron desk's edge, with a wire trailing down one of the desk's sides and little welded-on leg, but it didn't work. Atkins said the wiggler who'd been at the station before him, who'd got transferred someplace, had pressed on it so much it burnt the circuit. Small, strange indentations in rows on the blotter's front edge were, Lane Dean had realized, the prints of teeth that somebody'd bent down and pressed real carefully into the blotter's edge so that the indentations went way down and stayed there. He felt he could understand. It was hard to keep from smelling his finger at home. He'd find himself doing it, staring into space at the table. His little baby boy's face worked better than the beach. He imagined him doing all sorts of little things that he and his wife could talk about later, like curling his fist around one of their fingers, or smiling when Sherry made that amazed face at him. He liked to watch her with the baby. For half a file, it helped to have them in mind, because they were why. They were what made this worthwhile and the right thing, and he had to remember it, but it kept slipping away down the hole that fell through him. Neither man on either side of him seemed to ever fidget or move except to reach up and lift things onto the desk from their tingles trays, like machines, and they were never in the lounge at break. Atkins claimed after a year he could examine and cross-check 2 files at once, but you never saw him try and do it, but he could whistle one song and hum a different one. Drinian's sister did The Exorcist on the phone. Lane Dean watched out of the corner of his eye as a parrot-faced man by the central aisle dividing teams pulled a file out of his tray and removed the return and detached the printout and centered both documents on his blotter. With his little homemade seat cushion and gray hat on its hook screwed into the 402's tray. Lane Dean stared down without seeing his own open file and imagined being that guy with his sad little cushion and customized banker's lamp, and wondered what he possibly had or did in his spare time to make up for these soul-murdering 8 daily hours that weren't even a quarter through until he just couldn't stand it and did 3 returns in a row in a kind of frenzy where he might have missed things, and so, on the next file, went very slowly and painstakingly and found a discrepancy between the 1040's Schedule E and the RRA annuity tables for poor old Clive R. Terry of Alton's pissant railroad pension, but a discrepancy so small that you couldn't tell if the Martinsburg printout had even made an error or had just accepted a wide round-off for time's sake given the amount at stake, and he had to fill out both an O20C and a Memo 402C-1, kicking the return over to the group manager's office to decide how to classify the error. Both had to be filled out with duplicated data on both sides and signed. The whole issue was almost unbelievably meaningless and small. He thought about the word meaning and tried to summon up his baby's face without looking at the photo, but all he could get was the heft of a full diaper and the plastic mobile over his crib turning in the breeze the box fan in the doorway made. No one in either congregation ever saw The Exorcist. It was Catholic dogma and an obscenity. It was not entertainment. He imagined that the clock's second hand possessed awareness, and knew that it was a second hand, and that its job was to go around and around inside a circle of numbers forever at the same slow, unvarying machine-like rate, going no place it hadn't already been 1,000,000 times before, and imagining the second hand was so awful it made his breath catch in his throat, and he looked quickly around to see if any of the examiners around him had heard it or were looking at him. When he started to see the baby's photo's face melting and lengthening and growing a long cleft jaw, and the face aging years in just seconds and finally caving in from old age and falling away from the grinning yellow skull underneath, he knew he was half asleep and dreaming, but did not know his own face was in his hands until he heard a human voice and opened his eyes but couldn't see who it went with, and then smelled the Pinky's rubber right under his nose. He might have drooled on the open file. "Getting a little taste, I see." It was a big, older fellow with a seamed face and picket teeth. He wasn't from any tingle that Lane Dean had ever observed from his own. The man had on a headlamp with a tan cotton band like some dentists wore and a type of thick black marker in his breast pocket. He smelled of hair oil and some kind of food. He had part of his bottom on the edge of Lane's desk and was cleaning under his thumbnail with a straightened-out paperclip and speaking softly. You could see an undershirt under his shirt. He wore no tie. He kept moving his upper body around in a slight little kind of shape or circle, and the movements left a little bit of a visual trail. None of the wigglers in either adjoining row was paying attention to him. Dean checked the little face in the photo to make sure he wasn't still dreaming. "They don't ever say it, though. Have you noticed? They talk around it. It's too manifest. As if talking about the air you're breathing, yes? It would be as if saying, 'I see so-and-so with my eye.' What would be the point?" There was something wrong with one of his eyes. The pupil of the eye was bigger and stayed that way, making the eye look fixed. His headlamp wasn't on. The slow upper body motions brought him in closer, and then back and away and around again. It was very slight and slow. "Yes, but now that you're getting a taste, consider it. The word. You know the one." Dean had the uneasy sense that the fellow wasn't strictly speaking to him, which would mean that he was more like ranting. The one eye looked fixedly past him, although hadn't he just been thinking about a word? Was that word dilated? Had he said the word out loud? Lane Dean looked circumspectly to either side. The group manager's frosted door was shut. "Word appears suddenly in 1766. No known etymology. The Earl of March uses it in a letter describing a French peer of the realm. He didn't cast a shadow, but that didn't mean anything." For no reason, Lane Dean flexed his buttocks. In fact, the first 3 appearances of bore in English conjoin it with the adjective French. That French bore, that boring Frenchman, yes? The French, of course, had malaise, ennui. See Pascal's 4th pensée, which Lane Dean heard as pansy. He was checking for errant spit on the file before him. One ham in dark blue work pants was inches from his elbow. The man moved slightly back and forth like his waist was hinged. He appeared to be inspecting Lane Dean's upper body and face in a systematic grid-like fashion. His eyebrows were all over the place. The tan band was either soaked or stained. See Rochefoucauld's or the Marquis du Deffand's well-known letters to Horace Walpole, specifically, I believe, letter 96, but nothing in English prior to March, Earl of. This means a good 500 years of no word for it, you see? Yes? He rotated slightly away. In no way was this a vision or moment. Lane Dean had heard of the phantom, but never seen it. The phantom of the hallucination of repetitive concentration held for too long a time, like saying a word over and over until it kind of melted and got foreign. Mr. Wax's high, hard grey hair was just visible 4 tingles down. No word for the Latin acedia, made so much of by monks under Benedict, for the Greek akesla. Also the hermits of 3rd century Egypt, the so-called daimon meridianus, when their prayers were stultified by pointlessness and tedium and a longing for violent death. Now Lane Dean was looking openly around, as in like, who is this fellow? The one eye was fixed at a point over past the row of vinyl screens. The tearing sound had gone, as had that one cart's squeaky wheel. The fellow cleared his throat. Donne, of course, called it lethargy, and for a time it seems conjoined somewhat with melancholy, saturninia, otiositas, tristita, that is, to be confused with sloth, torpor, and lassitude, and eremia, and vexation, and distemper, and attributed to spleen. For example, see Winchelsea's Black Jaundice, or, of course, Burton. The man was still on the same thumbnail. Quaker Green, in, I believe, 1750, called it spleen fog. Hair oil made Lane Dean think of the barbers, of the stripy pole that seemed to spiral eternally upward, but you could see when the shop closed and it stopped, really didn't. The hair oil had a name. No one under 60 used it. Mr. Wax used a men's spray. The fellow appeared unconscious of his upper body's underwater X-shaped rotations. 2 of the wigglers in a team near the door had long beards and black derbies and bobbed at their tingles as they examined returns, but their bobbing was rapid and back and forth only. This was different. The examiners on either side didn't look up or pay attention. Their fingers on the adders never slowed. Lane Dean couldn't tell if this was a sign of their professional concentration or something else. Some wore the rubber on the left pinky, most on the right. Robert Atkins was ambidextrous. He could fill out different forms with each hand. The fellow on his left hadn't blinked once all morning that Dean had been able to see. And then suddenly up it pops. Bore. As if from Athena's forehead. Noun and verb, participle as adjective, whole 9 yards. Origin unknown, really. We do not know. Nothing on it in Johnson. Partridge's only entry is on board as a subject complement, and what preposition it takes, since bored of, as opposed to with, is a class marker, which is all that ever really concerns Partridge. Class, class, class. The only Partridge Lane Dean knew was the same TV Partridge everybody else knew. He had no earthly idea what this guy was talking about, but at the same time it unnerved him that he'd been thinking about bore as a word as well. The word, many returns ago. Philologists say it was a neologism, and just at the time of industry's rise, too, yes? Of the mass man, the automated turbine and drill bit and bore, yes? Hollowed out. Forget Friedkin. Have you seen Metropolis? All right, this really creeped Lane out. His inability to say anything to this guy or ask him what he even wanted felt a little like a bad dream as well. The night after his first day, he dreamed of a stick that kept breaking over and over but never got smaller. The Frenchman, pushing that uphill stone throughout eternity. Look, for instance, at L.P. Smith's English Language 56, I believe, yes? It was the bad eye, the frozen eye, that seemed to inspect what he leaned toward. Posits certain neologisms as arising from their own cultural necessity, his words, I believe. Yes, he said. When the kind of experience that you're getting a man-sized taste of becomes possible, the word invents itself. The term. Now he switched nails. It was Vitalis that had soaked the headlamp's band, which looked more and more like a bandage. The group manager's door had his name on it, painted on the same pebbled glass window thing that older high schools have. Personnel's doors were the same as well. The wiggle rooms had windowless metal fire doors on struts up top, a newer model. Consider that the Oglok of Labrador have more than 100 separate and distinct words for snow. Smith puts it as that when anything assumes sufficient relevance, it finds its name. The name springs up under cultural pressure. Really quite interesting when you consider it. Now, for the first time, the fellow at the tingle to the right turned briefly to give the man a look, and turned just as fast back around when the man made his hands into claws and held them out at the other wiggler like a demon or someone possessed. The whole thing happened too fast to almost be real to Lane Dean. The wiggler turned a page in the file before him. Someone else had also called it that, soul-murdering, which now you will too, yes? In the 19th century, then, suddenly the words everywhere. See, for example, Kierkegaard's strange that boredom, itself so staid and solid, should have such power to set in motion. When he slid his big ham off the desktop, the movement made the smell stronger. It was Vitalis and Chinese food, the food in the little white bucket with the wire handle. Moo-goo something. The room's light on the frosted glass was different because the door was slightly open, though Lane Dean hadn't seen the door open. It occurred to Lane Dean that he might pray. The man made the same grid-like swaying motion standing. The one eye was on the group manager's door, open a crack. Note, too, that interesting first appears just 2 years after Bohr. 1768. Mark this. 2 years after. Can this be so? He was halfway down the row. Now the fellow with the cushion looked up and then backed down right away. Invents itself, yes? Not all it invents. Then something Lane Dean heard as bone after tea. The man was gone when he reached the row's end. The file and its schedules A, B, and printout were right where they'd been, but Lane's son's picture was face down. He let himself look up, and saw that no time had passed at all. Again. Subsection 34. IRM subsection 781D, AMT formula for corporations. 1. Taxable income before NOL deduction, plus or minus 2, all AMT adjustments, excepting ACE adjustment, plus 3. Tax preferences, yields. 4. Alternative minimum taxable income before NOL deduction and or ACE adjustment, plus or minus 5, ACE adjustment, if any. Yields. 6. AMTI before NOL deduction, if any, minus 7, NOL deduction, if any, ceiling at 90%. Yields. 8. AMTI, minus 9. Exemptions. Yields. 10. AMT base, multiplied by 11, 20% AMT rate. Yields. 12. AMT prior to AMT foreign tax credit, minus 13. AMT foreign tax credit, if any, ceiling at 90%, unless exceptions 781D 13 through 16 apply, in which case attach memo 781-2432 and forward to group manager, yields 14. Tentative alternative minimum tax minus 15. Standard tax liability before credit minus standard foreign tax credit yields 16. Alternative minimum tax. Subsection 35. 978-92-3066. My audit group's group manager and his wife have an infant I can only describe as fierce. Its expression is fierce. Its demeanor is fierce. Its gaze over bottle or pacifier, fierce, intimidating, aggressive. I have never heard it cry. When it feeds or sleeps, its pale face reddens, which makes it look all the fiercer. On those workdays when our group manager brought it in with him to the district office, hanging papoose style in a nylon device on his back, the infant appeared to be riding him as a mahib does an elephant. It hung there, radiating authority. Its back lay directly against the group manager's, its large head resting in the hollow of its father's neck, forcing Mr. Manshard's head out and down into a posture of classic oppression. They made a beast with two faces, one of which was calm, bland and adult, and the other unformed and yet emphatically fierce. The infant never wiggled or fussed in the device. Its gaze around the corridor at the rest of us, gathered there waiting for the morning elevator, was level and unblinking, and, it seemed, somehow almost accusing. The infant's face, as I experienced it, was mostly eyes and lower lip, its nose a mere pinch, its forehead milky and domed, its whorl of red hair wispy, no eyebrows or lashes or ever even eyelids that I could see. I never once saw it blink. Its features seemed suggestions only. It had roughly as much face as a whale does. I did not like it at all. In the elevator, my customary spot is often in the middle, just behind Mr. Manshard, and on the mornings when the child rides him and hangs there facing backward, and I spend the time staring into the large, stern, lashless, fiery blue eyes, I can only say that these rides are not pleasant at all, and often affect my mood and concentration for much of the subsequent work period. On the third floor, in Mr. Manshard's office, the infant had a crib and also a modern, ingenious mobile supporting device which it spent much of its time in, a large, ring-shaped contraption of heavy blue plastic and a type of cloth sling or saddle in the center's hole, in which the infant was placed in a position somewhere between sitting and standing. That is, the infant's legs were nearly straight, but the sling appeared to support its weight. The device or station had 4 short, squat, supporting legs, which terminated in plastic wheels, and was designed to be movable under the infant's power, albeit slowly, rather like the way our own workstation's wheeled chairs could be maneuvered this way and that by awkward motions of the auditor's legs. However, the infant declined to move the device, as far as I ever saw, or to play with any of the bright, primary-colored toys and small, amusing developmental tchotchkes built into sockets in the ring's blue surface. Nor did it ever seem to occupy itself with the books made of cloth, dump trucks and fire engines, teething rings of liquid-filled plastic, intricate mobiles, or pull-string music and animal noise-emitting toys with which his play area was replete. It just sat there, motionless and mute, gazing fiercely at whichever GS9 auditors happened to enter our group manager's small, frosted glass office on the days when Mr. Manshard, whose wife was liberated and had her own career, brought it in with him, for which he had reportedly received special permission from the district director. At first, many a GS9 would enter the office on some thin pretext, trying to curry favor with the group manager by smiling and making soft primal sounds at the infant, or by putting a finger or pencil in its field of vision, perhaps trying to stimulate its instinct for grasping. The infant, however, would just gaze at the auditor fiercely, with a combination of intensity and disdain, its expression rather as if it was hungry and the auditor was food, but not quite the right kind. There are some small children whom you can just tell are going to grow up to be frightening adults. This infant was frightening now. It was eerie and discomforting to see something with hardly any bona fide human face yet to speak of, nevertheless assume a fierce, intimidating, almost accusatory expression. For my own part, I had abandoned all ideas of ingratiating myself with Mr. Manshart through his infant quite early on. To be honest, I was concerned that Gary Manshart might be able to pick up my fear and dislike of the infant on some type of mysterious, occult parental radar. His office's desk's personal item area was lined with photos of Mr. Manshart's infant, on a rug, newborn in an obstetrics ward, in boots and a tiny hooded coat, squatting nude with a red pail and shovel at the beach, and so on and so forth, and in all of the photos the infant looked fierce. Its presence seemed not to interfere with Manshart's office duties, the bulk of which were administrative and required much less pure concentration than the audit group itself. Once the working day began, however, the group manager appeared for the most part to ignore the infant and to be ignored by it in return. Whenever I went in, try as I might, I could not interact with the infant. The nylon papoose appliance hung on a coat hook next to Mr. Manshart's hat and jacket. He preferred to work in shirt sleeves, a further perquisite of group managers. Sometimes the office smelled slightly of powder or pee. I did not know when the GM changed the infant or where, and avoided visualizing what all might be involved, or the infant's expression when this occurred. I myself could not imagine touching the infant or being touched by it in any way. Due to our District 040C's audits pod's administrative structure, group managers also did rotating duty as the district's Level 1 appeals officer, requiring Mr. Manshart sometimes to put his suit jacket back on and proceed downstairs to one of the second floor's audit cubicles, where aggrieved TPs or their representatives would present their objections to a given audit's findings. And since, by the service's Statement of Procedural Rules, subsection 601 specifications for appeal of findings, the GS9 auditor himself was never present during a Level 1 appeal, that auditor became the logical choice for Mr. Manshart to approach at his or her desk and ask to move his work materials temporarily into the group manager's office, and to keep an eye on the infant while Mr. Manshart handled the Level 1 appeal. In due course, the day eventually came when one of my audit's findings was appealed when Mr. Manshart was up as the post's appeals officer. As luck would have it, the appeal was of a field audit that I had spent nearly 8 full working days conducting at All Right Flowers, a small family-owned S-corporation specializing in the arrangement and delivery of bouquets for public functions, and whose Form 1120 Schedule A, E, and G deductions for everything from depreciation and spoilage to employee compensation were so grossly inflated that I'd been forced, despite terrible, long-standing hay fever, to back audit them for the 2 previous years, and to amend both their Schedule J's and 1120's Line 33's heavily in the Treasury's favor. As the field audit came directly off a Form 20 directive from the Regional Examination Center, and as the combined adjustments, penalties, and interest assessed against All Right Flowers might well exceed the TP's ability to pay unless terms were made, the appeal was hardly a cause for surprise or alarm. Mr. Manshart assured me in the bland, kindly tone that characterized his management style. But as the Level 1 would be conducted in the office of All Right Flowers' attorney on DeKalb Street downtown, as is the prerogative of certain categories of field auditees under SPR subsection 601.105, it would require that Mr. Manshart be off post for several hours, which in turn entailed that I was to have an extended period in the group manager's office in the company of his fierce and frightening infant, who could only be brought along on an L1 in the field if Mr. Manshart and the appellant's rep had a long-standing history of cordial relations, which he and All Right Flowers' attorney, a female Jew, unfortunately, he said, did not. The group manager's offices were the only fully enclosed workspaces on the 3rd floor office's audits pod, and have doors, affording the luxury of privacy. But the offices are not large, Mansard's own being perhaps at most 8 feet by 8, with large frosted glass windows on 2 sides, these being the sides which did not abut the structural, load-bearing walls of the district building, and a double brass coat-hook fixture, and a U.S. flag and service seal and motto flag on one corner's complex pole, as well as framed portraits of both 666's Commissioner of Internal Revenue and our own Regional Commissioner across town. In contrast to the cramped, impersonal metal desks of the audit group, Gary Mansard's wood-grain desk, with its tingle array of trays and hutches, took up nearly all of the space in the office not ceded to the infant, along with there being one of the large, multi-display easels on which all group managers charted both their auditors' present loads and, in a DD-mandated Charleston code that fooled no one, each GS9's total cases, adjustments, and assessed deficiencies so far in the present quarter. The air conditioning was good. And yet I'm now advised that none of this is directly to the point, the substance of which is, imagine my surprise and discomfiture once I had moved my briefcase, Doberman hand puppet, desk nameplate, hat, personal items, service notebook, expandable cardboard file of Hollerith cards, M1 printouts, Memo 20s, Form 520s, and 1120s, blank forms, and at least 2 fat folders of cross-checks and receipt request forms into the group manager's office and, glancing as little as possible at Gary's forbidding infant, which was still wearing its lunch bib and standing/sitting at its circular plastic PlayStation, gumming a liquid-filled ring in what I can describe only as a studious or contemplative way, was just managing to regather my concentration in order to organize a list of preliminary receipt and supporting document requests from a vendor that made and affixed tempered handles on a line of galvanized pails for Danville's Mid-State Galvanics Company, when I heard the unmistakable adult sound of a cleared throat, albeit at an extremely high pitch, as if from an adult who had recently inhaled helium out of a decorative balloon. The infant was, like Gary Mansard's wife, a redhead, although in the infant's case its extreme pallor and the light yellow pajamas or jumper, or whatever one calls the small and fuzzy full-body snap-up chamois bodysuits which infants today tend to wear, made its fine wisps and spirals of hair appear, in the intensive light of the office, to be the color of old blood, and its fierce and concentrated blue eyes appeared now to be almost pupilless, and, to complete the incongruous horror, the infant had set aside its teething ring, rather carefully and deliberately, as a man might set aside a file on his desk once he has completed it and is ready to turn his professional attention to another, to lie moist and shiny next to an upright bottle of what appeared to be apple juice, and had placed its tiny hands folded adultly together before him on the vivid blue plastic of its PlayStation, exactly as Mr. Mansart or Mr. Fardell or any of the other group managers or district director's senior staff would place their clasped hands before them on the desk to signal that you and the issue that had brought you into their office now occupied their full attention, and cleared its throat again, for it had been he, the infant, who, like any other GM, had cleared its throat in an expectant way in order to get my attention, and, at the same time, in some subtle way, to upbraid me for requiring it to do something to get my attention, as if I had been daydreaming or digressing mentally from some issue at hand, and, gazing at me fiercely, said in a high and L-deficient but unmistakable voice,
"Well?"
It now seems probable that it was at first my shock, my, as it were, nonplussedness at being spoken that adultly to by an infant in diapers and jammies soaked with drool, that led me so automatically to answer, to respond as I would to any expectant "well" from a service superior, functioning on, as it were, automatic pilot. "Excuse me?" I said, as we stared at each other across our respectively wood-grain and lurid blue surfaces and the 5 or 6 fluorescent feet of air between us, both our hands now identically out and clasped, the infant's gaze fiercely expectant, and a small, creamy gout of mucus appearing and receding in one nostril as it breathed, looking directly at me, the cowlick at its crown like a tag or receipt from a register's slit, its eyes lashless and without circumference or bottom, its lips pursed as if considering how to proceed, a bubble in its bottle of juice ascending slowly, leisurely, toward the bottle's top, the salient nipple brown and shiny from recent use. And the moment hung there between us, borderless and distendant, my impulse to clear my own throat only blocked by a fear of appearing impertinent. And it was in that seemingly endless, expectant interval that I came to see I deferred to the infant, respected it, granted it full authority, and therefore waited, abiding, both of us in that small and shadowless father's office, in the knowledge that I was, thenceforth, this tiny, white, frightening thing's to command, its instrument or tool. Subsection 36, 912-38-7224. Every whole person has ambitions, objectives, initiatives, goals. This one particular boy's goal was to be able to press his lips to every square inch of his own body. His arms to the shoulders and most of the legs beneath the knee were child's play. After these areas of his body, however, the difficulty increased with the abruptness of a coastal shelf. The boy came to understand that unimaginable challenges lay ahead of him. He was 6. There is little to say about the original animus or motive cause of the boy's desire to press his lips to every square inch of his own body. He had been homebound one day with asthma, a rainy and distended morning, apparently looking through some of his father's promotional materials. Some of these survived the eventual fire. The boy's asthma was thought to be congenital. The outside area of his foot, beneath and around the lateral malleolus, was the first to require any real contortion. The young boy thought, at that point, of the lateral malleolus as the funny knobbed thing on his ankle. The strategy, as he understood it, was to arrange himself on his bedroom's carpeted floor with the inside of his knee on the floor and his calf and foot at as close to a perfect 90-degree angle to his thigh as he could at that point manage. Then he had to lean as far over to the side as he could, bending out over the splayed ankle and the foot's outside, rotating his neck over and down and straining with his fully extended lips. The boy's idea of fully extended lips consisted at this point of the exaggerated pucker that signified kissing in children's cartoons. At a section of the foot's outside he had marked with a bullseye of soluble ink, struggling to breathe against the dextro-rotated pressure of his ribs, stretching farther and farther to the side very early one morning until he felt a flat pop in the upper part of his back, and then pain beyond naming somewhere between his shoulder blade and spine. The boy did not cry out or weep, but merely sat silent in this tortured posture until his failure to appear for breakfast brought his father upstairs to the bedroom's door. The pain and resultant dyspnea kept the boy out of school for over a month. One can only wonder what a father might make of an injury like this in a 6-year-old child. The father's chiropractor, Dr. Cathy, was able to relieve the worst of the immediate symptoms. More important, it was Dr. Cathy who introduced the boy to the concepts of spine as microcosm and of spinal hygiene and postural echo and incrementalism in flexion. Dr. Cathy smelled faintly of fennel and seemed totally open and available and kind. The child lay prone on a tall padded table and placed his chin in a little cup. She manipulated his head very gently, but in a way that seemed to make things happen all the way down his back. Her hands were strong and soft, and when she felt the boy's back, he felt as if she were asking it questions and answering them all at the same time. She had charts on her wall with exploded views of the human spine and the muscles and fasciae and nerve bundles that surrounded the spine and were connected to it. No lollipops were anywhere in view. The specific stretching exercises Dr. Cathy gave the boy were for the splenius capitis and longissimus cervicus, and the deep sheaths of nerve and muscle surrounding the boy's T2 and T3 vertebrae, which were what he had just injured. Dr. Cathy had reading glasses on a necklace and a green button-up sweater that looked as if it were made entirely of pollen. You could tell she talked to everybody the same way. She instructed the boy to perform the stretching exercises every single day and not to let boredom or a reduction in symptomology keep him from performing the rehabilitative exercises in a disciplined way. She said the long-term goal was not relief of present discomfort, but neurological hygiene and health and a wholeness of body and mind he would someday appreciate very, very much. For the boy's father, Dr. Cathy prescribed an herbal relaxant. Thus was Dr. Cathy the child's formal introduction both to incremental stretching and to the adult idea of quiet, daily discipline and progress toward a long-term goal. This proved fortuitous. During his 5 weeks disabled with a subluxated T3 vertebra, often in such discomfort that not even his inhaler could help the asthma that struck whenever he experienced pain or distress, the heady enthusiasm of childhood had given way in the boy to a realization that the objective of pressing his lips to every square inch of himself was going to require maximum effort, discipline, and a commitment sustainable over periods of time he could not then, because of his age, imagine. One thing Dr. Cathy had taken time out to show the boy was a freestanding 3D model of a human spine that had not been taken proper care of in any real or significant way. It looked dark, stunted, necrotic, and sad. Its tubercles and soft tissue were inflamed, and the annulus fibrosi of its discs was the color of bad teeth. Up against the wall behind this model was a hand-lettered plaque or sign explaining about what Dr. Cathy liked to say were the 2 different types of payments for the spine and associated nervosa, which were now and later. Most professional contortionists are, in fact, simply persons born with congenital atrophic-dystrophic conditions of major recti, or with acute lordotic flexion of the lumbar spine, or both. A majority display Chvostek's sign or other forms of ipsilateral spasticity. Very little effort or application is involved in their art, therefore. In 1932, a pre-adolescent Ceylonese female was documented by British scholars of Tamil mysticism as capable of inserting into her mouth and down her esophagus both arms to the shoulder, one leg to the groin, and the other leg to just above the patella, and as thereupon able to spin unaided on the orally protrusive knee at rates in excess of 300 rpm. The phenomenon of suiphagia, i.e., self-swallowing, has subsequently been identified as a rare form of inanitive pica, in most cases caused by deficiencies in cadmium and or zinc. The insides of the small boy's thighs up to the medial fork of his groin took months even to prepare for. Daily hours spent cross-legged and bowed, slowly and incrementally stretching the long vertical fasciae of his back and neck, the spinalis thoracis and levator scapulae, the iliocostalis lumborum, all the way to the sacrum, and the interior thighs dense and intransigent gracilis, pectineus, and adductor longus, which fuse below scarpus triangle and transmit sickening pain through the pubis whenever their range of flexibility is exceeded. Had anyone seen him during these 2- and 3-hour sessions bringing his soles together and in to train the pectineus, bobbing slightly and then holding a deep, cross-legged lean to work the great tight sheet of thoracolumbar fascia that connected his pelvis to his dorsal costi, the child would have appeared to that person either prayerful or catatonic, or both. Once the thigh's anterior targets were achieved and touched with one or both lips, the upper portions of his genitals were simple, and were protrusively kissed and passed over even as plans for the ilium and outer buttocks were in conception. After these achievements would come the more difficult and neck-intensive contortions required to access the inner buttocks, perineum, and extreme upper groin. The boy had turned 7. The special place where he pursued his strange but newly mature objective was his room, which had wallpaper with a repeating jungle motif. The room's second-floor window yielded a view of the backyard's tree. Light from the sun came through the tree at different angles and intensities at different times of day, and illuminated different parts of the boy as he stood, sat, inclined, or lay on the room's carpet, stretching and holding positions. His bedroom's carpet was white shag with a furry, polar aspect that the boy's father did not think went well with the wall's repeating scheme of tiger, zebra, lion, palm. But the father kept his feelings to himself. Radical increase of the lips' protrusive range requires systematic exercise of maxillary fascia such as the depressor septi, orbicular oris, depressor anguli oris, depressor labii inferioris, and the buccinator, circummaral, and risorius groups. Zygomatic muscles are superficially involved. Praxis. Affix string to weatherly button of at least 1.5 inches diameter borrowed from father's second-best raincoat. Place button over upper and lower front teeth and enclose with lips. Hold string fully extended at 90 degrees to faces plane and pull with gradually increasing tension on end, using lips to resist pull. Hold for 20 seconds. Repeat, repeat. Sometimes his father sat on the floor outside the boy's bedroom door with his back to the door. It's not clear whether the boy ever heard him listening for movement in the room, although the wood of the door sometimes made a creaky sound when the father sat against it, or stood back up in the hallway, or shifted his seated position against the door. The boy was in there stretching and holding contorted positions for extraordinary periods of time. The father was a somewhat nervous man, with a rushed, fidgety manner that always lent him an air of imminent departure. He had extensive entrepreneurial activities and was in motion much of the time. His place in most people's mental album was provisional, with something like a dotted line around it, the image of someone saying something friendly over his shoulder as he made for an exit. Most clients found the father made them uneasy. He was at his most effective on the phone. By age 8, the child's long-term goal was beginning to affect his physical development. His teachers remarked changes in posture and gait. The boy's smile, which appeared by now constant because of the circumlabial hypertrophy's effects on the circumoral musculature, looked unusual also, rigid and overbroad, and seeming, in one custodian's evaluative phrase, like nothing in this round world. Facts. Italian stigmatist Padre Pio carried bloodless wounds which penetrated the left hand and both feet medially throughout his lifetime. The Umbrian Saint Veronica Giuliani presented with wounds in one hand as well as in her side, which wounds were observed to open and close on command. The 18th-century holy woman Giovanna Solimani permitted pilgrims to insert special keys in her hands' wounds and to turn them, reportedly facilitating those clients' own recovery from rationalist despair. According to both St. Bonaventura and Thomas di Solano, St. Francis of Assisi's manual stigmata included baculiform masses of what presented as hardened black flesh extrudent from both volar planes. If and when pressure was applied to a palm's so-called nail, a hardened black rod of flesh would immediately protrude from the back of the hand, just exactly as if a real so-called nail were passing through the hand. And yet, fact, hands lack the anatomical mass required to support the weight of an adult human. Both Roman legal texts and modern examinations of first-century skeletons confirm that classical crucifixion required nails to be driven through the subject's wrists, not his hands. Hence the, quote, necessarily simultaneous truth and falsity of the stigmata that existential theologist E. M. Choron explicates in his 1937 Lacrimae si Sfinti, the same monograph in which he refers to the human heart as God's open wound. Areas of the boy's midsection, from navel to xiphoid process at the cleft of his ribs alone, comprised 19 months of stretching and postural exercises, the more extreme of which must have been very painful indeed. At this stage, further advances in flexibility were now subtle to the point of being undetectable without extremely precise daily record-keeping. Certain tensile limits in the flava, capsule, and process ligaments of the neck and upper back were gently but persistently stretched. The boy's chin placed to his solubly arrowed and dotted chest at mid-sternum and then slid incrementally down 1, sometimes 1.5 millimeters a day, and this catatonic and or meditative posture held for an hour or more. In the summer, During his early morning routines, the tree outside the boy's window filled with grackles and became busy with grackles coming and going. And then, as the sun rose, the tree filled with the birds' harsh sounds, tearing sounds, which, as the boy sat cross-legged with his chin to his chest, sounded through the pane like rusty screws turning, some complexly stuck thing coming loose with a shriek. Past the southern exposure's tree were the foreshortened roofs of neighborhood homes, and the fire hydrant and street sign of the cross street, and the 48 identical roofs of a low-income housing development beyond the cross street, and, past the development, just at the horizon, the edges of the verdant cornfields that began at the city limits. In late summer, the field's green was more sallow, and later in the fall there was merely sad stubble, and in the winter the field's bare earth looked like nothing so much as just what it was. At his elementary school, where the boy's behavior was exemplary and his assignments completed and his progress charted at the medial apex of all relevant curves, he was, among his classmates, the sort of marginal social figure so marginal he was not even teased. As early as grade 3, the boy had begun to develop along unusual physical lines as a result of his commitment to the objective. Even so, something in his aspect or bearing served to place him outside the bounds of schoolyard cruelty. The boy followed classroom regulations and performed satisfactorily in group work. The written evaluations of his socialization described the boy not even as withdrawn or aloof, but as calm, unusually poised, and self-containing. The boy gave neither trouble nor delight, and was not much noticed. It is not known whether this bothered him. The vast majority of his time, energy, and attention belonged to the long-range objective and the daily disciplines thereby entailed. Nor was it ever established precisely why this boy devoted himself to the goal of being able to press his lips to every square inch of his own body. It is not clear even that he conceived of the goal as an achievement in any conventional sense. Unlike his father, he did not read Ripley and had never heard of the McWhirters. Certainly it was no kind of stunt, nor any sort of self-evection. This is verified. The boy had no conscious wish to transcend anything. If someone had asked him, the boy would have said only that he decided he wanted to press his lips to every last micrometer of his own individual body. He would not have been able to say more than this. Insights or conceptions of his own physical inaccessibility to himself, as we are all of us self-inaccessible and can, for example, touch parts of one another in ways that we could not even dream of with our own bodies, or of his complete determination, apparently, to pierce that veil of inaccessibility, to be, in some childish way, self-contained and sufficient. These were beyond his conscious awareness. He was, after all, just a little boy. His lips touched the upper aureoles of his left and right nipples in the autumn of his 9th year. The lips, by this time, were markedly large and protrusive. Part of his daily disciplines were tedious button and string exercises designed to promote hypertrophy of the orbicularis muscles. The ability to extend his pursed lips as much as 10.4 centimeters had often been the difference between achieving part of his thorax and not. It had also been the orbicularis muscles, more than any outstanding advance in vertebral flexion, that had permitted him to access the rear areas of his scrotum and substantial portions of the papery skin around his anus before he turned 9. These areas had been touched, tagged on the 4-sided chart inside his personal ledger, then washed clean of ink and forgotten. The boy's tendency was to forget each site once he had pressed his lips to it, as if the establishment of its accessibility made the site henceforth unreal for him, and the site now, in some sense, existed only on the 4-faced chart. Fully and exquisitely real for the boy in his 11th year, however, remained those portions of his trunk he had not yet attempted. Areas of his chest above the pectoralis minor, and of his lower throat between clavicle and upper platysma, as well as the smooth and endless planes and tracts of his back, excluding lateral portions of the trapezius and rear deltoid, which he had achieved at 8.5, extending upward from the buttocks. 4 separate, licensed, bonded physicians apparently testified that the Bavarian mystic Therese Neumann's stigmata comprised corticate dermal structures that passed medially through both her hands. Therese Neumann's additional capacity for inedia was attested in writing by 4 Franciscan nuns who attended her in rotating shifts from 1927 to 1962 and confirmed that Therese lived for almost 35 years without food or liquid of any kind. Her one recorded bowel movement, 12 March 1928, was determined by laboratory analysis to comprise only mucus and empyreumatic bile. A Bengali holy man known to followers as Prahansatha II underwent periods of meditative chanting during which his eyes exited their sockets and ascended to float above his head, connected only by their dura mater cords, and thereupon underwent, i.e. the floating eyes did, rhythmically stylized rotary movements described by Western witnesses as evocative of dancing four-faced Shivas, of charmed snakes, of interwoven genetic helices, of the counterpointed figure-8 orbits of the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies around each other at the perimeter of the local group, or of all 4, supposedly, at once. Studies of human algesia have established that musculoskeletal structures most sensitive to painful stimulation are the periosteum and joint capsules. Tendons, ligaments, and subchondral bone are classified as significantly pain-sensitive, while muscle and cortical bone sensitivity has been established as moderate, and articular cartilage and fibrocartilages as mild. Pain is a wholly subjective experience and thus inaccessible as a diagnostic object. Considerations of personality type also complicate the evaluation. As a general rule, however, the observed behavior of a patient in pain can provide a measure of A, the pain's intensity, and B, the patient's ability to cope with it. Common fallacies about pain include: people who are critically ill or gravely injured always experience intense pain. The greater the pain, the greater the extent and severity of damage. Severe chronic pain is symptomatic of incurable illness. In fact, patients who are critically ill or gravely injured do not necessarily experience intense pain, nor is the observed intensity of pain directly proportional to the extent or severity of damage. The correlation depends also on whether the pain pathways of the anterolateral spinothalamic system are intact and functioning within established norms. In addition, the personality of a neurotic patient may accentuate felt pain, and a stoic or resilient personality may diminish its perceived intensity. No one ever did ask him. His father believed only that he had an eccentric but very limber and flexible child, a child who'd taken Kathy Kessinger's homilies about spinal hygiene to heart, the way some children will take things to heart, and now spent a lot of time flexing and limbering his body, which, as the queer heart-craft of children went, was preferable to many other slack or damaging fixations the father could think of. The father, an entrepreneur who sold motivational tapes through the mail, worked out of a home office but was frequently away for seminars and mysterious evening sales calls. The family's home, which faced west, was tall and slender and contemporary. It resembled one half of a duplex townhouse from which the other half had been suddenly removed. It had olive-colored aluminum siding and was on a cul-de-sac at the northern end of which stood a side entrance to the county's third-largest cemetery, whose name was woven in iron above the main gate, but not above that side entrance. The word that the father thought of when he thought of the boy was "dutiful," which surprised the man, for it was a rather old-fashioned word, and he had no idea where it came from when he thought of him in there, from outside the door. Dr. Cathy, who sometimes saw the boy for continuing prophylactic adjustments to his thoracic vertebrae, facets, and anterior rami, and was not a loon or a huckster in a shopping center office, but simply a D.C. who believed in the interpenetrating dance of spine, nervous system, spirit, and cosmos as totality, in the universe as an infinite system of neural connections that had evolved, at its highest point, an organism which could sustain consciousness of both itself and the universe at the same time, such that the human nervous system became the universe's way of being aware of, and thus accessible to, itself, Dr. Cathy believed the patient to be a very quiet, inner-directed boy who had responded to a traumatic T3 subluxation with a commitment to spinal hygiene and neurospiritual integrity that might well signal a calling to chiropractic as an eventual career. It was she who had given the boy his first, comparatively simple stretching manuals, as well as the copies of B.R. Fawcett's famous neuromuscular diagrams, copyright 1961, Los Angeles College of Chiropractic, out of which the boy fashioned the freestanding, four-sided cardboard chart that stood as if guarding his pillowless bed while he slept. The father's belief in attitude as the overarching determinant of altitude had been unwavering since his own adolescence, during which awkward time he had discovered the works of Dale Carnegie and of the Willard and Marguerite Beecher Foundation, and had utilized these practical philosophies to bolster his own self-confidence and to improve his social standing. This standing, as well as all interpersonal exchanges and incidents which served as evidence thereof, were charted weekly, and the charts and graphs displayed for case of reference on the inside of his bedroom's closet door. Even as a provisional and secretly tortured adult, the father still worked tirelessly to maintain and improve his attitude and so influence his own altitude in personal achievement. To the medicine cabinet's mirror in the home's bathroom, for instance, where he could not help but reread and internalize them as he tended to personal grooming, were taped inspirational maxims such as, "No bird soars too high if he soars with his own wings." Blake. "If we abdicate our initiative, we become passive, receptive victims of oncoming circumstances." Beecher Foundation. "Dare to achieve." Napoleon Hill. "The coward flees even when no man pursueth." Bible. "Whatever you can do or dream, you can begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Begin it now." Goethe. And so forth. Dozens, or at times even scores of inspirational quotes and reminders, carefully printed in block capitals on small, fortune cookie-sized slips of paper and taped to the mirror as written reminders of the father's personal responsibility for whether he soared boldly. Sometimes so many slips and pieces of tape that only a few slots of actual mirror were left above the bathroom sink, and the father had to almost contort himself, even to see to shave. When the boy's father thought of himself, on the other hand, the word that came unbidden first to mind was always tortured. Much of this secret torture, whose causes he perceived as impossibly complex and protean and involving both normal male sexual drives and highly abnormal personal weakness and lack of backbone, was actually quite simple to diagnose. Wedded at 20 to a woman about whom he'd known just one salient thing, this father-to-be had almost immediately found marriage's conjugal routines tedious and stifling, and the sense of monotony and sexual obligation as opposed to sexual achievement had caused in him a feeling that he felt must be almost like death. Even as a newlywed, he had begun to suffer from night terrors and to wake from nightmares of some terrible confinement, feeling unable to move or breathe. These dreams did not exactly take any kind of psychiatric Einstein to interpret, the father knew, and after almost a year of inner struggle and complex self-analysis, he had given in and begun seeing another woman sexually. This woman, whom the father had met at a motivational seminar, was also married and had a small child of her own, and they had agreed that this put some sensible limits and restrictions on the affair. Within a short time, however, the father had begun to find this other woman kind of tedious and oppressive as well. The fact that they lived separate lives and had little to talk about made the sex start to seem obligatory. It put too much weight on the physical sex, it seemed, and spoiled it. The father attempted to cool things off and to see the woman less, whereupon she, in return, also began to seem less interested and accessible than she had been. This was when the torture started. The father began to fear that the woman would break off the affair with him, either to resume monogamous sex with her husband or to take up with some other man. This fear, which was a completely secret and interior torture, caused him to pursue the woman all over again, even as he came more and more to despise her. The father, in short, longed to detach from the woman, but he didn't want the woman to be able to detach. He began to feel numb and even nauseous when he was with the other woman, but when he was away from her, he felt tortured by thoughts of her with someone else. It seemed like an impossible situation, and the dreams of contorted suffocation came back more and more often. The only possible remedy that the father, whose son had just turned 4, could see was not to detach from the woman he was having an affair with, but to hang dutifully in there with the affair, but also to find and begin seeing a third woman, in secret and, as it were, on the side, in order to feel, if only for a short time, the relief and excitement of an attachment freely chosen. Thus began the father's true cycle of torture, in which the number of women with whom he was secretly involved and to whom he had sexual obligations steadily expanded, and in which not one of the women could be let go or given cause to detach and break it off, even as each became less and less a source of anything more than a sort of dutiful tedium of energy and time and the will to forge on in the face of despair. The boy's mid and upper back were the first areas of radical, perhaps even impossible unavailability to his own lips, presenting challenges to flexibility and discipline that occupied a vast percentage of his inner life in grades 4 and 5. And beyond, of course, like the falls at a long river's end, lay the unimaginable prospects of achieving the back of his neck, the 8 centimeters just below the chin's mentalic point, the galleae of his scalp's back and crown, the forehead and zygomatic ridge, the ears, nose, eyes, as well as the paradoxical Ding an sich of his lips themselves, accessing which appeared to be like asking a blade to defy all known law. These sights occupied a near mythic place in the overall project. The boy revered them in such a way as to place them almost beyond the range of conscious intent. The boy was not by nature a worrier, unlike himself, his father thought, but the inaccessibility of these last sights seemed so immense that it was as if their cast shadow fell across all the slow progress up toward his clavicle in the front and lumbar curvature in the rear that occupied his 11th year, darkening the whole endeavor. A tenebrous shadow the boy chose to see as lending the enterprise a somber dignity rather than futility or pathos. He did not yet know how, but he believed, as he approached pubescence, that his head would be his. He would find a way to access all of himself. He possessed nothing that anyone could ever call doubt inside. Subsection 37. Certainly appears to be a nice restaurant.
Looks pretty nice.
I myself have never been here before. I'd heard good things about it, though, from some of the fellows in administration. I've been anxious to try it. And here we are, removing chewing gum and wrapping it in Kleenex removed from handbag.
Uh-huh.
Makes minute adjustments to placement of silverware. Do you suppose it's so much easier to make conversation with someone you already know well than with someone you don't know at all, primarily because of all the previously exchanged information and shared experiences between two people who know each other well, or because maybe it's only with people we already know well and know us well that we don't go through the awkward mental process of subjecting everything we think of saying or bringing up as a topic of light conversation to a self-conscious critical analysis and evaluation that manages to make anything we think of proposing to say to the other person seem dull or stupid or banal or, on the other hand, may be overly intimate or tension-producing.
What did you say your name was again?
Russell. Russell, or sometimes Russ, though to be honest, I have a marked preference for Russell. Nothing against the name Russ, I just never quite cottoned to it.
You got any aspirin with you, Russell?
Subsection 38. 921-04-2012 / 921-04-2012. Until mid-1987, The IRS's attempts at achieving an integrated data system were plagued with systemic bugs and problems, many of them exacerbated by technical branches' attempts to economize by updating older Fornix key punch and card sorter equipment to handle 90-column Powers cards instead of the original 80-column Holleriths. One particular bug is relevant here. The Personnel and Training Division's COBOL-based systems had long had special trouble with what were sometimes called ghost redundancies in the processing of employee promotions. The problem was especially acute in examination staffing because of the unusually high rates of turnover and promotion among REC personnel. Suppose, for example, that Mr. John Q. Doe, a GS-9 rote examiner, was promoted in grade to GS-11. The system would then generate a whole new personnel file and thereafter would recognize two separate files for what appeared to be two separate employees, John Q. Doe GS-9 and John Q. Doe GS-11, causing extraordinary hassle and confusion for both payroll and ICS planning protocols down the line. As part of a multi-pronged debugging effort in 1984, a go-to subroutine was inserted in all personnel systems file sections. In cases of what appeared to be two different employees with the same name and IRS postcode, the system was now directed to recognize only the John Q. Doe of higher GS grade. This led pretty much directly to the snafu at IRS Post 047 in May 1985. In effect, David F. Wallace, GS-9, age 20, of Philo, Illinois, did not exist. His file had been deleted, or absorbed into that of David F. Wallace, GS-13, age 39, of Rome, New York's Northeast REC. This absorption occurred at the instant that David F. Wallace, i.e. the GS-13's, Regional Transfer Form 140CRT and Posting Form 140PO were generated, which instant two different systems administrators in the Northeast and Midwest regions would eventually have to go back through a combined 2,110,000 lines of recorded code in order to override the go-to absorption. None of this, of course, was explained in any detail to David F. Wallace, GS-9, formerly GS-13, meaning the David F. Wallace of Philo, Illinois, until much later, after the whole administrative swivet was over and various outlandish charges had been retracted. The problem was not, in other words, that no one in the Midwest Regional Examination Center's Personnel and Training Office noticed that two separate David F. Wallaces were scheduled for intake and processing at the Midwest REC over 2 successive days. The problem was that the office's computer system recognized and generated a Powers card and intake protocol form for only one such David F. Wallace, whom the system further conflated into both A, the higher-ranked employee transferring from Rome, New York, and B, the employee whose physical arrival was scheduled first in the system, this latter viz. The 20-year-old ephebe from Philo, whom the system also listed in a further conflation as arriving on CT Flight 4130 from Midway, due to the ticketing and travel information generated as part of the Form 140CRT's arrival specs, rather than by Trailways bus, which was why no one was waiting to meet and transport the supposedly elite and valuable David F. Wallace at the Peoria bus terminal on 15 May, and why the second, i.e., the real, David F. Wallace, who arrived at the REC by ordinary commercial taxi the following day, which taxi this other, older David Wallace was evidently so meek and passive that it didn't even register on his consciousness that there'd been some foul-up in REC transport, that his rank and value merited a special pickup with his name on a cardboard sign, or even that he should at least get a receipt from the taxi driver so that he could apply for reimbursement, and who furthermore arrived for permanent transfer and a complete change in residence with, rather incredibly, his entire life contained in only one carry-on bag, why that older, elite, highly valued David F. Wallace spent almost 2 full working days with his Xerox copies of the Forms 140 and chintzy brown suitcase in first the lines for the GS-13 intake station, and then the problem resolution desks in the REC's main building's lobby, then sitting in a corner of the lobby itself, then in the security offices off Level 2's southeast corridor, sitting there with his neotenous face blank and his hat in his lap, unable to proceed, since of course the bureaucracy's computer system had him listed as already having gone through intake and received his post 047 ID and badge, in which case, where's his badge and ID? A security part-timer keeps asking him over again each time he checks the system, and if he hasn't lost them, then why can't he produce them? And so on and so forth. At the IRS's National Computer Center in Martinsburg, West Virginia, the ghost conflation problem for employees with identical names had been recognized as early as December 1984, thanks mainly to a hideous mess involving two separate Mary A. Taylors at the Southeast Regional Service Center in Atlanta, and technical branch programmers were already in the process of inserting a block and reset subroutine that overrode the go-to subroutine for the 32 most common surnames in the United States, viz. Smith, Johnson, Williams, Brown, etc. But Wallace was, according to 1980 U.S. Census figures, only the 104th most common American surname, way down the list between Sullivan and Cole, and any override of go-to that countenanced more than 32 surnames ran a statistically significant risk of reintroducing the original ghost redundancy problem. In short, the name David F. Wallace fell in that statistical middle area where the original debugging's consequent ghost conflation bug could still cause significant problems and woe, especially for any employee too new to understand why or whence these accusations of everything from contractual fraud to impersonation of an immersive, that latter an unprecedented charge that may well have been simply made up out of whole cloth by Dictate's hatchetmen as a way of deflecting what at one point they feared might be construed as negligence or administrative error on the part of REC personnel, a fear that even Mr. Stesick, the DDP, conceded was simply bureaucratic paranoia once the unreal David Wallace, i.e. the author, had gotten in to see him and more or less thrown himself on his mercy. Subsection 39. GS9 Claude Silvenschein, back in the Martinsburg ICS compound as part of the April run-up to his advance work at the Midwest REC, went twice into the directed input tank and tried, under Reynolds's audio supervision, running RFA, remote fact acquisition, on post 047's top brass, the first of which RFA sessions yielded some fruit. Silvenschein got interpretable fact sets on DeWitt Glendenning Jr.'s pathological hatred of mosquitoes born of his Tidewater childhood, his failed attempt to become a U.S. Army Ranger in 1943, his violent allergy to shellfish, his evident belief that his genitals were somehow malformed, his run-in with the dreaded Internal Inspections Division while a district audit director in Cabin John, Maryland, parts of the home and or office address of his psychiatrist in suburban Joliet, his memorization of the birthday of every last member of the Midwest Regional Commissioner's family, and a great deal of esoterica about home furniture construction and refinishing and power tools that led to an abrupt SDI, spontaneous data intrusion, into certain specs surrounding a male adult's severed thumb. This leading some in systems to conclude that current Midwest REC Director and Regional Toady DeWitt Glendenning had lost or would shortly lose a thumb in some type of home woodworking accident, and to tailor certain plans and expectations around this fact. The truth, which Claude Silvenschein will and can never know despite the repeated column of figures on both the aerodynamics of arterial blood and the rates at which a 1,420 RPM standing bandsaw blade can cut through the various conic sections of a human hand of certain mass and angle, is that an adult severed thumb's factual relevance was actually to the life and psyche of Leonard Stesick, post 047's DDP, who as a practical matter undertook to do not only his own work but much of his superiors. The severed thumb incident figures in the psychic development that transformed L.M. Stesick into one of the most brilliant and able service administrators in the region, though the thumb incident is by now buried deep in Mr. Stesick's unconscious, his conscious life dominated by the REC's personnel office and by issues surrounding the gathering storms in both systems and compliance. The incident itself is not immediately relevant, and so can be recounted quite fast. For reasons now lost in the administrative mists, Industrial arts was then required of male 10th graders across the upper Midwest, giving the vocational ed pupils a last chance to savage and torment the college prep boys from whom they'd been, in Michigan, split off the previous year. And Leonard Stesick had an especially hard time of it in Mr. Ingall's third-hour industrial arts class at Charles E. Potter High School in the autumn of 1969. It was not just that at almost 16, Stesick was 5'1" and 105 pounds soaking wet, which he was, soaking wet, when the boys in his P.E. class's shower all urinated on him after knocking him to the tile floor, which ritual they called a Stesick special, he ending up the only boy in the history of Grand Rapids to carry an umbrella into a school's showers. Nor was it a matter just of the special OSHA-approved safety goggles and special homemade carpenter's apron inscribed in Palmer cursive with "Len's the name, Wood's the game" that he wore to class. Nor that third-hour IA featured 2 separate future convicted felons, one of whom had already served a week's suspension for heating an ingot of cast iron red-hot with an acetylene torch, waiting just until the last color had vanished from it, and then casually asking Stesick to go bring him that one ingot over by the scroll saw real quick. The real problem was academic. Leonard turned out to have no talent or affinity whatsoever for industrial arts, whether it came to basic dynamics or welding, rudimentary construction or custom carpentry. True, the kid's drafting and measurement specs were, Mr. Ingall admitted, exceptionally, almost effeminately, he felt, neat and precise. It was with actual projects and operations of the machinery that Stesick was terrible, whether it was cutting to an angle, following a pre-drawn jig, or even sanding smooth the base of the special pinewood cigar box that Mr. Ingall, who liked cigars, forced all the pupils to make for their fathers, but on which Stesick's apparently loose or insufficiently masculine grip caused the belt sander to shoot the box like a piece of ordnance across the industrial arts classroom, where it exploded against the cement wall not 10 feet from the head of Mr. Ingall, who told Stesick, whom he despised without guilt or reservation, that the only reason he didn't force him and his little apron over to home economics with the girls is that he'd probably burn the whole ever-loving school down, at which some of the larger and crueler 10th-grade boys, one of whom would be expelled the following autumn for not only bringing a USFGS bear trap onto school property, but going so far as to open and set it, the dagger-sharp spring-loaded trap, outside the door to the vice principal's office, where it had to be deactivated with the pole of a custodian's push-broom, which it snapped with a sound that caused students in classrooms all up and down the hall to duck and cover, actually pointed directly at Stesick as they laughed. On the other hand, it's possible that the severed thumb incident did not so much actually change or shape Leonard Stesick's character as alter his own perspectives on it, if any, as well as others' perceptions of him. As most adults know, the distinctions between one's essential character and value and people's perceptions of that character value are fuzzy and hard to delineate, especially in adolescence. There is also the fact that a certain amount of situational setup and context to the incident Leonard Stesick no longer recalls, not even in dreams or peripheral flashes. It had to do with cutting a sheet of drywall into lathes or strips for some kind of reinforcement involving the framing and hanging of a door in an interior wall. The bandsaw was set in a broad metal table with gauges and calibrated clamps to hold what you were cutting just so, while you pushed the piece carefully along the smooth surface so that the bandsaw's high-speed blade cut along the pencil line you'd drawn after measuring at least twice. There were, of course, detailed safety procedures as codified by Mr. Ingall in both the mimeographed shop rules and several stenciled all-cap signs on and around the bandsaw's rear housing, which procedures Leonard Stesick had not only memorized, but tried helpfully to point out some instances of typos or ambiguous phrasing in the terse imperatives of, which had caused one side of Mr. Ingall's big face to start jumping and crinkling involuntarily, a notorious sign that the man was just barely keeping his temper under control. The reality behind the surfeit of signs and yellow caution lines painted on the shop-room floor was that Mr. Ingall operated under great felt pressure and constant borderline frustration and rage, since it was his responsibility if anybody got hurt, and yet, at the same time, Many of the kids in the classes were either inept, effeminate, mathlete pansies like Stesick and Moss here, or else long-haired delinquents in army coats that sometimes came to class smelling of marijuana and peppermint schnapps, and screwed around with equipment and rules they didn't have the sense to respect the dangerousness of, including standing around watching within the clearly marked yellow line to the side of the bandsaw and its unshielded blade, despite the clearly painted instructions on both machine and floor to stay behind line when in operation, where all it would then take is a careless shove or even gesture where you waved one of your arms around when standing in the unauthorized side area. And in illustrating this at the top of his lungs for maybe the 5th time this quarter, as the sad excuse for kids stood at the yellow line and watched him exaggerate a childish gesture, his right hand inadvertently made contact with the blade of the bandsaw, which, just as quickly as Mr. Ingle had promised it could, took off his thumb and the surrounding material from the interdigital webbing down to the abductor pollicis longus tendon, also opening the radial artery, which caused a tremendous fan of blood spatter as Mr. Ingle brought the red thing to his chest and toppled sideways, gray with shock and the paralytic reflexes of trauma, as was more or less everyone else in the class, gray-faced, open-mouthed, watching from the yellow line as blood from the radial and also first volar metacarpal arteries shot rhythmically up and out and spattered even some of the taller boys' khaki coats and the control panel of the drill press against which they bumped as they stepped reflexively back. This was not the slow welling of a skinned knuckle or the trickle of a punched nose. This was arterial blood under great systolic pressure, which shot up and fanned out from where the teacher knelt, cradling the hand against his chest with the other hand, and staring at the phalanx of boys, mouthing something that could not be heard over the bandsaw's A-sharp scream. Some of the college prep boys' faces also distended in screams, which could be seen but not heard. A few others at the extreme back, peeling off around the drill press's clamps and running for the classroom door with their arms up and hands waving in the universal movement of blind panic. The rest splayed back against the nearest pier or machine with their eyes wide and minds in deep neutral. All but little Leonard Stesick, who after only the briefest neural pause moved forward quickly and decisively, came out around the group's flank, punching at the bandsaw's double-marked power button with the heel of his bandaged hand as he swept around the back of the machine, looking neither right nor left in his apron and pressed white shirt, elbowing aside a large boy in a paisley headband who stood with his ked's soles in human blood, a boy who only days before had menaced Stesick with a pair of blacksmith's tongs behind the lathe's pegboard tool display, and seemed instantly to be at the side of Mr. Ingle, implementing the first rule of on-site treatment for hemorrhagic trauma, which was simultaneously to elevate the wound and to identify the severity of the trauma using the 5-point Ames scale from Cherry Ames, RN's 1962 First Aid for Industrial Injury, which Stesick had checked out of the public library as part of his standard preparation for the autumn '69 class schedule. Stesick simply lifted the hand as high as he could, to about eye level, while Mr. Ingle knelt hunched and slumped beneath it. It cannot be overstressed how fast this all was happening. The thumb and surrounding base tissues were not completely detached, but hung by a flap of dermis such that Mr. Ingle's thumb itself pointed straight down in a parody of imperial judgment, as Stesick, ignoring both the blood and the high-pitched diminutives for mother that began to be audible as the bandsaw cycled down, removed with one hand first his slacks belt, and then the special metric conversion ruler he carried in a special narrow pocket of the carpenter's apron Mr. Ingle had ridiculed, and, after running mentally through the protocols and determining, a la Cherry Ames RN, that digital pressure around the wrist did not alone control the bleeding, fashioned a deft, two-knot tourniquet, with just a hint of Edwardian flourish to the top's 4-loop bow, which was even more amazing given that Stesick constructed the special knot with slippery scarlet hands that also supported a man's half-fainting weight, that staunched the flow with only 1.5 turns of the ruler. Such was the memorized precision with which Stesick had placed the tourniquet just at the crucial branch between the forearm's ulnar and radial artery. In the belling stillness after the saw's blade stopped, you could now hear the sounds of the pneumatic jack from the intro auto mechanics classroom next door. It was also now, with the spray's cessation, that Mr. Ingle lost consciousness, so that the last sight some of the taller boys at the flanks had was Stesick cupping Mr. Ingle's skull at the back like a child's, and gently lowering him, the big man's head, to the floor with one hand, while the other held the tourniquet in place at the upraised wrist, there being something both dancerly and maternal, and yet not one bit girlish about the sight, that reverberated within the souls of a few in strange ways for days and even weeks after they were shouldered aside and told to break it up and give the man some air by the auto mechanics and appliance repair teachers, who also were brisk and adultly unfrozen, but did not try to move Len aside or ask the home ec aide to shoo him outside with all the others and their red footprints, but rather stood like subalterns at either side of the man's upraised arm with pendant thumb, awaiting instructions from the boy on whether they should wait for the ambulance or maybe try and put Mr. Ingle in one of their cheap but faultlessly tuned cars and rush him right to Calvin, speaking to Stesick as more than a peer and being spoken to in return without deference or hesitation. Voc-Ed students tend not to be very sensitive or emotionally agile, and it would be too much to say that everything changed after that day in industrial arts. It was not that Leonard Stesick became popular, or that the hard boys started inviting him to come out with them on school nights to perpetrate vandalism or abuse gateway drugs. A few of them, though, were surprised, not ashamed so much as shaken, by their paralysis in the face of trauma and the noxious little faggot's actions. It was strange. These were tough boys. They fought freely, took beatings from stepdads and older brothers. For the brightest among them, their idea of what toughness was, of the relations between coolness and actual value, had now been somewhat fucked with. Their accounts of the incident were confused and varied from boy to boy. More than one alluded to Lost in Space, which was a popular show at the time. The main change in the quality of the future DDP's life was that most of the Stesick specials and sudden hallway punches in the upper arm's radial nerve and other daily bits of cruelty ceased, mainly because a strange unease came over the hard boys when they saw or even thought of Stesick, and real cruelty, as every adolescent knows, requires a close attention to the object of that cruelty. Stesick's actions that day did not make him more, but less special. The hard boys ceased to see him or single him out. It was strange, and stranger still was how fast Stesick himself forgot the whole thing, even after Mr. Ingle returned to C.E. Potter after Thanksgiving for his new duties as a driver ed instructor, with his maimed right hand encased in some kind of protective black polyurethane glove or sheath, resulting in the student's sobriquet Dr. No throughout the early 1970s. Everyone seemed to have incentive to forget the whole thing. A Voc-Ed hard boy who would serve in the Plan de Jonc region of Indochina 20 months later was the only one with a clear, conscious memory of Stesick and Ingle's thumb that one day, and this when a fat-bodied draftee who'd almost flunked basic and been the object of a savage blanket party had taken a squad that had lost its corporal and regrouped them and brought them around between two separate NVA platoons to reform with Able Company. He had just stood up and told them to strip ordnance off the dead and form a defilade against the opposite side of the creek bed, and everyone had obeyed, unthinkingly, for reasons they could not later explain or admit. And the hard boy had thought of Stesick in his little apron and paisley bow tie, the latter a distortion of memory, and of the fact, again, that what they'd then thought was the wide, round world was a little boy's preening dream. Subsection 40. Cusk had been ushered into the psychiatrist's office and was counting the boxes of Kleenex in a little room lined with big books and diplomas. The sixth was on the little desk in the corner the psychiatrist used for filling out prescriptions. The office was minus the little sink some physicians had. He'd spent whole days girding himself for the sink. When his name had been called, Cusk had shaken the psychiatrist's hand and taken a padded chair the psychiatrist's other hand had indicated. The psychiatrist hitched her trousers up slightly at the knee and had sat down opposite Cusk across a glass coffee table, on which were 2 boxes of Kleenex. Her hand had been large, warm, and soft. Her chair was the same model as Cusk's chair, one, maybe 2 levels of comfort below an easy chair, but seemed, unless it was his imagination, to be slightly taller than his chair. Of spiders, of dogs, of mail, Cusk was listing. The psychiatrist listened intently, nodding, but did not take notes, which relieved Cusk. Fear of spiral notebooks, the kind with the spiral or wire down the spine. Fear of fountain pens, though not felt-tip or ballpoint pens, unless the ballpoint is one of those expensive ones with an aspect of permanence. Cross, Mont Blanc, the kind that look gold, but not plastic or disposable ballpoints. Having exhausted Kleenex boxes to count, Cusk was mentally repeating, large, soft, and warm, large, soft, and warm, over and over, a ruminative chant just below the level of thought. Fear of discs, fear of drains, fear of pretty much all spiral movements in liquid across the board. The psychiatrist's eyebrows were extraordinarily thin and sparse, and when she raised them, it meant she didn't quite follow. Whirlpools, maelstroms, bathtubs draining, Cusk illustrated. He had a fine sheen of sweat on his upper lip, but could tell by feel that the forehead was staying dry, hanging in there. Briskly stirred beverage, flushing toilets. Subsection 41. You sent Cardwell to get him? What's the problem? He's demented, Charlie, that's what's the problem. He's a good driver, he's dependable. He'll rant at the guy the whole way here. The guy'll think it's a post of evangelist goons. This is Laurel's aid, Charlie, Jesus. Subsection 42. There were long silences between periods of attention. Shit, I got one for you. This was a while ago, though, when I was in school in St. Louis, when we were the Reserve Rangers. I'll bite. You won't get some of it. You had to be alive in the late 60s. We weren't alive? I don't mean playing with your toes alive or squeezing the pores of your nose alive. I mean of age. Aware. I mean culturally. Counterculturally, you mean? I could say eat shit off a thick wooden stick, Gaines, but I don't. Instead, I say if there's something cool with this unmistakable quality, and I say the thing's quality is just so Beatles, you don't get it. You had to be there. It's not the same thing as just owning Beatles records, you're saying. You had to be there, in it. Grooving. Being groovy. That's just it. Nobody really said groovy. People that said groovy or called you man were just playing out some fantasy they'd seen on CBS reports. I'm saying if I say Baxter bathing or Owsley or mention Janice's one dress she wore, you think in terms of data. There's none of the feeling attached to it. This was a feeling. It's impossible to describe. Except as saying it's so very Beatles. And some of it not even data. What if I say Lord Buckley? What if I say the Texas Tower, or Sin Killer Griffin on tape from jail, or Jackson going on Today and sitting across from that J. Fred chimp in a shirt that's still got Martin's blood and brain matter on it, and nobody says anything, even though Today's in New York, which means fucking Jackson flew all the way in from Memphis in that shirt so he could wear blood on TV. Do you feel anything if I say that? Or Bonanza? Or I Am Curious, parenthesis, yellow? J. Fred Muggs? Jesus, The Fugitive? If I say The One-Armed Man, what interior state does it provoke? You mean nostalgia. I mean methamphetamine hydrochloride. Say December's Child, or Dharma Bums, or Big Daddy Cole at the House of Blues in Dearborn, or Crew Cuts and Horn Rims, or even let me think of rolled-up Levi's showing 3 inches of white cotton over penny loafers, and I taste the hydrochloride from the days at Wash U when we were the Reserve Rangers. How odd I can have all this inside me, and to you, it's just words. We have our own little cultural signposts and cathexis and things that make us feel nostalgia. It's not nostalgia. It's a whole set of references you don't even know you don't have. Suppose I say sweater puppies. You feel nothing. Christ, sweater puppies. Not acid? Pardon? Why methamphetamine and not acid? LSD. Weren't grass and LSD the era's like defining drugs? That's what I mean. None of the nuance or complexity introduces into your field. Acid was the West Coast and a small cell around Boston. Acid wasn't even in Greenwich Village until Casey and Leary's thing upstate in '67. By '67, the '60s were over. The Midwest was meth and designer hallucinogens. We had a small sort of inner set at Wash U who were in with the Dogtown crowd. One reason I'm here instead of private is I don't think one of us cracked a book in 2 years. Then I had to move because of the rescue rangers and this older guy named, perversely, McCool, who wanted in with us. Hung around, but desperately uncool. From hunger, we'd say, but to you this means nothing. McCool was a district rep for Welch-Lambeth. I presume Welch-Lambeth is part of your cultural index? Chemicals, now part of Lilly. University City, Ms. Heavily diversified chemical and largely industrial solvents, medical supplies, adhesive, polymers, chassis molds. Medical supplies at this time including, for instance, sometimes he'd bring stuff in. We'd be at the usual table at the Jaeger Schnitzel, a Rathskeller for WU's most countercultural and anti-establishment, but not mod or groovy crowd, and one night, in the midst of some bull session, in comes McCool, who had a larcenous heart, with a half-pound insulated box he'd got from some sample room, and said, "I know some of you fellas like this, so when I saw it, I said, 'Holy smokes, I gotta liberate this for the fellas,' and like that. From hunger, but plucky in that Eisenhower way. He's in his 30s and already bald, with a blinky hunger for acceptance. You can only imagine what must have happened to him as a kid. The sort of guy who comes to your party and you get him drunk enough to pass out by 9 and put him in the Rescue Rangers minibus and strip off everything but his shoes and socks and leave him propped up on a bus stop bench in East St. Louis, and he'll not only survive somehow, but the next night he'll be back at the Jaeger Schnitzel punching you in the shoulder and saying, 'Good one,' like you'd just given him a hot foot, desperate to be one of the guys." My brothers taught me that desperation is the chief, like bar, to being accepted as one of the guys. I learned this the hard way, I can tell you. One time because as a kid I was scared of the water, and they let me come with them on a camping trip, and my oldest brother said this was my one big chance to be one of the guys, and instead of camping, it turned out it was a fishing trip, and when I tried to climb in the boat, it turned out and we're like, great. But then Eddie Boyce opens it up, and inside are these long, insulated, corrugated cardboard tubes, and inside each tube is a little 3-inch double-stoppered test tube with pharmaceutical-grade methamphetamine hydrochloride, 3-point-something grams each. We're all sitting there looking at each other, and Boyce's eyebrows are about on top of his head. McCool, trying to play it casual, but saying, "See? What do you think? Do you know what this means? There were 224 grams of pure pharmaceutical meth in that box. Do you know what even crummy, adulterated garbage lab meth can do to a 20-year-old nervous system?" I would have sold it off and used the net to establish a position in silver, and then gone to my professors and pulled their beards, tell them I could buy and sell them now, and they could put that in their pipes and smoke it. We didn't sell enough of it, I'll tell you. But what we did wreaked havoc. Classes were a zoo. Carbuncular kids who'd sat in the back row and never made a peep were grabbing their profs by the lapels and citing the surplus theory of value in the voice of SS interrogators. Newman Club mainstays were copulating with abandon on the library steps. The infirmary was besieged by philosophy grad students begging someone to shut their heads off. Dining halls were empty. The entire Wash U defensive backfield was jailed for assault on the Kansas State water boy. Co-eds whose hymens could be used for a vault door were giving it up in the bushes outside Lambda Pi. Most of the next 2 months we spent as the Reserve Rangers, in the van, answering distress calls from Stevens College boys who had gotten hold of 1/10 of a gram of this stuff and now found their girlfriends hanging off the ceiling by their nails, grinding their perfect little white teeth into nubbins. Reserve Rangers! Awake for a week at a time, all of us flying on meth and never coming down, because coming down off meth is like having terrible flu while in hell. Boyce's palms with permanent indentations from gripping the bus's wheels so hard, and all our eyeballs looking like novelty shop eyeballs. The closest we're coming to eating is shuddering in distaste when we see a restaurant sign in our way to the literally dozens of Rescue Ranger calls we're getting every night, booming the doors and scanning the elevators and taking stairs 5 at a time, singing our Rescue Rangers on-the-job fight song. What's this Rescue Rangers angle, Dale? Because in very short order, as the power and purity of this stuff starts to ramify throughout Dogtown, we impress upon McCool the need for some kind of remedial help from the good offices of Welch-Lambeth. What possible medical use does methamphetamine have? Obesity? Sleep deprivation research? Controlled psychosis experiments? And 2 or 3 days later, just as all of us are reaching just about the limits of endurance, and our ribs are showing, and the skin around our eyes is starting to look like hamburger, there was one terrible accident where I was alone, and I decided, all right, this time we'd take the emergency brake off and shoot almost 1/8 of a gram uncut, and was in a very, very strange state of mind indeed, one step short of clinical paranoia. And the doorbell rings, and I open it on the chain, and all I see is a hat with plastic flowers on the brim, and it's this tiny old little blameless welcome wagon lady welcoming us in our caved-in rental house to the neighborhood with a little basket of cookies and hygienic products, looking up at me but with those weird little hypnotic spirals of red in one eye and green in another, and her little peanut of a face convexly bulging out horribly like a crocodile's face, and then receding, and then coming out up at me again, and I'll spare you the details of how I reacted, except to tell you that this incident led directly to my having to drop out and move to Colorado less than 2 months later, which is how I got the service moniker Colorado Dale. Subsection 43. Tuesday morning I had an ENT appointment and clocked in at 10:05. The complex was even more subdued than usual. People spoke quietly and had a slight shoulder-first quality to their walk. A few of the women who were known to react to any sort of upset by becoming pale were pale. There was a quality of slow-motion milling to everybody's activities, as if they were all reacting to something but were aware of themselves reacting and that everybody else was reacting. I was out of aspirin. For some reason, I was reluctant to ask anybody what had happened. I hate being the person who always doesn't know what's going on and has to ask somebody. It always seems like everybody else knows what's going on. This is a clear low-status marker, and I resisted it. It wasn't until after 11 that I overheard Trudy Keener, Jane Ann Heap, and Homer Campbell in the UNIVAC room collating stacks of backdated EST vouchers. There had been an explosion in another region, in either Muskegon or Holland, both 10th annexes. Either a car or light truck had parked directly in front of the district office and then at some later time blown up. Trudy Keener had quoted George Molesworthy as saying that the posse comitatus was known to be both extreme and active in Michigan. This meant that it was a terrorist attack on a service post, which in any depressed agricultural region is going to send chills. I stood in the room pretending to check something in the file catalog for as long as I figured I could, without Jane Ann Heap being able to discern that I was eavesdropping, and deduce that I was the sort of person who didn't know what was going on and recalibrate her idea of me accordingly. Her hair today was up and done in a complex set of curls and waves that appeared darker in the blue-end fluorescence of the UNIVAC room. She had on a pale blue acetate blouse and skirt whose plaid was so dark and low contrast it was hard to identify it as true plaid. No casualty information emerged, but I did learn that 2 or 3 of 047's Audit Coordination Support System staff had been posted in Michigan early in their careers. I had no connection to Audit Coordination Support System and didn't recognize the names. When my break came, the coffee room smelled sour, which meant that Mrs. Uli hadn't cleaned out the pots and filters before clocking out last night. It was a personnel gold mine in there, however. Mr. Glendenning and Jean Roseberry were drinking coffee out of their complimentary service mugs, for GS-13s and up, and Meredith Rand was eating a cup of yogurt out of the GS-9 refrigerator with a plastic fork, which meant Ellen Backtrim was hoarding spoons again. They were having the conversation, and Gary Yeagle and James Rumps and several others were standing just off to the side listening. I came in the middle and pretended to study the vending machines and then to count the coins in my hand. "This isn't terrorism. This is people not wanting to pay their taxes," Jean Roseberry said. There were faint pink remains of his customary Mylanta mustache. The "this" indicated that there was a great deal of conversational context and information that had gone on heretofore. "If I'm terrified, that doesn't make it terrorism?" Meredith Rand said. She removed a tiny bit of yogurt from the corner of her mouth with her little finger. It seemed significant that no one laughed, not even the GS-9s. Rand's was the sort of low-cal sally that was meant not so much to be funny as to give the room the opportunity to laugh and so dispel tension. No one took this opportunity. This seemed telling. Mr. Glendinning had on a tan suit and a string tie with a medallion of turquoise at the crux. The REC director was a man who was accustomed to being the center of attention in any room he was in, although with him this manifested as an air of quiet self-possession instead of exhibitionism. I didn't know a person at the post who didn't like and admire DeWitt Glendinning. I had been with the service long enough by this time to understand that this was one quality of a successful administrator, to be liked, and not to act in such a way as to be liked, but to be that way. Nobody ever felt that Mr. Glendinning was ever putting on any kind of act, the way less gifted administrators do, even an act for themselves. For instance, acting like a martinet because someplace inside they have a picture of a good administrator as a hard-ass and are trying to contort their own personalities to fit the picture. Or that glad-handing, my-door-is-always-open type who believes a good administrator needs to be everyone's friend, and so acts very open and friendly, even though the responsibilities of his office require him to discipline people, or cut budgets and deny requests, or reassign people to examination, or any number of things that aren't friendly at all. This type put himself in a terrible position, because each time he had to do something for the good of the service that was going to hurt some employee or piss her off, the action now carried the additional emotional freight of a friend dicking over a friend, and frequently the administrator felt so uncomfortable over this and his divided loyalties that he had to get personally angry, or act angry, at the employee to do it, which made the thing personal in an inappropriate way and added greatly to the dicked-over employee's hurt and resentment, and over time this totally undermined the administrator's authority. And in very short order everybody saw him as a fake and backstabber, pretending to be your friend and colleague, but ready to dick you over whenever he felt like it. It's interesting that these two false administrative styles, the tyrant and the fake friend, are also the two main stereotypes that books and television shows and comic strips present administrators as. One suspects, in fact, that the mental picture the insecure administrator erects inside himself is based partly on these pop culture stereotypes. Mr. Glendinning seemed not so much to subvert the stereotypes as to transcend them. His self-possession allowed him to be and act precisely as he was. What he was a taciturn, slightly unapproachable man who took his job very seriously and required his subordinates to do the same, but he took them seriously as well, and listened to them, and thought about them both as human beings and as parts of a larger mechanism whose efficient function was his responsibility. That is, if you had a suggestion or a concern, and you decided that it merited his attention, his door was open. That is, you could make an appointment through Caroline Uli, and he would pay attention to what you said. But whether and how he would act on what you said would depend on reflection, input from other sources, and larger considerations he was required to balance. In other words, Mr. Glendinning could listen to you because he did not suffer from the insecure belief that listening to you and taking you seriously obligated him to you in any way, whereas someone in thrall to the martinet picture would have to treat you as unworthy of attention, and someone in thrall to the peer picture would feel that he needed either to take your suggestion to avoid offending you, or give an exhausting explanation about why your suggestion wasn't implementable, or maybe even enter into some kind of debate about it, to avoid offending you, or violating his picture of himself as the sort of administrator who would never treat a subordinate's suggestion as unworthy of serious consideration, or to get angry as a way of anesthetizing his discomfort at not welcoming the suggestion of someone he feels obligated to see as a friend and equal in every way. Mr. Glendinning was also a man of style, the sort of man whose clothes hang on him just right, even after he's ridden in cars and sat at desks in them. All his clothes had a sort of loose but symmetrical hang to them that I associated with European clothes. He always put one hand in his loose hip pocket and leaned back against the lip of the counter when he drank coffee. It was, in my opinion, his most approachable posture. His face was tan and ruddy even under the fluorescence. I knew one of his daughters was a gymnast of some national repute, and sometimes he wore a tie-pin or brooch or something that seemed to consist of two horizontal bars and a platinum figure bent complexly over both. Sometimes I imagined coming into the coffee room and finding Mr. Glendinning alone, leaning back against the counter, staring down into the coffee in his mug, and thinking deep administrative thoughts. In my fantasy, he looks tired, not haggard, but careworn, weighed down by the responsibilities of his position. I come in and get some coffee and approach him, he calling me Dave, and I calling him DeWitt, or even DG, which was rumored to be his nickname around other district directors and assistant regional commissioners. Monsieur G is up for regional commissioner, is the rumor, and I ask him what's up, and he confides to me about some administrative dilemma he's on the horns of, like how the systems guy Laurel's constant reconfiguration of people's spaces and the passages between them was a ridiculous pain in the ass and waste of time, and if it was up to him, he'd permanently pick the officious little prick up by the scruff of the neck and put him in a box with only 1 or 2 air holes in it and FedEx him back to Martinsburg, but that Merrill Laurel was a protege and favorite of the Assistant Commissioner for Taxpayer Service and Returns at 666, whose other big protege was the Midwest Region's Regional Commissioner for Examination, who was essentially, if not formally, Mr. Glendenning's immediate superior in terms of Post 047's corporate examination function, and was the sort of disastrous administrator who believed in alliances and patrons and politics, and who could deny 047's application for an additional half-shift of GS9 examiners on a number of pretexts that would appear reasonable on paper, and only DG and the RCE would know it was over Merrill Laurel. And DeWitt felt beholden to the beleaguered examiners to get them some relief and to take some time off of the return turnaround schedule, which 2 different studies indicated could be accomplished better through relief and expansion than through motivation and reconfiguration, an analysis with which Merrill Laurel disagreed, DG noted wearily. In the fantasy, DG's head and mine are lowered somewhat, and we speak quietly, even though no one else is in the coffee room, which smells good and has cans of fine-ground Melita instead of the Jewel-brand white cans with the khaki lettering, and it's then, perfectly in the context of the exact beleaguered and distracted examiner's problem he's confiding to me about, that I hit DG with the idea of these new Hewlett-Packard document scanners and the way the software could be reconfigured to scan both returns and schedules, and to apply the TCMP code to red flag selected items, so that examiners would have only to check and verify the important red flag items instead of wading through line after line of unimportant OK stuff in order to reach the important items. DG listens to me intently, respectfully, and it's only his judiciousness and administrative professionalism that keeps him from expressing on the spot the enormous acuity and potential of my suggestion, and his gratitude and care that here a GS9 in personnel had come out of nowhere and given a lateral, outside-the-box solution that would both relieve the examiners and free up DG to send the odious Merrill Laurel packing. Subsection 44. I learned it at just 21 or 22, at the IRS's Regional Examination Center in Peoria, where I spent 2 summers as a cart boy. This, according to the fellows who saw me as fit for a service career, put me ahead of the curve. To understand this truth at an age when most guys are starting only to suspect the basics of adulthood, that life owes you nothing, that suffering takes many forms, that no one will ever care for you as your mother did, that the human heart is a chump. I learned that the world of men as it exists today is a bureaucracy. This is an obvious truth, of course, though it is also one the ignorance of which causes great suffering. But moreover, I discovered, in the only way that a man ever really learns anything important, the real skill that is required to succeed in a bureaucracy. I mean really succeed. Do good. Make a difference. Serve. I discovered the key. This key is not efficiency, or probity, or insight, or wisdom. It is not political cunning, interpersonal skills, raw IQ, loyalty, vision, or any of the qualities that the bureaucratic world calls virtues and tests for. The key is a certain capacity that underlies all these qualities, rather the way that an ability to breathe and pump blood underlies all thought and action. The underlying bureaucratic key is the ability to deal with boredom, to function effectively in an environment that precludes everything vital and human, to breathe, so to speak, without air. The key is the ability, whether innate or conditioned, to find the other side of the rote, the picayune, the meaningless, the repetitive, the pointlessly complex, to be, in a word, unborable. I met in the years 1984 and 5 two such men. It is the key to modern life. If you are immune to boredom, there is literally nothing you cannot accomplish. Subsection 45. Tony's mom was a bit nuts, as was her own mom, who was a notorious recluse and eccentric who lived in the hubcap house in Peoria. Tony's mom took up with a succession of bad news men in the U.S. Southwest. The last one was giving them a ride back to Peoria, where Tony's mom had decided to return after the relationship before that one had gone bad. Blah, blah. On this ride, the mom had more or less gone crazy, stopped taking her meds, and stolen the guy's truck at a rest stop, leaving the guy behind. Both the mom and the grandmother had been given to catatonic, cataleptic states, which, as far as I can tell, is a symptom of a certain kind of schizophrenia. The girl, ever since young, had amused herself by trying to imitate this state, which involved sitting or lying extremely still, slowing your pulse, breathing in such a way that your chest doesn't even rise, and holding your eyes open for long periods, such that you're blinking only every other couple minutes. It's the last that's hardest. The eyes start to burn as they dry out. Very, very hard to push through this discomfort. But if you do, if you can resist the almost involuntary urge to blink that comes when the burning and drying is the very worst, then the eyes will start lubricating themselves without blinking. They will manufacture a kind of false or ersatz tears just to save themselves. Almost no one knows this, because the incredible discomfort of having your eyes open without blinking stops most people before they hit that critical point. And there's usually damage anyway. The girl had called it playing dead, since that's the way her mother had tried to describe and discount the states to the girl when she was very tiny, saying that she was only playing, and that the game was called Play Dead. The abandoned man had caught up with them somewhere in eastern Missouri. They had been on a little blacktop highway, and the first sign that he was behind was a pair of headlights that showed just when they were on a downslope that extended a mile or more. They'd see the headlights appear when the trailing vehicle hit the crest, then they'd lose them when they started to climb the slow grade again. As Tony Ware remembers it, and recounted it just one time to X on a night that turned out to be the anniversary of the occurrence, the vehicle that the man had commandeered or hired came up fast behind them. It turned out to be going quite a bit faster than the truck, which had a camper shell, and the man was not driving the vehicle. He was standing on the front hood of what emerged to be the trailerless cab of an enormous semi-truck, swollen by rage and malice to at least twice his normal size, holding his arms up and out in a terrible gesture of almost Old Testament retribution, and hollering, in the rural sense of holler, which is almost a special kind of art form. It used to be the way that people who lived way out in hill country out of sight of each other would communicate. It was the way of letting other people know that they were around, because otherwise it could seem in the rural hills like you were the only person anywhere within thousands of miles, with an ecstatic, black, evil rage and glee that caused Tony's mother, who, let's recall, was not a paragon of stability, to become hysterical and floor the accelerator and try to outrun the vehicle while at the same time trying to extract from her purse a bottle of prescription pills and to open the child-proof cap, which the mother was terrible at and usually needed Tony to open for her, causing the vehicle, which was top-heavy because of the Lear camper shell, to swerve off the road and go over on its side in some kind of field or area of weeds, injuring the mom terribly, such that she was half-stunned and moaning and blood covering her face, and Tony was lying on her side against the passenger side window, and in fact still has the window's crank imprinted into her side if you can get her to raise her top and show you the eerie reproduction on her right side. The vehicle came to rest on its right side, and the mom wasn't wearing a seatbelt, which people like that never do, and she was lying partly on top of Tony Ware, pinning her against the window so that she couldn't move or even tell whether she was injured. There was nothing but that terrible silence and hissing and ticking of a vehicle that's just had an accident, plus the sound of spurs, or maybe just a great deal of pocket change jingling as the man negotiated the downslope down to them. Her own window was driven into the ground, and the driver's side window was now pointing up at the sky, but the windshield, though buckled and hanging halfway off, had turned into a 4-foot vertical slot through which Tony Ware got a full-length view of the man standing there, cracking his knuckles and looking at the occupants of the car. Tony lay there with her eyes opened and slowed her breathing and played dead. The mom's eyes were closed, but she was alive because you could hear her breathing and occasionally giving little unconscious exclamations in her coma or whatever it was. The man looked at Tony, locked eyes with her for a long time. Later, she understood that he was trying to ascertain if she was alive. It is unimaginably hard to be staring straight ahead and have someone lock eyes with you and yet appear like you're not looking back at them. This is what had started the story. David Wallace or someone else had remarked that Tony Ware was creepy because, even though she wasn't shy or evasive and would maintain eye contact, she seemed to be staring at your eyes rather than into them. It was a bit the way a fish in a tank swimming past as you watched through the glass and looked into its eyes looked back at you. You knew that it was aware of you in some way, but it was unsettling because it wasn't anything like the way a human being seems aware of you when he meets your gaze. Tony's eyes were open. It was too late to shut them. If she suddenly did, the man would know she was alive. Her only chance was to appear so dead that the man didn't check her pulse or hold a piece of glass to her mouth to check. What would keep him from checking was if her eyes were open and stayed open. No living human being could hold its eyes open for long periods of time. There was no one around. The man had plenty of time to look through the windshield and see if they were alive. Her mother's face was right up against her face, but luckily the blood was dripping into some hollow of Tony's throat. If it had been dripping into her eyes, it would have made her blink involuntarily. She stayed rigid like that, with her eyes open. The man climbed up and tried the driver's side door, but it was locked from the inside. The man went back to the truck and got some kind of tool or crowbar and pried the windshield off, shaking the truck violently. He got on his side and edged through the slot of the windshield, looking first at the unconscious mom and then at the girl. The mom moaned and stirred slightly, and the man killed her by reaching in and pinching her nostrils shut with one hand and covering her mouth with a greasy rag with the other and pressing hard, so hard that the mom's head strained against the side of Tony's as she unconsciously resisted being suffocated. Tony stayed there, shell-breathing, with her eyes still open and only inches from the man's eyes as he suffocated her mother, which took over 4 minutes of pressure for the man to be totally sure. Tony staring sightlessly and not blinking, even though the dryness and discomfort must have been terrific, and somehow succeeded in convincing the man she was dead, because he did not pinch her nostrils shut and use the greasy rag on her, even though it would only have taken an extra 4 or 5 minutes. But no regular living human can sit there with their eyes open that long without blinking, so he knew. And so he got 1 or 2 valuables out of the glove compartment, and she heard him jingling his way back up the upslope, and the tremendously powerful sound of the truck's motor starting up and the truck leaving. And then the girl lay there trapped between the door and her dead mom for what must have been several hours before someone happened by and saw the wreck and called the police, and then probably an additional long time for them to extract her from the truck, uninjured in any real physical sense, and put her in some kind of charity ambulance. Sheesh. So do not mess with this girl. This girl is damaged goods. Subsection 46. What usually happens is that on Friday afternoons, a percentage of Pod C's revenue officers meet for happy hour cocktails at My Buyers. As is the case with most of the North Side's taverns that serve as service hangouts, happy hour at My Buyers lasts exactly 60 minutes and features drink specials that are indexed to the approximate cost of gasoline and vehicle depreciation involved in the 2.3-mile drive from the REC to the Southport 474 interchange. Different levels and pods tend to congregate at different places, some of which are downtown and ape in various ways the more stylized venues of Chicago and St. Louis. The bell-shaped men can be found nearly every evening at Father's, which is right there on Self-Storage Parkway and owned outright by the area's Budweiser distributor. Its function is less social than incubatory. Many of the wigglers, on the other hand, frequent the steroidal college bars around PCB and Bradley. Homosexuals have the wet spot in the downtown arts district. Most of the Nagels with children, of course, go home to spend time with their family, although Steve and Tina Geach are often at My Buyers together for Friday's 2H. Nearly everyone finds it necessary to blow off some of the unvented steam that's accreted during a week of extreme tedium and concentration, or extreme volume and stress, or both. My Buyers has ash-gray laminate paneling, electric tiki torches whose origins are unknown but may date from a past incarnation, a Wurlitzer 412C jukebox, 2 pinball machines, a foosball table and air hockey game, and a small darts area prudently set off apart near the little hallway for the payphone and restrooms. My Buyers' broad windows overlook Southport's highway-side franchises and the complicated exits of the I-474 overpass. There's been the same Friday bartender for at least the past 3 years, according to Chuck Ten Eyck. Drinks are somewhat expensive because service employees do not, as a rule, drink very much or fast, even at happy hour, which affects what the tavern has to charge for drinks in order to stay solvent. In winter weather, My Buyers plows its own lot with a bladed pickup. In the summer, the bar's neon sign, which features the semyon of a disembodied trilby whose angle changes twice a second, is reflected off something unapparent before it and appears faintly, reflected at least twice, in the tavern's front windows. The hat's brim goes up and down against the malarial light of a gathering dusk, in which shelving clouds and a spike in humidity only sometimes mean real rain that hits the ground. Being mainly single, heterosexual transfers and replacements fall right into this groove. Robbie Van Knott comes a lot, though not this Friday. Norman Bodner has been here all 5 weeks. He's been posted at the REC. Harriet Candelaria comes, but nearly always leaves after one round whenever Beth Rath happens to bring Meredith Rand, with whom Candelaria has problems that none of the transfers has the slightest inkling of the origins of. Steve and Tina Geach, who work in different groups and have different break rotations, and who are very devoted to each other and by general consensus, have the sort of marriage that increases the attraction and credibility of marriage a great deal for people who are wired to be in such a close, enduring relation, always arrive together in their rust-ruddled VW microbus and sit close together, always consuming the very same type and brand of beverage, and usually leaving the moment the bell rings for happy hour's end, often showing an odd ability to embrace and walk at the same time without looking clumsy. Chris Equistapace and Brian the Bloviator Nugent, Dave Witkowitz, John Byron Maint, Nancy Johnson, Chala the Iranian Crisis Nettie, Howard Shearwater, Frank Brown, Frank Friedwald, and Frank DeCellis haven't missed a My Buyers happy hour night since their posting. Dale Gastine sometimes brings a date. Keith Sabusawa now always brings Shane, Mr. X Drinian, the UTEX transfer with whom Sabusawa now rooms at Angler's Cove, in a suite with 2 other transfers who never seem to come to My Buyers. Schedule F specialists like Chris Fogel and Herb Dritz bat about 500 in terms of My Buyers attendance. Chuck Ten Eyck and Second Knuckle Bob McKenzie, both at Peoria REC the longest, are reliable as iron, and always seem to want to somehow preside. R.L. Keck and Thomas Bondurant usually come. Tony Ware and Beth Rath nearly always drop by, and, as mentioned, some of the time Rath brings the legendarily attractive but not universally popular Meredith Rand. Rath and Rand work adjoining tingle tables in Sabusawa's group, which is tasked to utility/overflow, and the two are confidants. Drinian, who has no vehicle, must remain as long as Sabusawa stays, and no longer. According to Sabusawa, the Utex from La Junta, California, has no problem with this, and his response to Sabusawa's invitations to come along to My Buyers after shift change is always either, "all right," or "why not?" Meredith Rand's deal is that she tends to come only if her husband is somehow stuck at work or out of town on business. Like Drinian, she doesn't seem to have her own vehicle or even a driver's license. Sometimes she catches a ride home from My Buyers with Beth Rath, but more often gets picked up by her husband, whom she apparently calls from the pod in advance to say where she'll be, and whom none of the examiners in My Buyers has ever met, but always simply pulls up into the lot and toots the horn for Meredith Rand, who in turn often starts gathering her things a minute or two before the car horn sounds, rather, according to Nancy Johnson, like a dog that can hear the pitch of its master's approaching engine and assumes its position at the home's window long before the master's car heaves into view. She has been at My Buyers for the last 5 weeks running, which implies that her husband has been working late or on the road a great deal. According to Sabusawa, no one knows what he does. It is not difficult to see the way the energy and dynamics of the Pod C table change when Meredith Rand is present for happy hour at My Buyers. In many respects, it's a phenomenon that happens at bars, taverns, and grills everywhere when a woman of sufficient prettiness appears. Meredith Rand is one of only a handful of females at the REC that every male with an opinion on such matters agrees is totally, wrist-bitingly attractive. Beth Rath is far from homely, but Meredith Rand is a whole different order. Meredith Rand has bottomless green eyes, an exquisite facial bone structure, and a creamy, poreless complexion with almost no lines or signs of wear, and a great cataract of curly, dark blonde hair that, according to Sabusawa, when worn down and allowed to frame her face and shoulders, was known to produce facial tics even in gay or otherwise asexual men. She is a cut of pure choice prime, is the consensus, not always unspoken. Her entry into any sort of service social setting produces palpable changes, especially in males. The specifics of these sorts of changes are familiar enough to everyone not to spend time enumerating. Suffice it that Meredith Rand makes the pod's males self-conscious. They thus tend to become either nervous and uncomfortably quiet, as though they were involved in a game whose stakes have suddenly become terribly high, or else they become suddenly more voluble and conversationally dominant and begin to tell a great many jokes, and in general appear deliberately unself-conscious, whereas before Meredith Rand had arrived and pulled up a chair and joined the group, there was no real sense of deliberateness or even self-consciousness among them. Female examiners, in turn, react to these changes in a variety of ways, some receding and becoming visually smaller, like Enid Welch and Rachel Robbie Town, others regarding Meredith Rand's effect on men with a sort of dark amusement, still others becoming narrow-eyed and prone to hostile sighs or even pointed departures, QV Harriet Candelaria. Some of the male examiners are, by the second round of pictures, performing for Meredith Rand, even if the performance's core consists of making a complex show of the fact that they are not performing for Meredith Rand, or even especially aware that she's at the table. Bob Mackenzie in particular becomes almost manic, addressing nearly every comment or quip to the person on either the right or left side of Meredith Rand, but never once addressing her or appearing even to look at her. Since Beth Rath is usually one of the people on either the right or left side of Meredith Rand, Mackenzie's habit of doing this tends visibly to either annoy or depress Rath, depending on her mood. Harriet Candelaria usually leaves altogether, which becomes excruciating when no male at the table asks about or even seems to be aware of the fact that she's leaving. For the past 4 weeks, really only Shane Drinian has seemed unaffected by the presence of a terribly attractive woman. Granted, it's not clear to anyone just what Drinian is affected by. The other transfers from La Junta, California, Sandy Crody, Gil Haight, describe him as a very solid FATS and S-Corp examiner, but a total lump in terms of personality, possibly the dullest human being currently alive. Drinian tends to sit very quiet and self-contained at his place with his hand around a glass of Michelob, which is what's on tap at my buyer's, his face expressionless, unless someone tells a joke that's somehow directed at everyone around the table, at which time Drinian will smile briefly, and then his face will go back to being expressionless. But not expressionless in a glazed or catatonic way. He watches whoever is speaking very intently. Actually, intently isn't even the right word. There is no particular kind of study in his gaze. He just gives whoever's speaking his complete attention. His bodily movements, which are minimal, give the suggestion of being clipped and precise without being fussy or prissy. He will respond to a question or comment directed explicitly to him, but other than these rare times, he is not one of the people who speaks. But he's not one of these people who shrinks or recedes in groups until he's barely there. There's no sense that he's shy or inhibited. He's there, but in an unusual way. He becomes part of the table's environment, like the air or ambient light. It's Second Knuckle R.T. Mackenzie and Chuck Tenike who've conferred on Drinian the name Mr. X, short for Mr. Excitement. At one happy hour in June, things eventuate such that Drinian and Meredith Rand are left alone together at the table, more or less right across from each other, at the part of the evening when a lot of the other examiners have left for home or other venues. But they're both still there. Meredith Rand is evidently waiting for a pickup from her husband, who is said to possibly be some kind of medical student. Keith Sabusawa and Herb Dritz are once again playing foosball, while Beth Rath, who rather likes Sabusawa, they go all the way back to the IRS training center in Columbus, watches with her arms crossed and a Moore brand cigarette going in one hand. So they're sitting alone at the table. Shane Drinian seems to be neither nervous nor not to be sitting alone opposite the galvanic Meredith Rand, with whom he's exchanged not one direct word since his posting in late April. Drinian looks directly at her, but not in the challenging or smoldering way of a Keck or Nugent. Meredith Rand has had 2 gin and tonics and is on her 3rd, slightly more to drink than normal, but has not yet smoked. Like most married examiners, she wears both an engagement ring and a wedding band. She looks back at him, though it's not as if they're staring into each other's eyes or anything. Drinian's expression could be called pleasant in the way that certain kinds of weather are called pleasant. He is on either his 1st or 2nd glass of Michelob from one of the pitchers that's still on the table, some not wholly empty. Rand has asked Drinian 1 or 2 innocuous questions about his origins. The thing about the Kansas Youth Authority orphanage seems to interest her, or else it's just the flat candor with which Drinian says he spent much of his childhood in an orphanage. Rand tells Drinian a brief childhood vignette about her going to a girlfriend's house and their using their hands and feet to climb up inside door jambs and remain there high up in the jam, splayed and as if framed, though later on she will not be able to remember the reason for telling this anecdote or any of the context behind it. She does notice, almost right away, the same thing that Sabusawa and many of the other examiners have noticed, which is that although Drinian seems only partly socially present in a large gathering, there is a very different quality to any kind of tete-a-tete with him. He has the quality of being easy or good to talk to, which is an attribute for which there is no single good word in English, which is slightly odd, although so is whatever is good about talking to Drinian, since he possesses nothing that could be called charm or social grace or even evident compassion. He is, as Rand will later say to Beth Rath, though not to her husband, a very odd bird indeed. There is a brief exchange that Meredith Rand won't remember so well, involving Drinian's being a turd-nagel and the REC and examinations and the service in general, i.e. Rand, "You like the work?" which it seems to take Drinian a moment or 2 to process. Drinian, "I think I don't like it or dislike it either." Rand, "Well, is there something else you'd rather be doing?" Drinian, "I don't know. I don't have any experience doing anything else. Wait, that's not true. I worked in a supermarket 3 evenings a week between the ages of 16 and 18. I would not prefer working in a supermarket to what I'm doing now." Rand, "It sure doesn't pay as well." Drinian, "I put things on shelves and affixed small adhesive price tags to them. There wasn't much to it." Rand, "Sounds boring." Drinian, "We look like we're having a tete-a-tete," is the first thing that Meredith Rand will later be able to remember clearly having said to Shane Drinian. "That's a foreign term for a private conversation," Drinian responds. "Well, I don't know how private it is." Drinian looks at her, but not in the way of someone who's not sure what to say in reply. One thing about him is that he's completely the same, affect-wise and demeanor-wise, by himself as he is in a large group. If he gave off a sound, it would be like a single long tone from a tuning fork or EKG flatline instead of anything that varies. "You know," Meredith Rand says, "if you want to know the truth, you kind of interest me." Drinian looks at her. "I'm guessing you don't hear that a lot," Meredith Rand says. She gives a little bit of a dry smile. "It's a compliment that you find me of interest." "I guess it is, isn't it?" Rand says, smiling again. "For one thing, it's that I could say something like that there's something sort of interesting about you, without you thinking I'm coming on to you." Drinian nods, one hand around the base of his glass. He is very still, Meredith Rand notices. He doesn't fidget or change positions in his chair. He's a bit of a mouth-breather. His mouth hangs slightly open. With some people, the mouth-hanging open thing makes them look not too bright. "For instance," she says, "imagine if I said something like that to 2K Bob, how he'd react." "All right." Something goes slightly opaque for a moment in Shane Drinian's eyes, and Meredith can tell he is literally doing it, imagining her saying, "I find you interesting," to second-knuckle Bob Mackenzie. What would his reaction be, do you think? Do you mean his outer, visible reaction, or his inner reaction? The visible one I kind of don't even want to imagine, Meredith Rand says. Drinian nods. He is, it is true, not all that interesting to look at in terms of looks. His head is somewhat smaller than average and very round. No one's seen him in any sort of hat or coat yet. It's always a white dress shirt and sweater vest. His hairline is receding in a way that makes his forehead seem elaborate. There are some pimple scars around his temple areas. His face isn't very defined or structured. His nostrils are two different sizes or shapes, she can see, which is usually bad news for how good-looking someone is. His mouth is slightly too small for the width of his face. His hair is that dull or waxy kind of dark blonde that sometimes goes with a reddish complexion and not the greatest skin. He's the sort of person you'd have to look at very intently even to be able to describe. Meredith Rand has been looking expectantly at him. "You're asking me to describe what I believe his inner reaction might be?" Drinian says. His face, at least, isn't quite the same abraded-looking red when they're not in the fluorescence of the pod, a reddishness in people that for some reason always depresses Meredith Rand first thing in the morning. "Let's say I'm curious." "Well, I don't know for certain. When I was imagining it, my impression was that he'd be frightened." There's a slight change in Meredith Rand's posture, but she keeps her facial expression very neutral. "How come?" "My impression is that he's frightened of you. This is just my impression. It's hard to explain out loud." He stops for a moment. "Your attractiveness presents Mackenzie with some kind of test that he is afraid he won't pass. He's anxious about this. When others are around and he can act out a role, he can go into an adrenalized state that makes him forget he's afraid. No, that's not right." Drinian pauses again for a moment. He doesn't look frustrated, though. "My sense is that the adrenaline of performing makes the fear feel like excitement. In this type of setting, he can feel as though you excite him. That's why he acts so excited and pays so much attention to you, but he knows that others are watching." Drinian concludes and takes a sip of Michelob. The motion of his arm is very nearly right-angled without being stiff or robotic. There is a precision and economy of movement about him. Meredith Rand has noticed this also during work hours, when she stretches and looks around as a kind of break, and looks over and sees Drinian sitting and removing staples and moving different forms into different piles at his tingle table. His posture is very good without being stiff or rigid. He looks like a man whose back and neck never hurt. He appears confused or speculative. Fear and excitement seem to be closely related. Ten Eyck and Nugent do the same thing, though, when the whole table's going at it like that, Rand says. Drinian nods in a slightly off way that indicates that's not quite what she has asked to talk about. It's not the same as his registering impatience, though. In a private, tete-a-tete conversation with you, though, my impression is that he would feel the fear more as real fear. He wouldn't like being directly conscious of this, of feeling it. He wouldn't be sure what it was even fear of. He would be on edge, confused in a way that could not be made to feel like excitement. If you told him that you found him interesting, I believe he would not know what to say. He would not know how he was supposed to act. I think knowing this would make Bob very uncomfortable. Drinian looks at her steadily for a moment. His face, which is a bit oily, tends to shine in the fluorescence of the examination areas, though less so in the window's indirect light, the shade of which indicates that clouds have piled up overhead, though this is just Meredith Rand's impression, and one not wholly conscious. "You're pretty observant," Meredith Rand says. Drinian replies, "I don't know that that's true. I don't think I have any direct observation or fact pattern to base this on. It's a guess. But my guess, for some reason, is that he might actually burst into tears." Meredith Rand looks suddenly pleased, which almost literally lights up her face. She reaches out and pats the table smartly with the fingers of one hand. "I think you're right." Somehow it's awful to contemplate. "I think he might fall out of his chair and run away crying and flapping his hands hysterically in the air." Drinian says, "That I couldn't guess at one way or the other. I do know that you dislike him. I know he makes you feel uncomfortable." Drinian is facing Mybyer's front windows, Meredith Rand the tavern's rear section, where there is the hallway and darts area and a decorative display of different types of formal or business-type hat glued by the rims to a varnished board. Meredith Rand leans forward and makes as if to rest her chin on the knuckles of one hand, though it's easy to see that the actual weight of her chin and skull is not really resting on these knuckles. It's more a stance than a way of making herself comfortable. "And then if I say you're interesting, though, what's your inward reaction?" "That it's a compliment. It's a pleasantry, but also an invitation to continue the tete-a-tete, to make it more personal or revealing." Rand waved that hand in a small gesture of impatience or acknowledgement. "But how does it make you feel, as they say in evaluation?" "Well," Shane Drinian says, "I think an expression of interest like that makes a person feel good, provided the person saying it isn't trying to propose a level of intimacy that makes you feel uncomfortable." "Did it make you uncomfortable?" Drinian pauses for another brief moment, though he doesn't move and his expression does not change. There's again maybe the smallest instant of blankness or withdrawal. Rand has the sense of an optical reader scanning a stack of cards very fast and efficiently. There's a kind of ambient, unsonic hum about him. "No. I suppose if you meant it sarcastically it would be uncomfortable. I would think you were angry at me or found me unpleasant. But you gave no sign that you meant it sarcastically, so no, I'm not sure what you meant by interesting, but people naturally like to be found interesting to other people, so the curiosity about just what you mean is not uncomfortable. In fact, if I understand it, it is this curiosity that the remark, 'You know, if you want to know the truth, you kind of interest me,' is meant to arouse. The conversation then becomes about just what the person who said it meant. Then the other person gets to find out just what about him interests another person, which is enjoyable. Eggs at the same time," Drinian continues, showing no sign that he's noticed Rand starting to say something, even though he's been looking right at her. "Someone who finds you interesting seems then suddenly, almost by virtue of their interest in you, more interesting to you. That is a very interesting dimension to it, also." He stops. Meredith Rand pauses a little extra bit of time to make sure he's now stopped for good. Like her own left pinky, Drinian's left pinky finger is noticeably puckered and pale from wearing the rubber all day in exams. There's no way she even wants to notice Drinian's clothing enough to even catalog or characterize it to herself. Just the sweater vest alone is a tremendous downer. She has her white vinyl cigarette case out and unsnaps it and withdraws a cigarette, since it's just the two of them at the table. "So, and do you think you're interesting?" Meredith Rand asks him. "Do you see how someone could think you're interesting?" Drinian takes another sip from his glass and puts it back down. Meredith Rand notices that he places it perfectly centered on the napkin without trying to, or without having to adjust the glass's base in small, fussy ways to get it perfectly centered on the napkin. That Drinian is not graceful the way dancers or athletes are, but there is something graceful. His movements are very precise and economical without being prissy. The glasses on the table that are not on napkins have large and variously shaped pools of condensation around them. Someone has selected the same popular song to play twice in a row on My Buyer's big jukebox, which has concentric rings of red and white lights on an integrated circuit that allows them to go on and off in such a way that they accompany the chosen song's bass line. Shane Drinian says, "I don't think I've ever really considered it." "Do you know why they call you Mr. X?" "I think so." "Do you know why they call Chala the Iranian crisis?" "I don't think so." "Do you know why they call Mackenzie Second Knuckle Bob?" "No." Meredith Rand sees Drinian looking at the cigarette. Her lighter is in a special loop attached to the cigarette case, which is cheap pebbled vinyl. Meredith Rand ends up losing her cigarettes in different places so often that it makes no sense to have an expensive cigarette case. She knows from the pod's workday breaks that it would be pointless to offer Drinian a cigarette. "What about you? Do you think I'm interesting?" Rand asks Shane Drinian. "I mean, apart from me saying you were interesting." Drinian's eyes are on hers. He makes a lot of eye contact without being in any way challenging or flirty, while he seems to do the same internal card-sorting thing he's done before. Drinian wears an argyle sweater vest, strange, pebbly-textured polyester slacks, and brown wallaby knockoffs that might literally be from J.C. Penney. The cold stream from the vent overhead tears the smoke ring to shreds the minute she shapes and exhales it. Rath is now playing foosball with Herb Dritz while Keith Sabasawa watches the pregame warm-up to a Cardinals baseball game on the television above the bar. You can tell that Beth would rather be sitting with Sabasawa, but isn't sure how forward to be about her feelings about Sabasawa, who has always struck Meredith Rand as awfully tall for an Oriental. Drinian also has a way of nodding where the nod has nothing to do with etiquette or affirmation. He says, "You're pleasant, and so far I'm enjoying the tete-a-tete. It's a chance to pay direct attention to you, which is otherwise hard to do because it seems to make you uncomfortable." He waits for a moment to see if she wants to say anything. Drinian's facial expression isn't blank, but it's bland and neutral in a way that might as well be blank for all it tells you. Meredith Rand has, without being quite aware of it, quit trying with the rings. "Is liking paying attention the same thing as being interested in somebody?" "Well, I would say almost anything you pay close direct attention to becomes interesting." "Is that true?" "I think so, yes," Drinian says. "Of course, you're especially interesting to pay attention to because you're attractive. It's almost always pleasant to pay attention to beauty. It requires no effort." Rand's eyes have narrowed, though part of this may have been the bits of cigarette smoke being blown back into her face by the AC vent. Shane Drinian says, "Beauty is almost by definition interesting, if by interesting you mean something that compels attention and makes attention feel pleasant, although the word you just used was interested rather than interesting." "You do know I'm married," says Meredith Rand. "Yes, everyone knows you're married. You wear a wedding ring. Your spouse picks you up at the south entrance several days a week. His car has a small hole in the exhaust that gives the engine a powerful sound, a sound that makes the car sound more powerful than normal, I mean." Meredith Rand does not look pleased at all. "Maybe I'm confused. If you just said that it makes me uncomfortable, why even bring up the attractiveness thing?" "Well, you asked me a question," Drinian says. "I told you what I decided is the truth. It took a second to decide what the true answer is and what is and isn't part of it. Then I said it. It isn't intended to make you uncomfortable, but it isn't intended to keep you from being uncomfortable either. You didn't ask about that. Oh, and you're the authority on what the truth is because... Drinian waits a moment. In just the same tiny interval as the pause, it occurs to Meredith Rand that Drinian's pausing to see whether there's more, or whether the truncated question is meant to invite him to supply the answer, meaning, is it sarcastic? Meaning, he has no natural sense of whether something was sarcastic or not. No, I'm not an authority on the truth. You asked me a question about me being interested, and I tried to determine the truth of what I felt, and to say that truth to you, because my assumption was that was what was wanted. I notice you weren't nearly as, blunt and forthcoming about how me saying I found you interesting made you feel. Drinian's expression and tone haven't changed even a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding what you just said. I'm saying when I asked you how me finding you interesting made you feel, you weren't as blunt about answering. You skittered and skipped all over. Now, with me, all of a sudden there's a sudden concern for the blunt truth. Now I understand. Again, a slight pause. The light brand's smoke does taste thin against the aftertaste of tonic and lime. I don't recall any part of me trying to be evasive or false in that answer. Maybe I'm able to express some things better than others. I think that's a common finding for people. Also, I don't usually speak very much. I'm hardly ever in a tete-a-tete, actually. It may be that I'm not as skilled as other people at speaking in a consistent way about how something makes me feel. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Rand is now having no problem looking directly at Drinian. It doesn't occur to you that all that might strike somebody as a little condescending? Drinian's brow moves ever so slightly upward as he thinks. The baseball game has now started on the television, which may explain why Keith Sabusawa, who's usually keen to leave after happy hour has ended, hasn't left yet, and so neither has Shane Drinian. Sabusawa is tall enough that he has his loafers partly on the floor instead of hooked into the little support near the barstool's base. Ron, the bartender, has a small towel and a glass in his hand and is making cleaning motions, but is also looking up at the game, and he's saying something to Keith Sabusawa, who, in fact, sometimes keeps whole long lists of baseball statistics in his head, which, according to Beth Rath, he finds soothing and restful to think about. Two great, flashing, twittering pinball machines stand against the wall just south of the air hockey game, which no My Buyers patron ever plays because there's some chronic malfunction that makes air blow too hard through the table's pinholes, and the puck rides several inches off the surface and is next to impossible to keep from flying off the table altogether. On the nearer of the pinball machines, a beautiful Amazon in a lycra bodysuit is lifting by the hair a man whose limbs appear to gyrate in time with the syncopated lights of the obstacles and gateways and flippers. Drinian says, "That doesn't occur to me, but I do notice that you've become angry or upset in response to something I've said. This I can tell," he says. "It occurs to me that you might want to end this tete-a-tete conversation even though your spouse hasn't arrived yet to pick you up, but that possibly you're not sure how to do it, and so you feel somewhat trapped, and this is part of what's angering you." "And you? You don't have to be someplace?" "No." An interesting bit of trivia is that Meredith Rand actually outranks Drinian technically, since she's a GS-10 and Drinian a GS-9. This, even though Drinian is several orders of magnitude more effective than Rand as an examiner. Both his daily average of returns and his ratio of total returns examined to total additional revenue produced through audit are much higher than Meredith Rand's. The truth is that utility examiners have a harder time getting promoted, since promotions usually result from group managers' recommendations, and UTEXs are rarely at one post or pod long enough to develop the sort of rapport with superiors that makes the superior willing to go through the paperwork hassle of recommending someone for a promotion. Also, since utility examiners are often the best at what they do, there is a disincentive in the service against promoting them, since at GS-15 a service employee moves into administration and can no longer travel from post to post. One of the things that regular posted wigglers find mysterious about UTEXs is what motivations induce them to serve as UTEXs when the position is something of a career killer in terms of advancement and pay raises. As of July 1, 1983, the difference between a GS-9 and GS-10's annual salary is $3,220 gross, which is not pocket change. Like many wigglers, Meredith Rand assumes that there's a certain type of basic personality that's maybe drawn to the constant movement and lack of attachment of being a utility examiner, plus the variety of challenge, and that personnel has ways to test for these personality traits, and so to ID certain examiners as likely UTEX candidates. There is a certain prestige or romance to the UTEX lifestyle, but part of this is married or elsewise dug-in employees' romanticization of the unattached lifestyle of somebody who goes from post to post at the institutional whim of the service like a cowboy or mercenary. Lots of UTEXs have come to Peoria since late winter-spring '84. There are a variety of theories about why. "Do you usually keep hanging out here after the hour and the whole second knuckle crowd leaves?" Drinian shakes his head. He doesn't mention the fact that he cannot leave My Buyers until Keith Sabusawa does. Meredith Rand doesn't know whether he fails to mention this obvious fact because he knows that Meredith already knows it, or whether this guy is so totally literal that what he does is just answer whatever question she asks, literally, like a machine, like with only a yes or a no if it's a yes or no question. She puts out her cigarette in the little yellow foil disposable type ashtray that you have to request directly from Ron if you want to smoke, because My Buyers has had problems with ashtrays disappearing, hard as that is to really believe given their chintziness. She extinguishes the cigarette a bit more thoroughly and emphatically than she usually does in order to reinforce a certain tonal impatience in what she says as she puts the cigarette out. "All right, then." Drinian rotates his upper body slightly in his chair to see just where Keith Sabusawa is at the bar. Rand is 90% sure that the movement isn't any sort of performance or anything that is meant to communicate something non-verbally to her. Outside in the sky to the northwest are great sheer walls of rim-lit sunset clouds in whose interior there is sometimes muttering and light. None of the people in My Buyers can see these clouds, although you can always tell physically that rain's on the way if you pay attention to certain subliminal physical signals like sinuses, bunions, a particular kind of incipient headache, a slight felt change in the quality of the cold of the air conditioning. "So tell me why you think the prettiness thing makes me uncomfortable." "I don't know for certain. All I could give you is a guess." "You know, you're not really quite as direct as you seem at first, it turns out." Drinian continues to look directly at Meredith Rand, but without any sort of challenge or evident agenda. Rand, who is certainly in a position to know that guilelessness can be a form of guile, will tell Beth Rath that it was a little like having a cow or horse look at you. Not only did you not know what they were thinking as they looked at you, or if they were thinking at all, you had no sense of what they were even really seeing as they looked, and yet, at the same time, you felt yourself truly seen. "All right, I'll play the little game here," Meredith Rand says. "Do you think I'm pretty?" "Yes." "Do you find me attractive?" "Well, do you?" I find that question confusing. I've heard it in movies and read it in books. It's strangely phrased. There's something confusing about it. It seems to ask for an objective opinion as to whether the person you're talking to would describe you as attractive. From the context it usually appears in, though, it seems almost always to be a way of asking whether the person you're talking to is sexually attracted to you. Meredith Rand says, "Well, sometimes you have to let a roundabout way of saying things pass, don't you? Some things can't be said straight out, or it's just too gross. Can you imagine somebody saying, 'Are you sexually attracted to me?'" "Actually, yes, I can." "But it'd be awfully uncomfortable to ask it that way, wouldn't it?" "I can understand how it could be uncomfortable or even unpleasant, especially if the other person wasn't sexually attracted. I'm fairly sure that packed into the straightforward question is the suggestion that the asker is sexually attracted to the other person and wants to know whether the feeling is reciprocated. So, yes, this means I was wrong. There are questions or assumptions also packed into the underlying question, too. You're correct. The business of sexual attraction seems to be a subject that it's not possible to be wholly straightforward in talking about. Rand's expression is now patronizing enough to be irksome or annoying to the vast majority of people she might be speaking with. And why do you think that is? Drinian pauses a moment. I think it's probably because direct sexual rejection is intensely unpleasant for people, and the less directly you express information about your sexual attraction to someone, the less directly you feel rejected if there's no corresponding expression of attraction. There's something kind of tiring about you, Rand observes. Talking to you. Drinian nods. It's like you're both interesting and really boring at the same time. I've certainly been told that people feel I'm boring. The Mr. Excitement thing. The nickname is obviously sarcastic. Have you ever been on a date? No. Have you ever asked someone out or expressed being attracted to somebody? No. Don't you get kind of lonely? A small pause for this. I don't think so. Do you think you'd know if you did? I think I would. Do you know what's on the jukebox right now? Yes. Are you by any chance a homo? I don't think so. You don't think so? Rand says. I don't think I'm really anything. I don't think I've ever had what you mean by sexual attraction. Rand is very good at reading affect on people's faces, and as far as she can tell, there's nothing here on Drinian's face to read. Not even when you were a teenager? That little pause for scanning again. Not really. Did you worry you might be a homo? No. Did you worry that something was maybe wrong with you? No. Did other people worry that something was wrong? Another pause, both blank and not. I don't think so. Really? You mean as an adolescent? Yes. I think the truth is that no one paid enough attention to me to even wonder what was going on inside me, much less to worry about it. He hasn't moved a bit. Not even your family? No. Did that kind of bum you out? No. Were you lonely? No. Do you ever get lonely? Rand has come almost to be able to expect the pause after some questions, or to absorb it as a normal part of Drinian's conversational rhythm. Drinian doesn't acknowledge that she has already asked this before. I don't think so. Not ever? I don't think so. Why not? Drinian takes another sip from his glass of warm beer. There is something about the economy of his movements that Rand enjoys watching without even being quite aware that she enjoys it. I don't think I know how to answer that, the utility examiner says. Well, like when you notice other people having romances or sex lives, and you don't, or you can tell they feel lonely and you don't, what do you think about the difference about you and them? There is a pause. Drinian says, I think there's a doubleness about what it is you're asking. It's really about comparing. I think it's more like if I'm watching someone and paying attention to them and thinking about what they're like, I'm not paying so much attention to myself and what I'm like, so there's no way to compare. You don't ever compare anything to anything? Drinian looks at his hand in the glass. I have a hard time paying attention to more than one thing at a time. I think it's one reason I don't drive, for instance. But you know what's playing on the jukebox? Yes. But if you're paying attention to our little conversation here, how do you know what's on the jukebox? There is now a longer pause. Drinian's face looks slightly different when he comes to the end of his 2-second scan thing. Drinian says, Well, it's very loud, and also I've heard this song several times on the radio, either 4 or 5 times, and when it plays on the radio, when it's over, they often give the song's title and artist. I believe this is how radio stations are able to play copyrighted songs without being required to pay any sort of per-use fee. The radio play is part of the advertising of the record album that the song is part of. It's a bit confusing, though. The idea that hearing the song several times for free on the radio makes the customer more likely to go to the store and buy the song seems somewhat confusing to me. Granted, often what is being sold is the entire record album that the song is only one part of, so it may be that the song on the radio functions a little bit like a preview of a movie that they show as an inducement to buy a ticket for that later movie, of which the preview is obviously only one small part. There's also the matter of how the record company's accounting personnel treat the expenses involved in free radio play. It seems to be not a matter of corporate and ICE, but rather inter-corporate, if you think about it. Surely there are significant shipping and distribution costs involved in placing the recording of the song in the hands of the radio stations that will play it. Can the record company or its parent write off these costs if the radio stations are not paying any fee for the rights to air the song, and so there is no income against which to write off the expenses? Or can they be deducted as marketing and advertising expenses if in fact no monies are being paid to the ostensible advertiser, here the radio stations or their parent companies, but rather only to the postal service or some private carrier? How would the service examiner be able to distinguish such expenses from illicit or padded deductions if no larger compensation could be referenced against which to add or subtract these distribution costs? Meredith Rand says, "Can I say that one of the reasons you come off as a little boring is that you don't seem like you have any sense of what the real topic of a conversation is? This stuff doesn't have anything to do with what we were just talking about, does it?" Drinian looks slightly puzzled for a moment, but not hurt or embarrassed. Rand says, "What makes you imagine anybody possibly even wants to hear about some long, job-related noodle you don't even know about if the whole point of being here is that it's Friday and we don't have to think about shit like this for 2 days? Drinian says, "You don't normally choose to devote time to matters like this unless you're clocked in, you're saying." "I'm talking about loneliness and people paying attention to you or not, and you launch into this whole long, thing about radio expense protocols, and it turns out the point of the whole thing is only that there's procedural stuff you don't know?" Drinian nods in a thoughtful way. "I understand what you're saying." "What do you imagine is going through the other person's mind when you're ranting like that? Do you just automatically assume they're interested? Who cares about radio accounting if you're not tasked to it?" Beth Rath is now seated between Keith Sabasawa and somebody else at the bar, all on stools in identical stool postures that to Meredith Rand always look vulture-like. Howard Shearwater is playing pinball, at which he's said to excel. His pinball machine is the more distant one from their table, and the angle of incidence doesn't allow Rand to see the design or motif of the machine. The sun is not yet all the way down, but the bar's low lights in the artificial tiki torches on the wall have come up, and the air conditioner vent's rate seems at least to have been cranked back a bit. As baseball fans, real Peorians tend to be equally divided between the Cubs and the Cardinals, though in this era the Cubs fans tend to keep their partisanship more to themselves. Baseball on television is just about the most tedious type of sport there is, in Meredith Rand's husband's opinion. It may or may not rain, as usual. There are different-shaped puddles of condensation on all the places that do or did have a glass, and none of these ever evaporate. Drinian still hasn't spoken or fidgeted or changed his facial expression much at all. This now, right here, is cigarette number 3 since 5:10. There are no attempted rings. Meredith Rand says, "What are you thinking now?" "I'm thinking that you raise a number of points that seem valid, and that I'm going to have to maybe give the whole matter of what someone is thinking when I'm speaking to them about something more thought." Rand does the thing she can do where she smiles broadly with everything except the muscles around her eyes. "Are you patronizing me?" "No." "Are you being sarcastic?" "No. I can tell you become angry, though." She exhales 2 brief tusks of smoke. Because of less backdraft from the air conditioner vent, some of the smoke is going into Shane Drinian's face. "Did you know that my husband was dying?" "No, I didn't," Drinian says. They both sit for a moment, doing the respective sorts of facial things they are inclined to do. "Aren't you going to say you're sorry?" "What?" Drinian says. "It's what you say." It's the standard etiquette thing to say. Well, I was considering this fact in the light of your asking me about sexual feelings and loneliness. Receipt of this fact changes the context for that conversation, it seems. Should I ask how so? Meredith Rand says. Drinian inclines his head. I don't know that. Did you think finding out he was dying might mean you've got some kind of sexual chance with me? I had not thought that, no. Good. That's good. Beth Raff has started back over to the table with her mouth partly open to maybe say something or try to join the conversation, but Meredith Rand gives her a look that makes Raff turn around and return to her place on the red leather stool at the bar, where Ron is changing out the club soda cartridge. Meredith Rand puts her purse on the table and rises to recharge her glass. Do you want another Heineken or whatever? I still haven't finished this one. You don't exactly party down, do you? I get full quickly. My stomach doesn't seem to hold very much. Lucky you. Rand, Raff, and Sabusawa have some kind of quick conversation while Ron is making Meredith Rand's gin and tonic, which Drinian doesn't hear, though he can see slight reflections of the people at the bar in my buyer's front window. Nobody knows what he looks like, or what his face is doing as he sits at the table alone, or even what he's looking at. Do you know what cardiomyopathy is? Rand asks when she sits back down. She looks at her purse, which is almost more of a bag in terms of shape. Half the gin and tonic is already gone. Yes. Yes, what? I think it's a disease of the heart. Meredith Rand taps her cigarette lighter experimentally against her front teeth. You seem like a good listener, are you? You want to hear a sad story? After a moment, Drinian says, I'm not certain how to answer that. I mean my sad story? Part of mine? Everybody's got their sad story. You want to hear part of mine? It's actually a disease of the muscle of the heart. Cardiomyopathy. I thought the heart was itself a muscle, Shane Drinian says. It means as opposed to the vasculature of the heart. Trust me, I'm kind of an expert on this. What they call heart disease is the major vessels, as in a heart attack. Cardiomyopathy is the muscle of the heart, the stuff of it, the thing that squeezes and relaxes, especially when it's of unknown cause, which it is. They weren't sure what caused it. The theory was that he'd had a terrible flu or some virus when he was in college that seemed to get better, but nobody knew it had settled in his myocardium somehow, the muscle tissue of his heart, and gradually infected it and compromised it. I think I understand. You're thinking how sad may be to fall in love and get married and then have your husband get a fatal disease, because it is. It's fatal. Like the rich kid in that movie, what's it called? Except there it's the wife, who's kind of a lump if you want my opinion. But the rich kid gets disinherited and everything and marries her, and then she finally gets fatally ill. It's a tearjerker. Rand's eyes, too, change slightly when she's scanning some kind of memory. It's a little like congestive heart failure. Actually, in many cases of cardiomyopathy, the actual cause of death when the person finally dies is listed as congestive heart failure. Shane Drinian has his hand around his glass with a little beer, but does not raise the glass. Is this because the muscle of the heart becomes compromised and can't squeeze well enough to circulate the blood? Yes. And he had it before we got married. He had it even before I met him, and I met him when I was super young. I wasn't even 18 yet, and he was 32 and a ward attendant in Zeller. She is extracting a cigarette. Do you happen to know what Zeller is? I think you mean the mental health center building near the Exposition Gardens on Northmore. Drinian's bottom is hovering very slightly, perhaps 1 or 2 millimeters at most, above the seat of his wooden chair. It's actually on University, the main entrance is. It's a psych hospital. Do you know what a psych hospital is? In a general sense, yes. Are you just being polite? No. The bin. The mental Marriott. A nut ward. Do you want to know why I was there? Were you visiting someone important to you? Negative. I was a patient there for 3.5 weeks. Do you want to know how come? I can't tell whether you're really asking me, or whether this question is simply an overture to telling me. Meredith Rand makes her mouth into a sardonic sideways shape and clicks her tongue a couple times. "All right, that's kind of annoying, but I can't say you don't have a point. I was a cutter. Do you know what a cutter is?" There is no difference. Drinian's face remains composed and neutral without seeming in any way to be trying to stay neutral. Meredith Rand has a very good subliminal antenna for this sort of thing. She's allergic to performance. My assumption is that it's someone who cuts. Was that like a witticism? No. I don't know why I did it. I'm still not sure, except he taught me that trying to analyze it or understand all the whys was bullshit. The only important thing is knocking it off, because if I didn't, it would land me right back in the psych ward. That the idea I could hide it with bandages or sleeves and keep it a totally private thing that didn't affect anybody else was arrogant bullshit. And he's right. No matter where you do it or how carefully you do it, there's always a time when somebody sees something and says something, or when somebody is funking around in the hall and pretending to beg you to cut algebra and go to the park and get stoned and climb on the statue of Lincoln and grabs your arm too hard and some of the cuts open up and you bleed through your long sleeves, even if you got 2 shirts on, and somebody sends for the nurse, even if you tell them to fuck off and it was an accident and you'll just go home and get it seen to at home. There always comes a day when somebody sees something in your face that tells them you're lying, and then the next thing you know, there you are, in a lit room with your arms and legs uncovered, trying to explain yourself to somebody with 0 sense of humor, actually a little bit like talking to you right now. With a quick, tight smile. Drinian nods slowly. That was kind of nasty. I need to apologize for that. I don't have a very good sense of humor. It's true. This is different. It's like they do this initial intake interview. With a legal form on a white clipboard they ask you questions from as required by law, and if they ask you if you ever hear voices and you say, "Sure, I hear yours right now asking me a question," they don't think it's funny, or even acknowledge you're even trying to be funny, but just sit there looking at you. Like they're a computer, and you can't proceed until you give the properly formatted answer. The question itself seems ambiguous. For instance, what voices are they referring to? So, they have like 3 different kinds of wards at Zeller, and 2 of them are locked, and the one they put me on as a mental patient is the one that he also worked on the 3rd floor, with mostly rich girls from the Heights who wouldn't eat or took a bottle of Tylenol when their boyfriend dumped them, etc., or stuck their finger down their throat every time they ate something. There were a lot of barfers there. Drinian keeps looking at her. Now, no part of his bottom or back is touching the chair, although the separation is so slight that no one else could see this unless somehow a very bright light were shined from the side, illuminating the slight gap between Drinian and the chair. If so, then you might be asking how I got in there, since we definitely were not rich or from the Heights. The answer is good insurance through my dad's union. He ran the baling wire line at American Twine and Wire from 1956 until it closed down. The only days of work he ever missed were some of the days I was in Zeller. Rand makes a very brief, distended horror face, whose exact meaning is unclear, and lights the cigarette she has been holding and looking at. To give you an idea. Drinian finishes the last little bit of the Michelob and wipes his mouth a little on the napkin the mug has rested on. He then replaces the napkin and the mug. His beer's been at room temperature for much too long to produce any new condensation. And it's true that he already looked sick when I met him. Not gross or anything. It's not like he oozed or went around coughing or anything, but pale, even for winter. He looked delicate, like somebody old. He was totally skinny, too, although compared to the anorexic girls it was hard to see right off how skinny he was. It was more like he was so pale and got tired easily, he couldn't move very fast. With the terrible dark circles under his eyes. Some of the time he looked tired or sleepy, although it was also late at night, because he was the 2nd shift ward attendant on the ward, from 5 to the middle of the night when the night guy came on, who we never even really saw except for breakfast or if somebody had a crisis in the middle of the night. He wasn't a doctor, then, Drinian says. The doctors were a joke at Zeller. The psychiatrists, they came in the afternoon for like an hour in suits. They always wore nice suits. They were professionals, and talked more to the RNs and the parents when they came in, mostly. And then they'd finally come in and you'd have a weird, stiff conversation like they were your dad or something. And they had zero sense of humor and looked at their watch the whole time. Even the ones who you could halfway see might be human beings were more interested in your case, not in you. Like in what your case might mean, how it was like or different than other cases in the textbooks. Don't get me started on the medical establishment at psych wards. They were bizarre to deal with. It could really mess with your head. If you said you hated it there and it wasn't helping and you wanted to leave, they saw it as a symptom of your case, not as you wanting to leave. It was like you weren't a human being. You were a piece of machinery they could take apart and figure out how it worked. She snaps and unsnaps her cigarette case. It was really scary, actually, because they could sign papers to keep you in there or move you to a worse ward. The other locked ward was a lot worse, and people talked about it. You don't want to hear about it. Or they could decide to give you meds that turned some of the girls into zombies. It's like one day they were there and the next there was nobody home. Like zomboids in really nice bathrobes from home. It was just very creepy. They couldn't do horror movie stuff, though. They couldn't give you electroshock treatments like in that one movie, because everybody's parents were right there practically every day and knew what was going on. If you were on that ward, you weren't committed to Zeller. You were admitted. And after 7 days, they actually had to let you go if your parents said so, which some of them did, of the zombie girls. But they could legally sign forms that changed you to committed. The doctors in the suits could, so they were the scariest ones. Plus the food was beyond gross. You had been giving yourself small, hidden cuts as some sort of psychological compensation, Shane Drinian says. Meredith Rand gives him a level look. She does notice that he seems to be sitting up slightly straighter or something, because the very lowest part of the display of different kinds of hats was obscured, and she knew she wasn't slumped down. It felt good. It was creepy, and I knew it couldn't be good if I was so secret and creepy about it, but it felt good. I don't know what else to say. Every time she taps Ash, it's 3 taps of the same speed and angle with a French-nailed finger. But I had fantasies about cutting on my neck, my face, which was creepy, and I'd been moving further up my arms all year without being able to help it, which scared me in hindsight. It was good I was in there. It was crazy, so maybe they were right after all. Drinian simply watches her. There is no way to tell whether it is building up to really rain or if the mass would miss them. The light outside is the approximate color of a spent flashbulb. It's too loud in here to know if there is thunder. Sometimes the air conditioning seems to get colder or more insistent when it is about to storm, but that is not what it feels like is happening now. Meredith Rand says, "You have to say little things occasionally, like it's a real conversation, to show you're at least interested. Otherwise the person just feels like they're yammering and the other person could be thinking about God only knows what." But putting cuts on your face would have externalized the situation too much, Drinian says. There you go. Plus, I didn't want to cut my face. As he ended up showing me, I believed, my surface face was all I thought I really had. My face and my body, that I was supposedly a fox. I was one of the foxes at Central Catholic. That's a high school here. They called us that, the Foxes. Most of them were cheerleaders, too. Drinian says, "So you were raised in the Catholic faith?" Rand shakes her head as she taps the cigarette. That's not relevant. That's not the kind of little occasional response I meant. The connection is the stuff about prettiness and loneliness you were talking about. Or we were, which is hard to understand probably given how supposedly being considered as good-looking in high school is the female ticket to popularity, and being accepted, and all the things that are supposed to be the opposite of loneliness. She sometimes uses direct questions as an excuse to meet his gaze directly. Were you lonely in high school? Not really. Right. Oh, right. Plus, beauty is a form of power. People pay attention to you. It can be very seductive. Yes. Yes. Only in close retrospect does Meredith consider the strange intensity of talking to the utility examiner. Ordinarily very conscious of her surroundings and what other people around her were doing, Rand later realized that large blocks of the tete-a-tete at Maybyers seemed removed from any kind of environment at all. That within these blocks of intense engagement she had been unconscious of the jukebox's intrusive music or the thud of its excessive bass in her breastbone, the insistent burbles and dings of the pinball machines and video raceway game, the televised baseball above the bar, the normally distracting roar of surrounding conversations in which different audible snatches sometimes rose out and commanded attention and then receded into the ambient distracting noise of mixed-together voices, all raised to overcome the room's own noise. The only way she is able to explain it to Beth Rath is that it was as if a sort of insulated container had formed around their table and sometimes hardly anything else had penetrated through it. Even though it wasn't like she just sat there looking right at the utility man all the time, it wasn't like a hypnotic thing. She also hadn't been aware of how much time had passed or was passing, which for Meredith Rand was a very unusual thing. The best theory Meredith Rand could come up with was that it was that Mr. X paid such close, intense attention to what she was saying, an intensity that had nothing to do with flirting or anything romantic. This was a whole different type of intensity. Although it was also true to say that Meredith Rand had experienced absolutely zero romantic or sexual attraction to Shane Drinian at that table in Maybyers. It was something else entirely. It was him who told me this, who laid it out that way. At night, after dinner, after all the groups and OT were over and the doctors in their nice suits went home, and there was just one nurse on the meds desk and him. He had the white staff coat with a sweater and these plastic sneakers and a big ring of keys. You could hear him come down the hall without looking, just from the ring of keys. We used to tell him it looked like the ring of keys weighed more than he did. Some of the girls gave him a lot of grief because it wasn't like he could really do anything to them. There wasn't anything to do after visits at night except watch TV in the community room or play ping-pong on a table that had a really low net so even the girls on heavy meds could feel like they could play too, and all he had to do was do med checks and give people passes for the phone, and at the end of his shift he had to fill out evals on everybody, which was totally routine unless there was some kind of psych crisis. So you observed him closely, it seems, Shane Drinian says. It wasn't like he was much to look at if you were going to call somebody good-looking or not. Some of the girls called him the corpse. They had to have their mean little names for everybody. Or they called him the Grim Reaper. It was all just physical. But it was like no part of him touched his clothes on the inside. They just hung on him. He moved like he was about 60. But he was funny. And he really talked to you. If anybody wanted to talk about something, meaning really talk, he'd go in the conference room off the kitchen with them and talk. Meredith Rand has a set of routines for putting the cigarette out, all of which, whether fast and stabbing, or slow and more grinding from the side, are quite thorough. He didn't make anybody do it. It wasn't like he was tugging on your sleeve to go do tete-a-tete or let him practice on you. Most people just vegged out in front of the TV, or the ones in for drugs had to go do their drug meeting in the van. He had to put his feet up on the table usually when you had a one-on-one with him. The table in the conference room that the doctors spread out their files to talk to the parents at. He'd lean way back and put his sneakers up on the table, which he said it was because he had a bad back, but really it was because of the cardiomyopathy, which he'd gotten mysteriously in college and was why he didn't finish college, which was why he was working this shitty nut ward attendant job, even though he was about 7,000 times smarter and more perceptive about what was really going on with people than the doctors and so-called counselors were. They saw everybody through this professional lens that was about half an inch across. Whatever didn't fit in the lens, they either didn't see, or twisted it or squished it in so it fit. And having his feet in those chintzy Kmart shoes up on the table like that made him seem more like at least a person. Like somebody you were really talking to instead of somebody trying to just diagnose you or trace your etiology so they'd have something to say that fit their little lens. They were a total joke, those shoes. May I ask a question? Why not just ask the question instead of taking the time to make me say, yes, you can ask a question? I see what you're saying. So? Elevating his feet was to help him circulate blood more efficiently. That's what you wanted to ask? Is that not the sort of small, reinforcing question you were talking about? For Christ's sake, Rand says. Yes, it's for circulation. Although at the time, who knew why it was? It was believable he had a bad back. He sure didn't look comfortable. All you could really tell was that this was somebody who was not in great shape. He appeared frail, especially for his age. Sometimes now Rand will every so often toss her head back and to the side a tiny bit, very rapidly, as if rearranging her hair's feathering without touching it, which certain types of adolescent girls do a great deal without necessarily being aware of it. By the way, he taught me the word etiology, and he explained why the doctors had to be so distant and stiff. It was just part of their job. He didn't force anybody, but at times it seemed like he picked certain people to talk to, and he made it hard to resist. The nights could be hard, and it wasn't like watching Maud with suicidal people or people on heavy meds was going to help very much. Do you remember Maud? No, I don't. My mom loved that show. It was about the last thing in the world I wanted to see in there. If her husband got mad and told her, Maud, sit, she'd sit like a dog, and it got a big laugh on the canned laughter. Some feminism. Or Charlie's Angels, which was just totally insulting if you were a feminist. The way he started talking to me was in the pink room, which was the isolation room, which is where they put you if you were on suicide watch, and the law said you had to be legally observed 24 hours a day, or if you acted out in a disciplinary way where they said you presented a danger or disruptive influence, they could put you in there. Called the pink room because that was the room's color? Drinian asks. Meredith Rand smiles coolly. Baker Miller pink, to be exact, because there had been experiments showing that seeing pink soothed mental agitation, and soon every nut ward everywhere started painting their isolation room pink. He told me that, too. He explained the color of the room they put me in. It had a sloped floor and a drain in the middle like something out of the Middle Ages. I was never on suicide watch, if you're wondering. I have no idea how tripped out you are by any of this, like, uh-oh, here's this crazy person. She was in Zeller when she was 17. I wasn't thinking that. What I did was tell a doctor who wasn't even my doctor, I mean the one my dad's insurance was paying for, but this was a different doctor who'd come in and cover for the doctor's cases when he couldn't come in. They all covered for each other all the time this way. So in like 5 days, you'd talk to 3 different doctors, and they had to spread your file and case notes or whatever out on the table to even remember who you were. And this doctor, who never even blinked, kept trying to get me to talk about being abused and neglected as a child, which I never was. And I ended up telling him he was a freaking idiot, and that he could either believe me when I told him the truth or just stick it up his stupid fat butt. And then that night, I'm in the pink room. He'd ordered it, which was bullshit. Not like they dragged me in there and threw me in and slammed the door. Everybody was pretty nice about it. But you know, one of the weird things about being in a psych hospital is you gradually start to feel like you have permission to say whatever you're thinking. You feel like it's okay, or maybe even in some way expected to act crazy or uninhibited, which at first feels kind of liberating and good. There's this feeling like no more smiley masks, no more pretending, which feels good. Except it gets kind of seductive and dangerous, and actually it can make people worse in there. Some inhibitions are good. They're normal, he said. And part of the syndrome they call some people eventually getting institutionalized is that they get put in a nut ward at a young age or a fragile time when their sense of themselves is not really very fixed or resilient, and they start acting the way they think people in nut wards are expected to act, and after a while they really are that way, and they get caught in the system, the mental health system, and they never really get out. And he told you that. He warned you about using uninhibited insults with a psychiatrist. Her eyes have changed. She puts her chin in her hand, which makes her seem even younger. He told me a lot of things. A lot. We talked for like 2 hours the night I was in the pink room. We both laugh about it now. He talked way more than I did, which is not how it's supposed to be done. After a while after that, every night after visits, we were in there like clockwork. You went to the isolation room? No. I was just in there that one night. And the regular case doctor, I have to admit it, he got the substitute one in some kind of disciplinary trouble for signing me in there. He said it was reactive. Rand stops and taps her fingers against the side of her cheek. Shit. I forget what I was saying. Drinian looked slightly upward for an instant. Every night after visits, we were in there like clockwork. In the conference room, after visits, and whoever was freaking out because of something in visits got calmed down or medicated. We'd sit in there and talk, except he had to get up every so often to do checks on where everybody was and make sure nobody was in anybody else's room and make whoever was due for meds go to the meds desk. Every night on weekday nights we'd go in, and he'd do this thing he always did of filling up a Coke can with water at the fountain. He'd use a Coke can instead of a cup, and we'd sit down at the table and he'd go, "So, shall we go intense tonight, Meredith, or just do some laid-back chit-chat?" And I'd almost act like somebody looking at a menu and go, "Well, tonight I think I'd like to go intense, please." Can I ask a question? Grrr. Go ahead. Should I infer that intense refers to the cutting behavior, and your reasons for doing it? Drinian asks. His hands are now on the table with the fingers laced together, which for most people causes the back to bow and slump, but with Drinian does not. His posture stays the same. Negative. He was too smart for that. We didn't once talk about cutting. That wouldn't do any good. It wasn't the kind of thing you could come at directly that way. It's more like he mostly just told me all these things about myself. One of Drinian's interlaced fingers moves very slightly. Not asked you things? Negative. And that didn't make you angry? Presuming to tell you about yourself? The big difference is the way he was right. Just about everything he said was right. In what he told you about yourself. Look, and he did this mostly in the beginning, when he needed to establish credibility. That's what he told me later. He knew I wouldn't be there long at Zeller, and he knew I needed to talk to somebody, and he needed to let me know very fast that he understood me, knew me. He wasn't just dealing with me as a case or a problem to be figured out for his own career, which he knew was how the doctors and counselors seemed to me, which he said it didn't matter if I was right about them or not. The point is that I believed it. It was part of my defenses. He said I was one of the most strongly defended people he'd ever seen come in there, in Zeller. Short of the outright psychotics, I mean, who were just about impregnable, but they got transferred out almost right away. He rarely had any one-on-ones with real psychotics. The psychotic thing is just defensive structures and beliefs so strong that the person can't get out. They become the real world, and then it's usually too late, because the structure of the brain gets changed. That person's only hope is medication and a whole lot of pink around him at all times. He understood you as a person, you're saying. What he did, right in the pink room, while I'm sitting there on the bunk and going, "Oh my God, there's a drain in the floor," he right away told me two separate things about myself that I knew, but nobody else knew. Nobody. I'm serious, Meredith Rand says. It's like I couldn't believe it. He was dead on. Now you're wondering what the things are, she says. Drinian does that very small thing with the angle of his head. Are you saying you'd like me to ask you what they are? No way. Almost by definition, I doubt that you'd tell them to someone. Bingo. Right. No way. Not that they're all that interesting, she says. But he did. He knew them. And you can bet that got my attention. That made me sit up and take notice. How could it not? Drinian says, I can understand that. Exactly. That he knew me, understood me, was interested in understanding. People always say that. Understand. I understand you. Please help us understand you. I've said it several times, too, while we've been talking, Drinian says. Do you know how many times? 9, though I believe only 4 in quite the sense that you appear to be referring to, if I understand what you mean. Is that a joke? My using the word understand again just now? Rand makes an exasperated expression and directs it off to one side and then the other, as if there were still more people at the table with them. Drinian says, Not if I follow the sense of understand you mean, which doesn't refer to understanding a statement or somebody's implication, but more a person, which seems to me less cognitive than a matter of empathy, or I think even compassion would be the word you mean by this kind of understanding. The thing, she says, is he really did. Use whatever word you want. Nobody knew these things he told me. One of them I don't even think I knew, really, until he just put it out there in blunt words. This made an impression, Drinian says helpfully. Rand ignores him. He was a natural therapist. He said it was his calling, his art. The way painting or being able to dance really well or to sit there reading the same thing for hours on end without moving or getting distracted is other people's calling. Would you say you have a calling? The Potex asks Shane Drinian. I doubt it. He wasn't a doctor, but when he saw somebody in there he thought he could maybe help, he'd try to help them. Otherwise he was more like a security guard, he said. One time he said he was more just like a mirror. In the intense conversations, if he seemed mean or stupid, what it really meant was that you saw yourself as mean or stupid. If one time he struck you as smart and sensitive, it meant you were smart and sensitive that day. He just showed you what was there. He looked terrible, but that was also part of the power of sitting in there with him and doing these intense bits of work. He looked so sick and washed out and delicate that you never got the idea that there was this smug, normal, healthy, rich doctor judging you and being glad he wasn't you or just seeing you as a case to resolve. It was like really talking to somebody with him. Anyone could tell that he made a great impression on you in this difficult time, your future husband, Shane Drinian says. Are you being ironic? No. Are you thinking like, here's this messed-up 17-year-old falling in love with a therapist-type adult figure that she thinks is the only one that understands? Shane Drinian shakes his head exactly twice. That's not what I'm thinking. It occurs to Rand that he could conceivably be bored out of his skull, and she'd have no way of telling. Because that's pathetic, Meredith Rand says. That's like the oldest story in the book, and however messed up you might think this is, it sure wasn't that. She's sitting up very straight now for a moment. Do you know what monopsony is? I think so. What is it then? Shane Drinian clears his throat slightly. It's the reverse of monopoly. There's a single buyer and multiple sellers. All right. I think bids for government contracts, such as when the service upgraded its card readers at the La Junta Center last year, are an example of a monopsonistic market. All right. Well, he taught me that one too, although in a more of a personal context. As in a metaphor, Drinian says. Do you see what it could have to do with loneliness? Another very brief moment of inward scanning. I can see how it might lead to distrust, since contract bidding situations are susceptible to rigging, dishonest cost projections, and things like that. You're a very literal person. Did you know that? Here's the literal thing, then, Meredith Rand says. Say you're pretty, and there's things about being pretty that you like. You get treated special, and people pay attention to you and talk about you, and if you walk in someplace you can almost feel the room change, and you like it. It's a form of power, Drinian says. But at the same time, you also have less power, Meredith Rand says, straightening up a little. Because the power you have is all totally connected to prettiness. And at some point you realize that the prettiness is like a kind of box you're always in, or prison that nobody's ever going to see you or think about you apart from the prettiness. It's not like I even thought I was all that pretty, Meredith Rand says. Especially in high school. She's rolling a cigarette back and forth between her fingers, but not lighting it. But I sure knew everybody else thought I was pretty. Ever since like 12, people were saying how lovely and beautiful I was, and in high school I was one of the foxes, and everybody knew who they were, and it became sort of official, socially. I was pretty. I was desirable. I had the power. Do you get this? I think so, Shane Drinian says. Because this is what intense meant. He and I really talked about it, the prettiness. It was the first time I ever really talked about it with anybody, especially a guy. I mean, except for, "You're so beautiful, I love you," and trying to put their tongue in your ear. Like that was all you needed to hear, that you were beautiful and you were supposed to fall over and let them boff you. If you're pretty, Meredith Rand says, it can be hard to respect guys. I can understand that, Drinian says. Because you never even get to see what they might really be like. Because the minute you're around, they change. If they've decided you're beautiful, they change. It's like the thing in physics. If you're there to look at the experiment, it supposedly messes up the results. There's a paradox involved in it, Drinian says. And except for a while, you like it. You like the attention. Even if they change, you know it's you making them change. You're attractive. They're attracted to you. Hence the tongues in the ear. Although with a lot of them, it turns out it's got the opposite effect. They almost avoid you. They get scared or nervous. It makes them want something, and they're embarrassed or scared of wanting it. They can't talk to you or even look at you, or else they start putting on a little show like Second Knuckle Bob, this flirty, sexist thing where they think they're doing it to impress you, but really it's to impress other boys, to show they're not afraid. And you haven't even done or said anything to start it. All you have to do is just be there, and everybody changes. Presto changeo. It sounds taxing, Drinian says. Meredith Rand lights the cigarette she's been holding. Plus, other girls hate you. They don't even know you or talk to you, and they decide they hate you just because of how the boys all react. Like you're a threat to them, or they assume you're a stuck-up bitch without even trying to get to know you. She has a definite style of averting her head to exhale and then bringing it back. Most people think she's very direct. I wasn't a ditz, she says. I was good with figures. I won the algebra prize in 10th grade algebra, but of course, nobody cared about me being smart or good at math. Even the men teachers got all googly and nervous or pervy and flirty when I came up after or something to ask about something, like I was a fox, and there was no way anybody could ever even think to see anything more than that. Listen, Meredith Rand says. Don't misunderstand me. It's not like I think I'm all that pretty. I'm not saying I'm beautiful. Actually, I've never thought I was all that beautiful. My eyebrows are too heavy for one thing. I'm not going to go around plucking them, but they're too heavy, and my neck is like twice as long as a normal person's when I look in the mirror. Not that it even matters. No. No what? No, I understand it doesn't really matter, Drinian says. Except it does. You don't get it. The prettiness thing, at least when you're that age, it's like a kind of trap. There's a greedy part of you that really likes the attention. You're special. You're desirable. It's easy to start thinking of the prettiness as you, like it's all you've got. It's what makes you special. In your designer jeans and little sweaters you can put in the dryer so they're even tighter, walking around like that. Although it's not as if what Meredith Rand wears at the Post is effacing or dowdy. They're professional ensembles, well within code, but many of the Post's examiners still bite their knuckles when she goes by, especially in cold months when the extremely dry air produces static cling. She says, the flip side being how you also start understanding that you're really just a piece of meat, is what you are. Really desirable meat, but also that you'll never get taken seriously and never, like, be the president of a bank or something because no one will ever be able to see past the prettiness. The prettiness is what affects them and what makes them feel anything, and that's all that matters to them. And it's hard not to get sucked into that to start, like arranging yourself and seeing yourself the same way. You mean seeing and reacting to people through whether or not they're attractive? No, no! You can see that Meredith Rand would have a hard time quitting cigarettes, since she uses the way she smokes and exhales and moves her head to convey a lot of affect. I mean starting to see yourself as a piece of meat, that the only thing you've got is your looks and the way you affect boys, guys. You start doing it without even knowing you're doing it, and it's scary, because at the same time, it also feels like a box. You know there's more to you inside you because you can feel it, but nobody else will ever know, not even other girls, who either hate you or are scared of you because you're a monopsony, or else, if they're also the foxes or the cheerleaders, they're competing with you and feel like they have to do this whole competitive catty thing that guys don't have any idea of, but trust me, it can be really cruel. The fact that one of Drinian's nostrils is slightly larger than the other sometimes makes it look as though he's cocking his head a little bit, even when he is not. It's somewhat parallel to the mouth-breathing thing. Meredith Rand usually interprets expressionlessness as inattention, the way someone's face blanks out when you're talking and they're pretending to listen but not really listening, but this is not the way Drinian's expressionlessness seems. Also, it's either her imagination, or Drinian is sitting up steadily straighter and taller because he seemed to be slightly taller than when the tete-a-tete started. A collection of different kinds of old-fashioned fedoras and Homburgs and various business hats, glued or pinned somehow to a varnished rosewood board that had been visible on the opposite wall of my buyer's over Drinian's head, was now partly obscured by the crown of his head and the slight cowlick that stuck up at his round head's apex. Drinian is actually levitating slightly, which is what happens when he is completely immersed. No one can see this because it's very slight, and the back of his chair is solid red vinyl and steel, and no one can see that his bottom is floating slightly above the seat of the chair. Someone later comes in at night and sees Drinian floating upside down over his desk with his eyes glued to a complex return. Drinian himself is unaware of the levitating thing by definition, since it is only when his attention is completely on something else that the levitation happens. "Which is part of the feeling of the box," Meredith Rand is continuing. "There's the feeling, which in teenagers is really bad anyway, of feeling like nobody can really ever know you or love you for who you are because they can't really see you, and for some reason you won't let them, even though you feel like you want them to. But it's also at the same time a feeling that you know it's boring and immature and like a bad type of movie problem. Boo-hoo, no one can love me for who I am, so you're also aware that your loneliness is stupid and banal even while you're feeling it, the loneliness, so you don't even have any sympathy for yourself. And this is what we talked about. This is what he told me about, that he knew without me telling him. How lonely I was, and how the cutting had something to do with the prettiness and feeling like I had no right to complain, but still being really unhappy at the same time believing that not being pretty seemed like it would be the end of the world. I'd just be a piece of meat nobody wanted instead of a piece of meat they did happen to want. Like I was trapped inside it. And I still really had no right to complain about it, because look at all the girls who were jealous and thought no one who's pretty could be lonely or have any problems, and even if I did complain, then all the complaining was banal. He taught me banal and tete-a-tete, and how this can become part of the whole loneliness. The truth of saying, I'm just meat. People only care about me as beautiful. No one cares what I really am inside. I'm lonely is totally boring and banal, like something corny in Red Book, not beautiful or unique or special, which was the first time I thought of the scars and the cutting as letting the unbeautiful inside truth come out, be on the outside, even if I was also hiding it under long sleeves, although your blood is really actually quite pretty if you look at it. I mean, when it first comes out, although the cut has to be very careful and fine and not too deep, so the blood just more appears as a line that kind of slowly wells up, so it's 30 seconds or more before you have to wipe because it's starting to run. Does it hurt? Shane Drinian asks. Meredith Rand exhales sharply and looks right at him. What do you mean, does it? I don't do it anymore. I never have since I met him. Because he more or less told me all this and told me the truth, that it doesn't ultimately matter why I do it or what it represents or what it's about. Her gaze is very level and matter-of-fact. All that matters is that I was doing it and to stop doing it. That was it. Unlike the doctors and small groups that were all about your feelings and why, as though if you knew why you did it, you'd magically be able to stop, which he said was the big lie they all bought that made doctors and standard therapy such a waste of time for people like us. They thought that diagnosis was the same as cure, that if you knew why, it would stop, which is bullshit, Meredith Rand says. You only stop if you stop. Not if you wait for somebody to explain it in some magic way that will presto changeo make you stop. She makes a sardonic flourish with her cigarette hand as she says presto changeo. Drinian. It sounds as though he really helped you. He was very blunt, she says. It turned out being blunt is something he's proud of. It's part of his act that there is no act. I only found that out later. You can see, of course, how having somebody have this kind of compassion and understanding of what's really going on inside you, how this would affect somebody that thought her big problem was the impossibility of anybody seeing past the prettiness to what was inside. Would you like to know his name? Drinian blinks once. He doesn't blink very often. Yes. Edward. Ed Rand, partial BS, he'd say. So you can see why I was pretty much primed to fall in love with him. I think so. So I don't need to spell it out, Meredith Rand says. In a way, if he was a perv or a creep that played things that way, it would be a perfect setup for getting pretty young girls to fall for him. Work in a place that everybody comes in all mucked up and lonely and in crisis, and find the young girls whose basic problem is probably always going to be their looks. So all he had to do, if he was smart, and he'd seen hundreds of messed up girls come through, who starved themselves or stole clothes from shopping malls, or ate and couldn't stop eating, or cut on themselves, or got into drugs, or kept running away with older black guys and getting dragged back over and over again by the parents, whatever, you get the idea, but that all had the same really essential problem each time one of them came in, no matter what they were officially in for, which was not feeling like they were really known and understood, and that was the cause of their loneliness, of the constant pain they were in that made them cut, or eat, or not eat, or give blowjobs to the whole basketball team in a row out back behind the cafeteria dumpster, which is what one cheerleader I know for a total fact did all the time junior year, although she was never really quite one of the foxes because she was known as such a total slut. A lot of the foxes just hated her. Rand looks briefly right at Drinian to see whether there is any visible reaction to the word blowjob, which he does not appear to provide. And it'd be easy to get them in the conference room and tell them some stuff about themselves that totally shocked and amazed them because they hadn't ever told anybody about it, and yet it was totally easy to spot and know about because at the core it was all the same. Drinian asks, "Did you tell him this during the therapy sessions that were designated as intense?" Rand shakes her head as she extinguishes the Benson & Hedges cigarette. They weren't therapy sessions. He hated that term. All that terminology. They were just tete-a-tetes, talking. Again, she uses the same number of stabs and partial rolls to extinguish it, although with less force than when she's appeared impatient or angry with Shane Drinian. She says, "That was all he said it seemed like I needed. Just to talk to somebody with no bullshit, which was what the Zeller Center doctors didn't realize, or like they couldn't realize it because then the whole structure would come down. That here the doctors had spent 4 million years in medical school and residency, and the insurance companies were paying all this money for diagnosis and OT and therapy protocols. It was all an institutional structure, and once things became institutionalized, then it all became this artificial, like, organism and started trying to survive and serve its own needs just like a person, only it wasn't a person. It was the opposite of a person because there was nothing inside it except the will to survive and grow as an institution. He said, just look at Christianity and the whole Christian church." But my question was whether you talked to him about your possible suspicion, the possibility that he didn't really understand you and care, but was a creep. Sometimes, throughout the conversation, Meredith Rand looks down critically at her fingernails, which are almond-shaped, and neither too short or too long, and painted a lustrous red. Shane Drinian looks at her hands only when Rand does, as a rule. "I didn't have to," Rand says. "He brought it up. Edward did. He said given my problem it was only a matter of time before it occurred to me that maybe he didn't understand and care, but only understood me the way a mechanic understands a machine. This was a time in the second week in the nut ward that I was having all these dreams about different kinds of machinery, with gears and dials, which the doctors and so-called therapists wanted to talk about and get me to see the symbolism of, which he and I both laughed about, because it was so obvious an idiot could have seen it, which he said wasn't the doctor's fault or that they were stupid. That was just the way the machine of the institution of inpatient therapy worked, and the doctors had no more choice about how much importance they put on the dreams than a little piece of machinery does about doing the little task or movement it's been put there to do over and over again as part of the larger operation of the larger machine." Rand's rep at the REC is that she's sexy, but crazy and a serious bore. Just won't shut up if you get her started. They argue about whether they ultimately envy her husband or pity him. "But he brought it up before I had a chance to even start thinking about it." She unsnaps her white vinyl case, but does not extract a cigarette from it. which I've got to say was kind of surprising, because by this time I was 18, and I'd had such bad experiences with creeps and pervs and jocks and college boys, I love you on the first date, that I was very suspicious and cynical about guys' double motives, and normally, the minute this sickly little orderly started paying attention to me, I'd have my defensive shields way up and be considering all kinds of creepy, depressing possibilities. Drinian's red forehead crinkles for just a moment. Were you 18 or 17? Oh, Meredith Rand says. Right. As she acts younger, she begins to laugh sometimes in a fast and toneless way, like a reflex. I was just 18. I had my 18th birthday on my 3rd day in Zeller. My dad and mother even came out and brought a cake and noisemakers during visiting hours and tried to have this celebration like whoopee, which was so embarrassing and depressing I didn't know what to do. Like, a week ago you're hysterical about some cuts and put me in the bin, and now you want to pretend it's happy birthday? Let's ignore the girls screaming in the pink room while I blow out the candles and you fix the elastic of the hats under your chin? So I just played along because I didn't know what to say about how totally weird it was for them to be acting like, Happy birthday, Meredith, whoopee. She is kneading the flesh of one arm with the other arm's hand as she recounts this. Sometimes, as Drinian sits with his hands laced on the tabletop before him, he changes having one thumb or the other be the thumb on top. His former glass of ale sits empty except for a semicircle of foamy material along the bottom's edge. Meredith Rand now has 3 different narrow straws she can choose to chew on. One of them is already quite thoroughly chewed and flattened at one end. She says, So he brought it up. He said it was probably going to occur to me on some level soon, so if I wanted it really intense, we might as well talk about it. He'd always drop little bombs like this, and then while I sat there like— She forms an exaggerated, taken-aback expression. He'd groan and swing his feet around off the table and go out with his clipboard to do checks. He had to officially check on everybody every half hour and note down where they were and make sure nobody was making themselves barf or looping pillowcases together to hang themselves with. And he'd go out and leave me there in the conference room with nothing to look at or do, waiting for him to come back, which tended to take him a long time because he never felt well, and if there was no nursing supervisor or anybody around to watch him, he walked very slow and used to lean against the wall every so often to catch his breath. He was white as a ghost. Plus, he took all these anti-inflammatories which made him have to pee all the time. Except when I asked him about it, all he'd say is that it was his own private business and we weren't in here talking about him. It didn't matter about him because all he really was a kind of mirror for me. So you didn't know that he had cardiomyopathy? All he'd say was that his health was a mess, but that the advantage of being a physical mess was that he looked like exactly as much of a mess as he really was. There was no way to hide it or pretend he was less of a mess than he felt like, which was very different than people like me. He said the only way for most people to show the mess was to fall apart and get put someplace like this, like Zeller, where it was undeniably obvious to you and your family and everybody else that you were a mess. So there was at least a certain relief to being put in the nut ward. But he said given the realities here, meaning insurance and money and the way institutions like Zeller worked, given the realities, it was almost sure that I wouldn't be in here that long, and what was I going to do when I got back out there in the real world where there were all these razor blades and X-Acto knives and long-sleeved shirts? Can I ask a question? You bet. Did you react? When he brought up the idea that his helping you and intense conversations with you was connected to your attractiveness? Rand snaps and unsnaps her white cigarette case. I said something like, so you're saying you'd be in here with me all concerned and interested if I was fat with zits and, like, big old jaw? And he said he couldn't say one way or the other. He'd worked with all kinds of people that came through, and some were plain girls and some were pretty. He said it had more to do with how defended people were. If they were too defended in terms of their real problems, or if they were just outright psycho, and when they looked at him they saw some shiny, terrifying, four-faced statue or something, then he couldn't do anything. It was only if he felt a kind of vibe off the person, where he felt like he could maybe understand them and maybe offer real interpersonal talking and help with them instead of just the inevitable doctor and institution thing. Did you accept that as an answer to your question? Drinian says, without any kind of incredulous or judging expression that Meredith Rand can see. No, I said something sarcastic like blah, 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 whatever, but he said that wasn't his real answer. He wanted to answer the question because he knew how important it was. He could totally understand the anxiety and suspicion of would he really even care and pay attention if I wasn't pretty, because he said, in actuality, this was my whole core problem, the one that would follow me back out when I got out of Zeller, and that I had to find out how to deal with, or I'd be back in here or worse. Then he said it was close to lights out, and we had to quit for today, and I was like, you're telling me there's this major core problem I have to deal with, or else, and then that's it? Time for naughty blinkums? I was so ticked off. And then, the next 2 or 3 nights, he wasn't even there, and I was totally spasming out, and there was only this other guy there from the weekends who didn't know why he was there, and the day staff won't ever tell you anything. All they see is that you're agitated, and they report that you're agitated, but nobody actually cares about what you're agitated about. No one wants to even know what your question is. If you're an inpatient, you're not a human being, and they don't have to tell you anything. Rand makes her face assume a look of frustrated distance. It turned out he'd been in the hospital. The real hospital. When the inflammation gets bad, then the heart doesn't pump the blood out all the way, and it's a little like what they call congestive heart failure. They have to put you on oxygen and heavy-duty anti-inflammatories. So you were concerned, Drinian says. But at the time, I didn't even know that. All I knew was he wasn't there, and then it was the weekend, so it was a long time before he got back, and at first, when he did, I was totally ticked and wouldn't even talk to him in the hall. You'd been left hanging. Well, Rand says, I took it personally that he'd gotten me all involved and said all these heavy therapeutic things and then disappeared, like it was all just a sadistic game, and when he got back the next week and asked me in the TV room, I just pretended I was into the TV show and pretended he wasn't even there. You didn't know that he'd been in the hospital, Drinian says. After I found out how sick he was, I felt pretty bad about it. I felt like I acted like a spoiled child or some girl that was jilted for the prom. But I also realized I cared about him. I felt like I almost sort of needed him, and except for my dad and a couple friends when I was little, I couldn't even remember how long it had been since I felt like I really cared and needed somebody because of the prettiness thing. Meredith Rand says, have you ever only found out you cared about somebody when they're not around, and you're like, oh my God, they're not around. Now what am I going to do? Not really. Well, anyway, but it made an impression. What came out when I finally said, oh, all right, whatever, and started talking to him in the conference room again is that maybe I'd felt like I'd ticked him off and sort of drove him away when I asked him if he'd be in here doing the intense tete-a-tete thing with me if I was fat and cross-eyed. Like that it ticked him off, or that he'd finally decided I was so cynical and suspicious of men only being interested in me because of the prettiness thing, that he'd finally figured out that he wasn't going to be able to con me into thinking he actually cared enough that he'd get to boff me or even just feed his ego, that here was this so-called beautiful girl that got into him and cared and wrote his name over and over in big loopy cursive in her diary or whatever his trip was. I think all this ugly stuff came out because I was mad because he disappeared like that, I thought, and just ditched me and left me here. But he was pretty good about it. He said he could see how I'd feel that way, considering what my real problem was, which then, for a while after that, I think he let me think he hadn't come in for work for those days just so I could start to see the problem for myself, to figure out what it was and start to see it for what it was. Did you demand any sort of explanation? Drinian asks. A bunch of times. The weird thing is that now, so much later on, I can't remember for sure if he eventually spat it out or if he got me to figure it out for myself, Meredith Rand says, now looking ever so slightly up in order to meet Drinian's eyes, which, if she'd think about it, is rather strange, given their respective heights and places at the table. The so-called core problem. Drinian's forehead crinkles slightly as he looks at her. She rotates the fingers of one hand in a procedural or summarizing way. Subject, who is seen as very pretty, wants to be liked for more than her prettiness, and is angry that she isn't liked or cared about for reasons that don't have anything to do with her prettiness, but in fact, everything about her is filtered through her prettiness for her. She is so angry and suspicious that she couldn't even accept real, true, no agenda caring, even if it's offered to her, because deep down inside, she, the subject herself, can't believe that anything except prettiness or sex appeal is the motive for anybody's caring. Except her parents, she inserts, who are nice but not too bright, and anyway, they're her parents. We're talking about people out in the world. She makes a summing up gesture that may or may not be ironic. Subject is really her own core problem, and only she can solve it, and only if she quits wanting to be lonely and feeling sorry for myself and going, poor me, I'm so lonely, nobody understands how bad I hurt, boo-hoo. To be honest, I was asking about a different explanation. By now, Drinian appears considerably taller than he had when the tete-a-tete started. The rows of hats on the wall behind him are almost completely obscured. It is also odd to have someone stare into your eyes this continuously without feeling challenged or nervous or even excited. It will occur to Rand later, as she's driven home, that during the tete-a-tete with Drinian, she'd felt sensuously aroused in a way that had little to do with being excited or nervous, that she'd felt the surface of the chair against her bottom and back and the backs of her legs, and the material of her skirt, and the sides of her shoes against the sides of her feet in hose whose micro-textured weave she could also feel, and the feel of her tongue against her teeth's rear and palate, the vent's air against her hairline, and the room's other air against her face and arms, and the taste of cigarette smoke's residue. At 1 or 2 points, she'd even felt she could feel the exact shape of her eyeballs against her lid's insides when she blinked. She was aware when she blinked. The only kind of experience she could associate with it involved their cat that she'd had when she was a girl before it got hit by a car, and the way she could sit with the cat in her lap and stroke the cat and feel the rumble of the cat's purring, and feel every bit of the texture of the cat's warm fur and the muscle and bone beneath that, and that she could sit for long periods of time stroking the cat and feeling it with her eyes half shut, as if she was spaced out or stuporous-looking, but had felt, in fact, like she was the opposite of stuporous. She felt totally aware and alive, and at the same time, when she sat slowly stroking the cat, with the same motion over and over, it was like she forgot her name and address and almost everything else about her life for 10 or 20 minutes, even though it wasn't like spacing out at all. And she loved that cat. She missed the feel of its weight, which was like nothing else, neither heavy nor light, and at times, for almost the next 2 or 3 days, she felt like she feels now, like the cat. "You mean of the wanting to boff me thing?" Drinian says, "I think so." Meredith Rand. "He said he was basically a dead man. He used the word dead man and walking dead, so the point is he couldn't be into me that way, he said. He wouldn't have the physical energy to try and get in my pants even if he'd wanted to." Shane Drinian. "He told you about his condition then?" Meredith Rand. "Not in so many words. He said it was really none of my business except in how it bore down on my problem, and I said my suspicion was starting to be that he was dropping all these hints about my problem, but not just spitting out what it was supposed to be to sort of string me along for some reason, and that I wasn't going to pretend I knew exactly what the reason was or what he wanted, but it was hard not to think on some level it was creepy or pervy, which I simply flat out told him. I'd quit being polite by then." "I'm a little confused," Drinian says. "This was all before he'd simply stated what he believed your main problem was?" Meredith Rand shakes her head, though in response to what is now doubly unclear. One of the examiner's complaints is that she goes off on these long stories, but at some point loses the thread, and it's nearly impossible not to drift off or zone out when you can't understand what the hell she's getting at anymore. Several of the single-posted examiners have decided she's simply crazy. Great to look at from a distance, but definitely a wide-berth type girl, especially on breaks, when every moment of diversion was precious and she could be worse than the work itself. She is saying, "By this time I was either getting hit on or rapped to by every guy in Zeller, from the day attendant to the men on the second floor when we came down for OT, which was a major drag in all kinds of ways. Although he did point out that if it bummed me out so much, why did I put mascara on even if I was in a mental hospital, which you have to admit was a valid thing to point out. Yes. She is grinding the heel of her hand into one eye to signify either fatigue or an attempt to stay on track in the story, although Drinian gives no sign of being bored or impatient. Plus, also by around this time, he said the Zeller doctors started saying that my so-called attachment to this one attendant, they also saw all the rapping and sniffing around everybody was doing, all the intense solo tete-a-tetes were starting to look dependent or unhealthy, and not saying anything to me about it, but asking him all kinds of questions and basically starting to give him a really hard time. So we started having to wait for everybody to get all engrossed at TV time and then go talk in the stairwell just outside the ward where it wasn't so public, where he'd usually lie down on the cement of the landing with his feet up on the second or third stair up, which by this time he admitted wasn't for his back, but he needed the elevation to keep his circulation going. So we ended up spending a lot of the first couple days out in the stairwell talking about the whole business of my suspicions about what he wanted from me and why he was doing this, around, and he did tell me a little more about himself and getting cardiomyopathy in college, but he also kept saying, okay, he'd talk about all this as long as I wanted to, but that it was kind of a vicious circle because anything he said I could be suspicious of and attribute some kind of secondary agenda to if I wanted to, and I might think it was all honest and open, but it wasn't really intense or efficacious, in his opinion. It was more like going around and around inside the problem instead of really looking at the problem, which he said because he was a walking dead man and not really part of the institution of the nut ward, he felt like maybe he was the only person there who'd really tell me the truth about my problem, which he said was basically that I needed to grow up. Meredith Rand pauses here and looks at Shane Drinian in anticipation of his asking what that diagnosis was supposed to mean exactly. But he does not ask. He appears to have become reconciled to something, or to have decided to accept the way Meredith Rand remembers the story on her own terms, or to have concluded that trying to impose a certain kind of order on her side of the tete-a-tete was going to have the opposite effect. She is saying, and naturally the grow-up thing ticked me off, and I told him to go sit on something sharp, but I didn't really mean it, because by around this time he'd said also that the word was starting to come down that I was going to get discharged soon. The treatment team was starting to talk about it, even though, of course, nobody ever thought to tell me anything about what was going on, and that my mother had been trying to set up outpatient counseling and trying to get one of the doctors to keep seeing me in his private practice, which was very full and also not totally covered by my dad's insurance, so the whole thing was a bureaucratic nightmare, and it would take some time, but it was starting to sink into me that this wasn't forever. That by as early as maybe next week or the week after, I wouldn't be seeing him or having intense conversations with him anymore, or even maybe ever see him again. I realized I didn't know where he lived or even his last name, for Christ's sake. This all sort of hit me, and I start freaking out when I think about it because I'd already got a taste of what a couple days of suddenly not getting to talk to him or know where he was like, and I'm freaking out, and in my mind I'm toying with the idea of sharpening something and doing some cutting that I didn't even really feel like doing, just so I'd get kept in the nut ward a little longer, which I knew was completely nuts. She looks up very quickly at Drinian to see whether he's reacting to this information. Which was crazy, and actually I think he knew this was going on. He knew how important he'd gotten to be to me by then, I think, so he had extra leverage or ammo to use to tell me to just cut the shit. I'd be sitting on the stairway up to 4, and he'd be lying on his back at the bottom of the stairway with his feet up right below me, so I spent all this time looking at his shoe soles, which were like Kmart shoes, and the soles were plastic, and that grow up meant now, right this second, and quit being childish because it would kill me. He said the girls that came through Zeller were all the same, and none of us had any idea of what being a grown-up was, which was totally condescending and normally the totally wrong thing to say to an 18-year-old. So there was this little argument about that. His point was being childish wasn't the same thing as being like a child, he said, because watch a real child play or stroke a cat or listen to a story, and you'll see it's like the opposite of what we were all doing there in Zeller. Shane Drinian is leaning slightly forward. His bottom is now 1.75 inches off the chair seat. His work shoes' gum-like soles, darkened at the perimeter by the same process that darkens pencils' erasers, swing slightly just above the tile floor. Were it not for the sport coat hanging off the back of his chair, Beth Rath and others would be able to see light through the substantial gap between the seat of his chair and his slacks. It's more like he was explaining than arguing, Rand says. He said there is a particular kind of stage of life where you get cut off from the, unself-conscious happiness and magic of childhood. He said only seriously disturbed or autistic children are without this childhood joy, but later in life and puberty it's possible to leave that childhood freedom and completeness behind, but still remain totally immature. Immature in the sense of waiting or wanting some magical daddy or rescuer to see you and really know and understand you and care as much about you as a child's parents do, and save you from yourself. He also kept yawning a lot and hitting his shoes together, and I'd watch the soles go back and forth. He said this is how immaturity shows up in young women and girls. In men, it's somewhat different in how it looks, but really it's all the same, which is wanting to be distracted from what you've lost and fixed and saved by somebody, which is pretty banal. It's like something out of a doctor's textbook, and I go, so this is my core problem? This is what I've been stringing along waiting for? And he goes, no. That's everybody's core problem, and it's why girls are so obsessed with prettiness and whether they can attract somebody and arouse enough love in that person to save them. My core problem, he said, and this connects to the core problem I told you about just now, was the neat little trap I'd made for myself to ensure that I never really had to grow up, and so I could stay immature and waiting forever for somebody to save me because I'd never be able to find out that nobody else can save me because I'd made it impossible for me to get what I was so convinced I needed and deserved, so I could always be angry. And I could always get to go around thinking that my real problem was that no one could see or love the real me the way I needed, so I'd always have my problem to sit and hold and stroke on and make believe was the real problem. Rand looks up sharply at Shane Drinian. Does that seem banal? I don't know. It kind of did to me, Meredith Rand says. I told him that was incredibly helpful, and now I knew just what to do when I got discharged from Zeller, which was click my heels together and transform diagnosis into cure, and how could I ever repay him? Drinian says, You were being deeply sarcastic. I was pissed, Meredith Rand says, a bit loudly. I told him, lo and behold, it looked like it turned out he was just like the diagnosis is cure doctors in their nice suits, except, of course, his diagnosis was also insulting, which he could call honesty and get extra jollies hurting people's feelings. I was just so pissed. And he laughed and said he wished I could see myself right now. He could see me because he was lying down and I was standing right over him, because like every 15 minutes or so I had to help him up so he could sneak back in out of the hallway and go around with his clipboard and do checks. He said I looked like a little child that just had its toy taken away. Which probably made you even angrier, Drinian says. He said something like, all right then, okay. He'd explain it like he was talking to a child, to somebody so locked into the problem that she can't even see that it's her problem and not just the way the world is. I wanted to be liked and known for more than just the prettiness. That I wanted people to look past the prettiness thing and the sexual thing and see who I was like as a person, and I felt really mad and sorry for myself that people didn't. Meredith Rand in the tavern looks briefly up at Drinian. Didn't look past the surface, he says, to signify that he understands what she's saying. She cocks her head. But in reality, everything was the surface. Your surface? Yes, because under the surface were just all these feelings and conflicts about the surface, and anger, about how I looked and the effect on people I had, and really, all there was inside was this constant tantrum about how I wasn't getting saved, and it was because of my prettiness, which, he said, if you think about it, is really unattractive. Nobody wants to get close to somebody who's in the middle of this constant tantrum. Who'd want that? Rand makes a sort of ironic ta-da gesture in the air. So, he said, I'd actually set it up so that the only reason anybody would be attracted to me as a person was that I was pretty, which was exactly the thing that made me so angry and lonely and sad. That sounds like a psychological trap. His comparison was he compared it to making a kind of machine that gave you an electric shock every time you said, ow. Of course, he knew I'd been having the machine dreams. I know I kept just looking at him, giving him this death ray look that all the foxes in school get good at giving people, like they're just supposed to melt away and die if you look at them like that. He was lying down, with his feet up on the stairs as he sang all this. His lips were a little bit blue. The cardiomyopathy was getting worse all the time, and the Zeller stairways had these horrid fluorescent tube-light things in the stairwell that made him look worse. He wasn't even pale, as much as gray, with this kind of frothy paste on his lips, because he couldn't sip his little can of water when he was lying down on his back. Her eyes look a little like she's really seeing him again in situ in the stairwell at Zeller. To tell the truth, he looked gross to me, scary, repulsive, like a corpse, or somebody in one of those pictures of people in stripes in concentration camps. The weird thing is that I cared about him at the same time I found him gross. He grossed me out, she says, and that I was so deep in my problem that I couldn't accept real, genuine, non-sexual or non-romantic or prettiness-type interest in me, even if it was offered to me. He was talking about himself, which I knew, even though he didn't spell it out. We'd gone over that ground for days and days before, and time was running out. We both knew. I'd be getting discharged, and I'd never see him again. But I said some pretty horrible things. You're referring to the stairwell, Shane Drinian says. Because deep down inside, he said, I only saw myself in terms of the prettiness. That I saw myself as so mediocre and banal inside that I couldn't imagine anybody except my parents being interested in me for anything except what I looked like as a fox. I was so angry, he said, that all anybody cared about or paid any attention to was the prettiness. But, he said, that was a smokescreen, theater of the human mind, that what really bothered me so much was I felt the same way. Boys and men were treating me the same sort of way I really treated myself, and in reality, it was really myself I was angry at, except I couldn't see it. I projected it onto the pervs whistling on the street, or the sweaty boys trying to boff me, or the other girls deciding I'm a bitch because I'm stuck up about the prettiness. There is a brief moment of silence, meaning nothing but the noise of pinball and the baseball game and the sounds of people unwinding at happy hour. Is this boring? She asks Drinian abruptly. She's unaware of how she's looking at Drinian as she asks this. For just a moment she appears to be almost a different person. It had suddenly occurred to Meredith Rand that Shane Drinian might be one of those ingratiating but ultimately shallow people who could seem to be paying attention, while in fact allowing their attention to wander hill and dale all over the place, including possibly to considering how he wouldn't be sitting here nodding politely and listening to this incredibly boring dribble, narcissistic dribble, if it didn't afford him a chance to look directly into Meredith's bottomless green eyes, an exquisite bone structure, plus a bit of visible cleavage since she'd taken off her flounce and unbuttoned her top button the minute the 5 o'clock buzzer had sounded. Is it? Is this boring? Drinian responds. The major part of it isn't, no. What part of it is boring? Boring isn't a very good term. Certain parts you tend to repeat, or say over again only in a slightly different way. These parts add no new information, so these parts require more work to pay attention to. Like what parts? What is it you think I keep telling over and over? I wouldn't call it boring, though. It's more that attending to these parts requires work, although it wouldn't be fair to call that effort unpleasant. It's that listening to the parts that do add new information or insights, these parts compel attention in a way that doesn't require effort. What? Is it that I keep going on and on about how supposedly beautiful I am? No, Drinian says. He cocks his head slightly. In fact, to be honest, in those parts where you do repeat the same essential point or information in a slightly different way, the underlying motive, which I get the feeling is a concern that what you're imparting might be unclear or uninteresting and must get recast and resaid in many different ways to assure yourself that the listener really understands you, this is interesting and somewhat emotional, and it coheres in an interesting way with the surface subject of what Ed, in the story you're telling, is teaching you, and so, in that respect, even the repetitive or redundant elements compel interest and require little conscious effort to pay attention to, at least so far as I'm concerned. Meredith Rand extracts another cigarette. You sound like you're reading off a card or something. I'm sorry it seems that way. I was trying to explain my answer to your question because I got the sense you were hurt by my answer, and I felt that a fuller explanation would prevent the hurt, or obviate it if you were angry. In my view, there was just a misunderstanding based on a miscommunication around the word boring. Her smile is both mocking and not. So I'm not the only one who's worried about misunderstanding and keeps trying to head off misunderstanding for emotional reasons. But she could tell he was sincere. He was neither yanking her around nor kissing butt. Meredith could feel it. There was a feeling that came with sitting across from Shane Drinian and having his eyes and attention on you. It wasn't excitement, but it was intense, a little bit like standing near the high-voltage transformer park south of Joliet Street. Can I ask, Drinian says, is it projection when you project emotions about yourself onto other people, or is that displacement? She makes another face. He hated those kinds of words, actually. He said they were part of the self-nourishing institution of the mental health system. He said even the word was contradictory, mental health system. This was the next night, in the service elevator now, because somebody on the stairs on some other floor heard our voice the night before, because the stairwell was all cement and metal and echoey, and Ed got ragged on somehow by the nursing supervisor for encouraging my unhealthy attachment to him that they'd gotten the idea of from how upset I was the time when he was out for 2 days. It turned out he was right on the edge of getting fired, mainly because he'd started missing the 15-minute checks sometimes, and one girl was putting her finger down her throat and throwing up dinner, and somebody found some of the throw-up, and Ed had missed it because he'd been lying in the stairwell, and it was harder to get up from lying all the way down with his feet on the stairs, even if I helped him up, and he'd blown off getting up to do checks. Some of the girls had also gotten all bitchy about us, having conversations like I was the favorite or something, and started a whole rumor with the treatment teams that I was always pretending I had to talk secretly to him and dragging him off and trying to make out with him or whatever. A couple of those girls were just beyond horrible. They were such bitches. I'd never seen anything like it. And it was also the day I got discharged. Or got told that I was getting discharged the next day. My parents had worked it out, and there were about 7 million papers to sign the next day, and then I was going home. There'd been this whole thing with my mom getting some doctor to sign off on outpatient counseling, blah, blah. Nobody used the service elevator at night after the supper trays, so he opened it up, and we went in there, and he sat on the floor. The floor had a metal pattern thing, and you couldn't lie down. It stunk. It was worse than the stairwell. He said it was the last night, the last conversation, and when I said I wanted intense, he said it was showtime. We probably wouldn't ever meet or see each other after this. I said, what did he mean? I was totally freaking out, though. I was the one with double motives. It was showtime. I knew I couldn't pull some kind of scam so I could stay. I knew he'd see through that. He'd just laugh at me. But I was ready to say I had romantic feelings, that I was attracted to him, even though I felt like I really wasn't, sexually, even though later on it turned out I was. I just couldn't admit it to myself, how I felt about him because of my problem. Although I have to say now, I'm not so sure. Meredith Rand says, being married is totally different than being 17 and in total identity crisis and idealizing somebody that seems to really see you and care. She looks far more like herself now. But he was the first guy that it felt like told me the truth, that didn't just start having double motives and start performing or being all sweaty and intimidated, and was willing to really see me and know me and just tell the truth about what he saw. And he really did know me. Remember, he told me all those things about my mom and the neighbor that nobody knew. Her face hardens again somewhat, or tightens, as she looks directly at Drinian, holding the cigarette but not lighting it. Is this one of the parts that you said I repeat over and over? Drinian shakes his head a little and then waits for Meredith Rand to continue. The hyper-attractive Potex continues looking at him. Drinian says, "No, I think the original subject of the story was you getting married. Getting married obviously assumes a mutual attraction and romantic emotions, so your first mention of a willingness to acknowledge romantic attraction is new information and very relevant." His expression hasn't changed at all. "So it's not boring?" "No." "And you've never had romantic attraction feelings yourself?" "Not that I'm aware of, no." "And if you ever had them, wouldn't you be aware of them?" Drinian: "I think so, yes." "So your answer was a little bit slippery, wasn't it?" "I suppose it was," Drinian says. Later, she'd consider that he didn't seem taken aback at all. It seemed like he was merely absorbing information and adding it to himself, and that Rand wouldn't consider this so much as remember it as part of the sensuous memory of her making a bit of fun of Drinian in the odd way he responded whenever she did this, which she could more or less at will make fun of him, because in certain ways he was a total nerd and dweeb. The display of different kinds of hats on the rear wall was now completely obscured, except for the very tip of the bill of a fisherman's cap in the upper row. "Well, but anyway," Meredith Rand says, she has had her chin in the same hand that holds the unlit Benson and Hedges, which looks like the opposite of comfortable. "So I do know that last night, in the elevator, I wasn't fully listening to him and, engaging with him on what he was telling me because I was wrestling with all these inner feelings and conflicts about attraction to him, and also totally freaking out about hearing that I'd never see him again, because the deal was that I was set up for outpatient counseling, but that was on the second floor, where all the doctors had their real offices, and he was only on nights on the third floor, which was a locked ward. Just the idea that I didn't know where he lived freaked me out. Plus, I knew he might get fired soon because he could barely even do checks anymore, and there'd been trouble with one of the vomiters that had been vomiting, and he hadn't checked her. Plus, I knew he hadn't told the Zeller people about his health thing, the cardiomyopathy, which had been more or less under control when they first hired him, it sounds like, but had gotten worse and worse." "He still hadn't told you about the cardiomyopathy, though." "Right, but whatever it was, the Zeller people didn't know about it, and they just thought that he didn't take care of himself very well, or he was hungover or lazy, something terrible. So I kept spacing out and thinking about what if I took my shirt off and, made out with him right here. Would he let me? Or would he be grossed out? Or laugh at me? And how could I get him to see me again and still have intense conversations after I got out and had to go back to Mom and Central Catholic? And what if I told him I loved him? And what if he died after I got out, and I didn't even know he died because I didn't know who he was or where he even lived? It occurred to me I didn't even know how he really felt about me as me, and not some girl he was helping. Did he think I was interesting or smart or pretty? It was so hard to think that somebody that seemed to understand me so well and tell me the truth didn't care for me in that special way." "You mean having romantic feelings?" Rand shrugs a little with her eyebrows. "He was a guy, after all, so—" And then it occurred to me that I was sort of doing just what he said my core problem was, thinking about him and not losing him, and that he could save me, and that the way to keep him was through sexual feelings because that's all I had." Meredith Rand: "So then I know at some point he gave me a quiz about the overall topics we'd covered. It was both a joke and not." She lights the cigarette, finally. "Later on, he confessed it was because he thought he was really dying from this spell of cardiomyopathy. It turned out there were whole days at a time that he couldn't catch his breath, like he was running even when he was just lying there. His lips were blue for a reason. And he said he'd been pretty sure he wouldn't ever see me again and be able to tell if he'd been any help. He wanted to reassure himself that he'd helped somebody a little before he died, and of course, on my end, I was freaking out. I couldn't figure out whether it would be better to ace the quiz or flunk it in terms of getting to see him again, even though he pretended the whole quiz was a joke, like I was a kindergartner getting quizzed by a kindergarten teacher. He was really good at being serious and making fun of himself at the same time. It's one reason I loved him." Drinian: "Loved?" "Question 1. what have we learned about cutting ourselves? And I said, like, we learned that it doesn't matter why I cut or what the psychological machinery is behind the cutting, like if it's projecting self-hatred or whatever. Exteriorizing the interior. We've learned all that matters is to not do it, to cut it out. Nobody else can make me cut it out, only I can decide to stop it, because whatever the institutional reason, it's hurting myself. It's me being mean to myself, which was childish. It was not treating yourself with any respect. The only way you can be mean to yourself is if you deep down expect somebody else is going to gallop up and save you, which is a child's fantasy. Reality meant nobody else was for sure going to be nice to me or treat me with any respect. That was the point of his thing about growing up, realizing that. And nobody else was for sure going to see me or treat me the way I wanted to be seen, so it was my job to make sure to see myself and treat myself like I was really worthwhile. It's called being responsible instead of childish. The real responsibilities are to myself. And if liking my looks was part of that, and part of what I thought was deep down worthwhile, that was okay. I could like being pretty without making prettiness the only thing I had going for me, or feeling sorry for myself if people spazzed out about the prettiness. That was my answer to the quiz. Shane Drinian. As I understand it, though, your actual experience is that someone else was being nice to you and treating you as worthwhile. Rand smiles in a way that makes it seem as though she's smiling in spite of herself. She's also smoking her cigarette in a more thorough, sensuous way. Well, yes, that's what I'm actually thinking about, standing there in the elevator and looking down at him and answering his quiz, which I did sincerely, but secretly I was totally freaking out. The truth is, I feel like in reality, he's just what he's saying was impossible and childish. He was exactly the other person he was saying I'd never really find. I feel like he loves me. So there is a very intense emotional conflict going on, Shane Drinian says. Rand holds her hands to the sides of her head and makes a quick face that mimics someone having some kind of nervous breakdown. I'm sitting there telling him about forgetting about other people and why they are or aren't attracted and if they really care and just being decent to myself, treating myself like I was worthwhile, loving myself in a grown-up way, and it was all true. I really had learned it, but I was also saying it all for him, because it's what he wanted me to say, so he could feel like he'd really help me. But if I said what he wanted me to say, would it mean he could leave and I'd never see him again, and he'd never miss me because he'd think I was okay and going to be okay? But I still said it. I knew if I said I loved him or stripped down and kissed him right there, he'd think I was still in the childish problem. He'd think I still mixed up being treated like a valuable, worthwhile person with sex and romantic feelings, and he'd think he wasted his time, and it was hopeless. He'd think it was hopeless, and he hadn't reached me, and I couldn't do that to him. If he was going to die or get fired then, at least I could let him have this, the knowledge that he'd helped me, even though I really did feel like I was maybe in love with him or needed him. She puts out her cigarette without any of the previous stabbing aspect, almost sort of tenderly, as if thinking tenderly of something else. I all of a sudden felt like, oh my God, this is what people mean when they go, I'll die without you. You're my whole life, can't live if living is without you. Meredith Rand accompanying this last bit to the tune of Harry Nilsson's Can't Live If Living Is Without You. All the terrible country songs my dad used to listen to in his shop in the garage, it seemed like every one of them about somebody talking to some lover they'd lost and why and how they couldn't live without them, how terrible their life was now, and drinking all the time because it hurt so terribly to be without them, that I could never stand because I thought they were so banal, and I never said anything, but I couldn't believe he could listen to it all without almost barfing. Actually, he said if you listen to these songs and change the you to me, like if you understand that what they're really singing about is losing some part of themselves or betraying themselves over and over for what they think other people want until they're just dead inside and don't even know what me means, which is why the only way they can think of it and why they're feeling so dead and sad is to think of it as needing somebody else and not being able to live without them, this other person, which by some coincidence is is the exact situation of a teeny baby, that without somebody to hold it and feed it and take care of it, it'll die, literally, which he said is not such a coincidence at all, really. Drinian's forehead is ever so slightly wrinkled with thought. I'm confused. Ed explained the true meaning of country and western songs in the elevator, so you told him about the lyrics, and now understanding the lyrics' sentiments? Rand is looking around, possibly for Beth Rath. What? No, that was later on. So you did see each other again, after the elevator? Oh, yes. Rand raises the back of her hand to display the wedding ring again. Drinian says, Is there some extra information I need to understand this? Rand looks both distracted and annoyed. Well, he didn't die, obviously, Mr. Einstein. Drinian rotates his empty glass. His forehead has a definite wrinkle. But you've spent time describing the conflict between confessing love and your real motives, and how upset and uncomfortable you were at the prospect of not seeing him again. I was 17, for Christ's sake. I was a drama queen. They take me home, I look in the phone book, and he's right there in the phone book. His apartment building was like 10 minutes from my house. Drinian's mouth is in the distended position of someone who wants to ask something, but isn't sure where to even start, and is signifying that facially instead of out loud. Rand's arm is up in some kind of signal to Beth Rath. Anyway, that's how I met him.
Subsection 47. The woman stood at the payphone on the lot's fringes. Instead of a booth, it was just on a post. She leaned slightly against the front bumper of her car, which shone. One of the dog's faces appeared over the back seat. When she looked hard at it a moment, it dropped back out of sight. In the front passenger seat were a dozen standard 6-pound bricks, each with a return postage paid card from a different marketer. She was a standard-sized woman, just on the pale side of fair, in slacks and a beige spring coat that flapped and popped in the wind. The man at the phone's other end was repeating her order, which was complex and involved several feet of number 6 copper tubing angle-cut into 4-inch lengths. The angle on the cuts was to be 60 degrees. This woman had 20 different voices. All but 2 were warm and pleasant. She didn't cup the phone's speaker to cut the wind, but let it roar in the phone. Everyone has unconscious mannerisms they fall into on a telephone. Hers was to look at the cuticles of the hand that didn't hold the phone, and to use that hand's thumb to feel at each cuticle in turn. There were 4 women in the convenience store's lot, and a bust of the store's cashier through a gap between signs on the window for bulk purchase beer. 2 women were at the pumps. Another was in a tan gremlin waiting for a pump to free. They wore plastic wraps over their hair against the wind. There was a period when she had to wait for the hardware wholesaler to verify her credit card, which meant that the place was on a tight margin and couldn't afford even a 4-hour float on the order, which meant they could be affected. Everyone conducts a rapid, unconscious scan of each social sense object they encounter. Some scans' big concern involved fear and the threat potential of each new datum. Others involved sexual potential, revenue potential, aesthetic grade, status indicators, power and/or susceptibility to domination. The woman's scans, which were detailed and thorough, were concerned entirely with whether the object could be affected. Her hair appeared grayish blonde, or the sort of dry blonde that in certain kinds of light appears almost gray. The wind hit the door hard as people came out. She watched its force affect their faces and the small unconscious ingathering gestures they made as they attempted to huddle and walk quickly at the same time. It wasn't especially cold, but the wind made it seem cold. The color of her eyes depended on what lenses she wore. The credit card number she gave the man was her own, but neither the name nor the federal ID number she gave belonged to her as such. Both dogs had the same name, but knew without fail which one she was calling. Her love for the dogs transcended all other experience and informed her life. The voice she used with the Butts hardware clerk was younger than she, conspicuously jejune, causing merchants whose emotional tastes were more refined than simple exploitation to feel paternal, superior and tender at the same time. What she said when he confirmed her order was, "Great! Very great! Yay!" with yay stated instead of shouted. It was a voice that caused the listener to imagine someone with long blonde hair and bell-bottoms who cocked her head and gave even statements an interrogative lilt. She played on this knife edge most of the time, giving a false impression that was nevertheless concrete and tightly controlled. It felt like art. The issue was not destruction. Just as total order is dull, so is chaos dull. There is nothing informing about a mess. The store's cashier gave each a cool smile and engaged in a brief exchange. She had twice in 3 years been part of a CID investigation of the store, whose name was Quick and Easy. Its sign's icon was suspiciously like Bob's Big Boy, and was one of the first of the off-interstate stations to eliminate the full-serve pumps and attach a tiny grocery with cigarettes and soda pop and junk for quick-stop shopping. They did a phenomenal cash business, and had been tagged by the local DIF function every year, but they were whistle clean. Field audit was judged a waste of salary, their receipts jibed perfectly, and their books were just messy enough to be uncooked. The owner, a Pentecostal Christian who'd already started construction on another of what Bondurant called ramp tumors on the second 74 exit, and had bids in for lots on 2 more. She had 2 home lines and a bulky mobile phone and 2 office patch codes, but used payphones for personal business. She was neither attractive nor ugly. Except for a certain anemic intensity to her face that was nothing to attract or repel or cause any more notice than 1,000 other Peoria women who'd been described as cute in their bloom and were now invisible. She liked to come in under people's radar. The only person who might have noticed her hanging up the phone was someone who'd wanted to use it himself. 2 women and a reddish man in flannel were filling their tanks. A child in one of the cars was crying, its face a knot. The car's windows rendered its weeping a dumb show. Its mother had a caved-in face and stared stolidly by the tank, smoothing her hair's plastic as the hose dispensed gas on auto. The stations, flagpoles, flags, ropes, pulleys, and joists clinked dully in the wind. Her own car's slight idled throb behind her. The bricks and 2 dogs hunkered down in identical postures. She slowed just enough to lock eyes with the child as she passed the rear right window, its face clenched and red, her own face empty of intent, as for a moment the whole lot and street blazed with intensity, a non-connotative tone in her head like a rung bell. Interesting the way some people will stand still by the tank and let it fill, and others, like the pudgy woman up ahead, cannot, must busy themselves with small tasks like squeegeeing the windshield or using blue towels to wipe at the brake lights, unable to stand still and wait. The man dispensed by hand, rounding off to an even sum. Half the child's face was cut off by the window's reflection of the sky and flag that popped high above her, and she liked the sound of her own footfalls, the solid sound, and feeling the impact in her teeth. Number 6 tube was hard enough to go in all the way and soft enough that driving it made little sound. 3 at the base will do for any tree. The tumors inside had a groceries bleached light and was laid out with glass doors of pop at the back and 2 aisles of corporate-gauge retail coffee and pet food and snacks east-west with your sundries and tobacco behind the orange counter where the young woman in denim work shirt and red bandana done up slave-style with tiny rabbit ears at the back asked about fuel and totaled beer and snuff and sent change down an anodized chute into a steel cup. Behind the door at the rear of the second aisle was the stockroom and manager's office. The larger chain models had introduced video cameras, but these ramp tumors were blind. There were 5 other U.S. citizens in the store, and then a 6th and 7th when the woman sans child came in to pay, and while she selected enough items to fill a bag, she observed them interact, or not, and felt again the acquaintance she always assumed all strangers in rooms she entered enjoyed, the conviction that everyone in the room all knew each other well and felt the connection and sameness they shared by virtue of what they had in common, the quality of not being her. None of them was affected by her in any way. One can of Mighty Dog gourmet beef was 69 cents, which, given wholesale and overhead, was still a 20% margin of pure country cream. The counterwoman, who was in her early 30s and had incorporated her weight into a country mother presentation that involved pink cheeks and a laugh like a roar and a worldly good-humored sexuality, asked if she had any fuel today.
"Full up," she smiled. "Stop to use the phone and come in to get out of the damn wind." "Still tootin' out there, I see." The counterwoman smiled, totaling pet food she'd throw away on a cut-rate NCR 1280 that totaled receipts on a one-day roll they stored in canisters and had to be taken out and unfurled to run a field, the office filled with 80-foot strips like a liner's bunting at sail. "Like to blow me right off the road comin' in," she said.
The counterwoman seemed unaware that she was affecting the exact accent and cadence of her own speech, the assumption that everyone else is like you, that you are the world, the disease of consumer capitalism, the complacent solipsism.
"Got you some dogs that can do some eatin'. Don't tell me, don't I know. That was $11.80.
The smile long practiced to seem so sincere, as if she'd be remembered one moment after she forced the door and staggered off under the flag like the rest of them. And why the conventional was? The stunted creature behind her smelled of hair oil and ambient breakfast. She imagined particles of meat and eggs in his facial hair and under his nails as she produced a treasury note. "The big 2-0, the counterwoman said, as if to herself, punching the keys with the slight extra force a 1280 takes. A moment later, she was out around the side of the store, sheltered from the lot's view by the Kluckman ice dispenser, with the plastic bag's top whipping and popping between her shoes as she removed a traveler's Kleenex from her handbag, tore it in two, and again, and wrapped a quarter of the tissue tightly around her little finger, whose nail was perfect and almond-shaped and done in arterial red, up into the right nasal cavity and around in a comprehensive spiral, and what came out included a standard-colored clot, both viscous and hard, with even a tiny thread of capillary inside the right border. The only thing someone in a store or line might remark about her was a faint, effective abstraction, a quality of detachment that was not the detachment of peace or a personal relation with our Lord Jesus Christ, which she carefully wiped onto the left lapel of her cream-colored coat, with enough pressure to give it some length, but not enough to compromise its adhesion or distort the nougat at its heart. A plasticized flatness about her, reminiscent of processed air, airline food, transistorized sound. This was merely to pass the time until her order at Butt's Hardware was assembled. The stockroom had only paper goods and large cardboard boxes and borax in the floor-wall seam for roaches, and the manager's little office door with its snap-on pin-ups and peace with honor poster of an eagle with a ski-jump nose and 5 o'clock shadow was ajar and emitted Dutch masters and the mollified twang of country on a pocket radio. The day manager, who had no name tag, the counterwoman was Cheryl, and had his feet up reading just what she'd have imagined, and who had a high convex forehead and one of those rapid and over-hard blink rates, like someone almost wincing when they blinked, that signified something just a little neurally amiss, just a bit, swung his feet around and rose with complex squeaks of the chair as her timid knock and the force with which she all but staggered through the door spelled out all the innocent shock anyone'd need to read in her character. She drained her face of color and kept her eyes open in the wind on the way back from side to storefront, which wetted her eyes, and had her shoulders up and arms out in an attitude of speechless defilement. She appeared both smaller and larger than she really was, and the manager with the ticky blink did not move or come around or find within himself the power to respond even during her setup, which was halting and hypoxic, and sketched a scenario in which she was a frequent, nay, even habitual customer at this quick-and-easy ramp tumor, and had always received not only good value for the hard-earned money she earned taking in mending at home, which, as the single mother of two, was all she could do, even though she'd been trained as a legal secretary over 5 years of night school, during the time she was nursing her blind mother through her lengthy terminal illness, not just value and gas, but always cheerful and courteous service from the gals at the counter, until, here, a shudder that brings the manager, still holding the remains of a little Debbie product in his left hand, halfway around the desk to comfort her until he sees the 2-inch mess on her left lapel, which is the result of several Q-tipless days and near-sneeze feeling, and is indeed a mucal clot of sheer clock-stopping horror, until today, just now, she doesn't know how to say this, her strongest impulse had just been to drive, half-blind with tears, home to throw the coat that had cost months of going without to buy so she could take her 2 babies to church in something they didn't have to feel ashamed to be with in the low-income housing development's dumpster, and spend the rest of the day praying God to help her make some sense out of the senseless violation she'd just had happen, and to avoid forever thereafter this quick and easy out of degradation and horror because it made no sense. But no. She'd always had such good value and service at this establishment that she felt it almost her duty, however embarrassing and degrading to account, to tell him what the employee behind the cash register had done, even though it made no sense, to her least of all, and she couldn't understand, who certainly looked normal and even friendly, and to whom she'd tried to be pleasant and had done nothing more than try to pay for the items she'd elected to buy here, had, while she'd reached for her change, and while looking her steadily in the eye, had, with the other hand, put her finger up her nose, and then reached out and, here, giving way completely to sobs and a kind of high-pitched keening sound, and looking down at the lapel of a coat she gave the impression of somehow trying to back away from in horror, as if the only reason she hadn't already taken off the green-dolloped coat was that she couldn't bear to take it off, feeling the clonic blinks upon the wad to note even the thread of red blood that made it more ghastly, then turning to stagger out as if too upset to continue or press for redress, lurching out until the transistor's song of whiskey and loss had receded and she was back in the bleached light of the store itself, the sound of her heels in the aisle and lot rapid and satisfying as the counterwoman's wave and farewell till next time receding unacknowledged, and the manager standing there uneaten, working his way from shock to outrage, and the boys silent and docile as gargoyles in the back, even as she leapt into the car and all but peeled out, in case the manager had made it out front yet, which she doubted, fishtailing onto the frontage road with such hysteric force that one dog was thrown into another, steadying herself with a right arm against the bag of bricks, half humming the country tune's refrain, coat defiled and already half off one shoulder, mailbox bound. Subsection 48. It's all a little hazy. That's certainly understandable, sir. I think I should tell you I'm very upset. We can certainly appreciate that. No, I mean inside. Upset inside. I think they've anticipated that, sir, and that every possible— down low, I mean. Perhaps if you could just relay it to us as if you were relating data, sir? You know, down low. You take my meaning? That's just the effect, sir, lingering. Take your time. It was the annual picnic. Is that what you want? That we know already, sir. Every year, summer, in Caulfield Park, bond-financed. Examinations annual picnic. Mummified fried chicken, potato salad, deviled eggs, I believe, with flecked paprika like dots of dried blood. Horrid. Great arrayed fans of luncheon meat, all this protein. Examiners eat like wild beasts, I'm sure you know. Audits more sparingly. You must know this. The variance in— We've certainly had reports, sir, and grilled things. Those odd bolted park grills, also bond-financed to be sure. Wieners, patties in tiers on shiny white paper. Great swarms and shrouds of insects on the food on the table. Flies rubbing their little legs together. Do you know what that means when a fly does that? Hornets at the waste cans, hovering. Watermelon with ants on it. When it rubs its legs together like that? A raw hamburger patty's like blood in the water to an insect, man. You were just inventorying the picnic's provisions, sir. Iced tea, Kool-Aid. There was pop in a chest the GM brought, some primary-colored Jell-O, red or green, or red and green. It's for morale, the annual picnic. Change the interactive context. Nothing wrong with a picnic, sir. See everyone's families, children. The children! One doesn't think of GS9s having children, playing with children, little line 40s, and yet every year, there they are. The mothers arranged games, and bottles of beer in a chest Marge Van Hool's husband brought.
We've spoken to Mr. Van Hool, sir.
And mosquitoes, everywhere. The terrible kind that cast a shadow and have hairy legs. You can hear them, but you can't see them. Not until blood draws every... And audits. Audits were playing some type of children's game with that flying disc from Hasbro. Aerodynamic disc, bright color, Hasbro. Where did...
A frisbee, perhaps, sir?
Hasbro, now a division of, I believe, one United Amusements, supposedly based in St. Paul, but with substantial offshore accounts. And you know as well as I what that so often means.
And you noticed nothing out of the ordinary regarding the iced tea, the Jell-O?
They think it was the Jell-O, then.
That wouldn't be our department, sir.
The Jell-O had very small marshmallows in it, as I recall. One of those exceedingly bright primary colors, the Jell-O. The flies left it alone, although those bloody mosquitoes, my God, if you—
Yes, sir.
I should tell you I'm extremely agitated and upset.
We're making a second note of that, Mr. Director, sir, for emphasis.
I don't believe the effects have entirely worn off yet.
Just proceed on the assumption that we're the ones in the middle, please, sir.
I spoke with law enforcement agents, I believe, unless that was the effects.
That was several hours ago, sir. We're with the service. I am Agent Clothier. This is Special Agent Alerté. Pleased to meet you, sir, although it's damn unfortunate it has to be under these circumstances.
Your CID?
No, sir, we're inspections out of Chicago, post 1516.
They brought you down.
Everyone's very concerned, sir, understandably.
Mosquitoes are just needles with wings.
Not entirely sure how to respond to that, sir.
There was no CID at the picnic.
No, sir, as you might recall, CID had a forensic accounting in-service this weekend at Regent, sir.
They don't mix well, as a rule, CID.
No, sir.
Hold themselves a bit aloof, if you know what I mean. Vomiting.
Vomiting, sir?
When they rub their legs together, it looks innocuous, but the flies are, in fact, vomiting digestive juices onto their legs and applying it to the food. They're one of the animals which pre-digest. Mosquitoes do the same thing.
Sir,
I vomit inside you. That's what raises the lump. They are pre-digesting the blood before they suck it out of you. Great, hairy-legged things. They breed in the fields, you know. Needles with wings. Disease vector, none finer. Whole civilizations down. Read your history.
We can appreciate the bug situation down here, sir.
I was grilling. Brats and patties, at least for a time. They gave me an apron. Something witty on the front, a certain impertinence permissible at picnics, the Christmas party. Let everyone's hair down a bit, if you get me.
You estimate you were grilling throughout the early intervals of the picnic, then, sir, which would square with Mr. Van Hool's account.
The iced tea was brewed. Not that horrible mix iced tea with the slight scum on top.
The iced tea was consumed by, you'd say, how many at the picnic, sir?
Copious. Terribly hot, you understand. No one wants pop when it's hot, except, of course, children, which then they have sticky mouths, which then the sugar in the pop excites the bugs.
Jesus, Clothier, now with the bugs again? Ut it, Shay.
Nothing against CID, you understand. Indispensable part of the mechanism. Fine, hard-working fellows. Notwithstanding all the junk cases, deplorable waste of resources, Region had figures on—
So if there was a common denominator, sir, you might point at the iced tea, you're telling us?
We all drank it. Ungodly hot. Who wants beer under a sun like that? Do either of you hear a sound?
And yet you yourself, you're saying, did not see anyone bringing the iced tea into the picnic area or making the iced tea?
An urn. Dispenser. Orange, pebbled plastic. Nozzle like a barrel's bung, yes?
The iced tea, you're saying?
I don't know that I've ever felt this agitated. It's as if—
They tell us it will come and go for a time, sir, as the blood level stabilizes. You'll be up and around in no time, they tell us, sir.
Trying to be glad to be of help. Our boys in uniform.
Claudier, what say— You were helping us identify sir, with the iced tea?
Orange dispenser that said Gatorade on the side. Some of the older children were excited. They thought it was Gatorade.
No children drank the tea?
No children myself, Miriam and I. The examiners call their children their little line 40s. That's, of course, where you enter your CCDC from Form 2441 on the 1040. Some of the children were playing collections near the horseshoe courts. Some of the older children— liens on the toys, a jeopardy assessment and seizure of some of the smaller children's plates. There was some of the usual crying.
And you'd say you might first have noticed any unusual effects or anything out of the ordinary when, then, sir, if you had to say?
Terrible activity to teach children. Collections is Gent's problem. Was Gent's. I avoid collections.
Understandable from our vantage, sir.
Are those sunglasses, then?
Sir, we're not wearing eye protection of any kind.
My nose itches something awful.
I'm afraid we aren't permitted to touch any part of your person, sir.
My thoughts are normally so much more organized than this.
Please, take all the time you need.
They seemed just awful. Whole clouds of them. Shrouds, clouds, crowds of them. They're a disease vector, you know. Read your history. Breed in the trees. When I looked in one of their shades, 2 of the smaller children were covered, a shroud of them around both, in their eyes, nose, smothering them. I saw one of them fall. It couldn't cry out. Pendleton's little line 40.
So then you'd say that was the first observable sign of any effect, then, sir?
I had a very long fork, you know.
For the grilling, you mean, sir? Let's Dee-Dee, Norm, man. This guy's still gone. Scratch his nose and let's go. 8-way Alerté.
The Culex and malaria, the Afratilex and dengue. Read it. It's written. Fork or no.
For your duties at the grill at the picnic area's southeast quadrant according to this schematic, sir?
A very long fork. I don't think you can appreciate jagged tines. It cast a shadow.
And were you able to observe at this time any of the other agents or families behaving in any way out of the ordinary or engaged with the iced tea in any way, sir?
Though I did notice the settings. At the tables, with checked cloths, the settings were all knives. No spoons, no forks. I had the fork. Knife, plate, knife, knife. 3 wicked knives at each place. Some years the breeze blows the plates away. Not this year, I can tell you.
So this was an effect, or you were observing an effect, sir? Can you say which?
Fechner has a glass eye.
That would be Revenue Agent Fechner, sir? You observed him setting knives at the tables?
Lost an eye in the war. How he put it, lost an eye. The idea. Say there, fellows, anyone seen my eye by any chance?
So you hadn't observed any person or persons actually setting the table with all knives then, sir?
Norm, man, what knives? Let's Dee-Dee. That's a war term, if I'm not mistaken. Agent Taylor, you think I don't know what this is?
It's Alerté, sir. Pleased to meet you, sir, although it's damn unfortunate it has to be under these circumstances.
They were coming out of the trees.
They were repelling, sir. The incursion may or may not have been tactical. That much we know.
There was an egg toss and gunny. The egg wouldn't move. It stayed there in mid-air. The 3-legged race underway when they came from the trees, and they were trying to run away, to get to their children, but their legs were tied together. It was a feeding frenzy. The mosquitoes. I was waving the long fork around.
And you said you observed Revenue Agent Fechner suffering effects from the adulterated tea?
So it was the tea.
That's not our area, sir, I'm afraid. We're collecting data.
On the knives.
A handsome set of knives indeed, sir. Would you care to see them?
Who is this, really? Who are you men?
You were saying Revenue Agent Fechner and his glass eye.
That he was at Van Hool's beer chest. He had his glass eye out, so there was just the socket.
And did the knives, by some chance, look like this, sir? Asians pe alerte, one udinque et ye.
You think I don't speak Latin?
Sir, I'm pleased you speak Latin.
Who is this man to your right and left?
Try to focus, sir. I know it's difficult.
Fechner was at the chest, had the eye out and was opening bottles of beer with the socket. Socket as bottle opener. In goes the bottle, downward yank. The little line 40s were watching. It was awful.
Revenue Agent Fechner's going to be fine, sir. They found the eye, and he's going to be right as rain. Was it raining, sir?
Placing the cap in the socket, and then yanking down on the bottle, then the children would scream and clap because the cap was in the socket. A little gray sun in the eye. Aye.
I say we just cut it out of him right now. It's right there, Clothier. See it?
Scopolamine, you say? Loco weed. Parentis. Mens sano in corpus. And not plastic knives, either. And may I say what handsome skulls you have beneath that skin, boys?
And you last saw Revenue Agent Drinian before the tactical incursion, sir, or after?
Drinian was at the table, holding down the table, as they say. Almost asleep, he seemed. Drinian never takes part. They weren't touching him, the mosquitoes. His chin in his hand.
You don't mean that literally, sir.
Note the hound edge. Note the 7-inch length, you old drone.
Note the 5 star on the blade, and where it says no stain, and ice-hardened, and Zwilling, and J.A. Henkel's, Sullingen, F.R.G. You know what this is?
I just don't feel well at all, still. The examiners, a whole writhing, boiling mass of them on the ground.
From the 3-legged race, you mean, sir? You don't mean what Miriam calls your third leg. Back in the days when she wanted that leg, sir, didn't she, sir? Before it repelled her.
They were rappelling, ropes in the trees. Victor Charles, a writhing mass of GS9 examiners. Mass copulation among the examiners, which I personally observed. It's all there in my report, on a Form 923A for personal observations of impropriety. You inspections men know all about 923As, do you not?
You observed this from the grill, then, sir?
I observed the effect of the tea in open sockets and mass-frenzied, orgy-like copulation and humping under the trees, on the table, under the tossed egg. On both ends of the horseshoe grotto, there were actual buttocks thrusting under my grill.
And I believe you said you were wearing an apron, sir? Cut him. Take it right off, Clothier. So by this point in time, everyone with the possible exception of the children was suffering definite effects, sir, you're saying?
The wieners themselves were writhing, thrusting, plump, thrusting, shiny, moist there on the grill, on Mrs. Kegel's aluminum platter, in the air. I with the fork, and observing it all until out of the trees where they breed, breeding, ever breeding.
I think we've got a definite picture of the situation from your particular vantage, sir. You know, it doesn't go, sir. Not really. You'll stay like this. Look at me. You'll look like this, sir. Always. We came to tell you. We'll cut it off right now if you like, say the word.
Needles with wings, knives with wings, all dancing on their sharp tips, shrouds of mosquitoes making it dark. The sky is no longer the sky.
He doesn't want it, Clothier.
The air no longer white with it.
Get used to it, you impotent old fag. That's right. Fag. Ixnay, Taylor.
I have seen my wife take her skin off, you know. Since you came all the way down, eh? Peel the white skin of her arm clean off like an opera glove. Take off her face from the top down.
Like this, sir? I think I'm going to be moving over to the next subject of the debriefing now, sir, with much gratitude for taking the time. As if it's even yours, eh, Dwight? Eh?
I'm simply unprecedentedly upset. I don't think it's getting better.
You know what doctors do, don't you? When you're asleep? From the top down,
like you're a soft old grape in the back of the fridge that someone's forgot to throw out. Dwight, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. I'm noting that, sir, as well as Inspection's appreciation for your cooperation under the circumstances. Well, don't just lie there. Say something. Tell them what they want, or they'll cut it off. They've as much as said so. Are you a fool? And I know they'll be back in and doing everything possible for your comfort until it comes off, sir. I mean, wears off. The blood level. I'm naked, you know. Under all this. We may or may not be needing to interview you again, sir, when the effects are less noticeable, if you understand. As a jaybird. Buck naked. Birthday suit. Tell them. Hurry. It's German. Yes, and I do. I have a penis. Penis. Hate that word, Clothier. Dreadful word, eh? Penis? Like something you'd touch with a thick rubber glove, if at all. Why, DeWitt, you old scallywiggle, I'm still a woman, you know. Say it with me, boys. Penis, 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 penis. You didn't forget, oh, DeWitt, it's lovely. You just get some rest, sir. Its name is... I won't tell you. How do you like that? I won't. I remember when you looked at me that way. It's got a name. Its name is... I won't tell you. It's mine. It's my third leg, Miriam calls it. But never from the forehead. It's not a mask. They start with the chin. Upsy-daisy. In comes the needle on wings. Albiche Ehlerte? My proboscis itches, so I sink it deep before vomiting. Not in me, DeWitt. It's like you're vomiting inside me. Even your expression is as if you are taken ill. If you could ever see it, you'd... Miriam's frigid, you know. I'll be locking this behind me, sir, but it's just procedural. Since our second. A terrible labor, stillborn, blue and cold. You know what we named it? Taylor. That's right, Taylor. Fine little Clothier, just like his gum, Pappy. I just don't want it. Don't torture me for not. I beg you. Shall we, There you are, sir. No interest since. Frigid. Dry as a fine martini, Bernie Cheadle'd say. Nothing on line 40 for DeWitt and Miriam Glendenning. So then, toodaloo, sir. Thank God we have our work, boys, eh? And our hobbies. Our home workshops, yes? Fashioning needles and wings for the common weal, yes, Ayler? I'll be back with more of these if you don't lie still like a good boy, though, sir. And wait for them to come for it, sir, so you can look like... this. Just one firm tug, and off she comes. She'll say, "Give it a tug yourself, you old degenerate." Barely feel a thing. This'll get 'em cracking at their desks, sir, eh, what? I can inhale, but I can't seem to exhale. Voices in hall. My workshop is organized. It is. You should see it. Voices in hall. I can find anything in there. Voices in hall. You'll see. Voices in hall. Subsection 49. Shin sat waiting in the small reception area of the director's office. No one knew what it meant that Merrill Errol Larrell was using Mr. Glendenning's office. Mr. Glendenning and his senior staff were up at Region. It might just be a cordial, professional courtesy thing that Larrell was using Mr. Glendenning's office. Mrs. Ooley wasn't at her desk in the reception area. Instead, at the desk was one of Larrell's aides, whose either first or last name was Reynolds. He'd moved a certain amount of Caroline's stuff around, you could see. The area had a large rug whose geometric patterns, which were intricate, made the carpet look Turkish or Byzantine. The overheads were off. Someone had placed several lamps around the little room, creating attractive oases in a general atmosphere of gloom. Shin found low light gloomy. Mr. Larrell's other aide, Sylvanshine, was in a chair just off to Shin's right, so that the two aides were just outside the peripheries of Shin's vision and could not both be seen at the same time, and he had to turn his head slightly to look at either directly, which he was forced to do rather a lot because they appeared to be pre-briefing him for some reason, doing so in tandem, but also, in a way, to be talking across Shin to each other. When they addressed Andy Shin directly, they tended to wax a bit didactic, but at the same time, it was not totally uninteresting. Both Reynolds and Silvenstein were knowledgeable about various powerful administrators' career trajectories and resumes. It was the sort of thing that aides at Nation could be expected to know a lot about. They were a little like royal courtiers. Most of the names of the people they spoke of were people at Nation. Only a few were known to Shin. As was customary in the service, the aides spoke in a rapid, excited way without either's face showing any excitement or even interest in the subject at hand, which started out with a small lecture on the two basic different ways that a person could rise to prominence and large responsibility within the bureaucracy of the IRS. Bureaucratic aerodynamics and modes of advancement were very common topics of interest among examiners. It was unclear whether Reynolds and Silvenstein didn't know that much of this was familiar ground to Shin, or didn't care. Shin imagined that at whatever post these two were normally at, they were legendary dickheads. According to the two aides, one way to advance to managerial levels beyond GS-17 was through slow, steady demonstrations of competence, loyalty, reasonable initiative, interhuman skills with the people above and below you, etc., moving slowly up through the promotional ranks. The other, lesser known, is the éclat. The éclat means the sudden, extraordinary idea or innovation that brings you to the notice of those at high levels, even national levels. One got the sense they were parroting others. Mr. Lirrill is the latter kind, the éclat kind. Allow us to give you some background. It's some time ago. Should I specify the year? The rhythms of Reynolds and Silvenstein's back and forth were quite precise. There was no wasted time. Questions had a vaguely staged quality. If Mr. Lirrill himself was back behind that frosted door, it wasn't clear whether Reynolds and Silvenstein thought that he could hear what they were saying. The details are unimportant. He was just one of a low-level audit group in a backwater district somewhere, and he got an idea. He's not even on 1040s within the group, mind you. He's small business and S. The idea, however, concerns 1040s, specifically exemptions, an area not unfamiliar to you, I assume. Neither had any accent at all. You may, for example, know or not know that up until 1979, filers could declare dependents just by name, on the 1040 of the time. Dependents, children, elderly in the filer's care. I think we can assume he knows what dependents are, Claude. But do you know the 1040 of that period? What the filer had to do was put the dependents' children's first names on line 5C, other names and relations on 5D. Now, of course, it's all 6C. We're talking about 1977, but the point is just the name and relation, which you can see the problem. There's no way to check, Silvenstein said. In retrospect, it appears absurd, Reynolds said. But that's after the éclat that it looks so naive, since there was no way to check. Not really, just a name and relation. It was the honor system. There was no real way to ensure that dependents were real. No efficient way, that is. Oh, sure. They figured that the filer figured we could check, but as a practical matter we couldn't check. Not really. Not in any definitive way. Especially since data processing was in such a primitive state. You could track consistency of dependents listed over successive years, but it was time-consuming and inconclusive. A kid could have turned 18. An elderly dependent could have died. A new kid could have been born. Who was going to chase all this down? It wasn't worth the man-hours for anybody. True, if there was an audit and some of the dependents were made up, the filer was in huge trouble and there were criminal penalties plus interest and penalties. But that was just random chance. The dependents themselves couldn't trigger an audit. Each dependent was, I think, $200 added to the standard deduction, which you guys now know as the zero bracket amount. Both aides were in their late 20s, but they spoke to Shin as if they were much, much older than he. But before 78, everyone knew it as the standard deduction. But this was 74. Silvenstein gave Reynolds a look whose impatience was conveyed through duration instead of expression. Then he said, "In case this sounds picayune or inconsequential, let's stress right here that we're talking 1.2 billion. That's billion. From this one tiny change." Shin wondered if he was supposed to ask what change, whether they were including him in the choreography here as a kind of prompter, whether the sophistication of their routine was that advanced. Silvenstein said, "What Mr. Larrell saw as some no-account GS9 auditor was insufficient incentive for the filer to report dependents accurately. Institutional incentive. In retrospect, it seems obvious. That's the way of genius, of éclat. And his solution looks simple. He simply suggested requiring taxpayers to include the SS number of each dependent, requiring an SSN right next to each name, since everything in the Martinsburg database at the time was keyed to SSNs, which actually didn't make it all that much easier to really check, but the filer didn't know that. The requirement would greatly increase the filer's fear of a phantom dependent being detected. Such was the power of the SSN. It created, in other words, an added incentive for compliance on dependents. And it was very easy and inexpensive. Just add "and Social Security number" in the directions for 5C and 5D. His district director had the sense to recognize an éclat and kick the idea up to the region, who routed to the D.C. Compliance's office at 666 Independence. No one could believe it hadn't been thought of before. The first tax year it's actually implemented is 78, as subsection 151E of the Code. So, 79 is the first year the new instructions are on 1040s. 6.9 million dependents disappear from the nation's 1040s. Vanish. Poof. As compared to the 77 returns. There are no sanctions. Everybody decides simply to pretend the fake dependents never happened, netting $1.2 billion the first year. It's a textbook éclat. It's also politically brilliant. There's more than one kind of éclat. This was both, because although it costs next to nothing to implement, it requires a written change in subsection 151 of the U.S. Tax Code, which requires one of the three-person God's senior staff to shepherd it through the Ways and Means process to get codified as law, which means the idea gets bruited about at the very highest levels of 666. And from out of nowhere, Mr. Larrell jumps 4 grades and even jumps region after only 2 quarters and becomes, in short order, the D.C. system's most valuable, well, one of the most valuable to be fair, since there's also blank in blank, who is a whole other story involving your more slow, conventional rise through the pipeline, but certainly one of system's most valuable utility men, like an in-house consultant, especially since the initiative, especially in personnel systems, which is where you come in, Mr. Shin. Essentially, he comes in and reconfigures posts to maximize revenue. Essentially, he's a reorganizer, an idea man. More bang for the buck. True, largely at the district level, but this is hardly his first regional center. There's a certain amount of this we can't talk about. We're enjoined. You can think of him as a personnel guy or a systems guy. Personnel systems, essentially, but he answers to systems. He serves at the pleasure of the Deputy Commissioner, Systems. He's the DCS's instrument, you could say, but he's not a slave to any one system. He's a reader of people. He's an administrator, ultimately, or more like an administrator of administrators. The systems division, you may or may not know, used to be called administration. It's a vague term, admittedly. He'd describe himself more as a cyberneticist. The service is, after all, a system comprised of many systems. His job is to come in and redesign posts to get the most out of them, to find ways to streamline and enhance productivity, remove bottlenecks, debug. This blends an expertise in automation, personnel, support logistics, and overall systems. He goes where he's sent. His assignment is simply a certain post. The assignment memos are always about 1 line long. Phase 1 is fact-finding, feeling out the situation. His real genius is incentive, creating incentive, finding out what makes people tick. He'll take you apart like a little machine. It's not as if line 5 was his only éclat. We're just giving you an example. What he really is a genius of human motivations and incentives and designing systems to achieve them. He'll test you when you go in. He reads people. It can be a little scary. Be ready is all we mean. But don't look nervous, or like you're braced for some battery of tests. Shin knew of Eastern cultures where any small piece of business had to be worked up to through involved systems of small talk and ritual indirection. Only an idiot would not have wondered whether this was what was going on, or whether Reynolds and Silvenstein were just extremely boring and took a very long time to come to the point, assuming there was any point. Shin had been away from the personnel office for over half an hour already. Silvenstein was continuing. "Because it doesn't work like that. It's not that kind of testing. Give him an example, maybe," Reynolds said to Silvenstein, indicating Shin with a movement of his head as if there were anyone else he could possibly be referring to. "Okay." Silvenstein made a show of looking right at Andy Shin. "Where'd you go to school?" What kind of school?" "Your college. Your alma mater." "I went to several, actually." If Silvenstein was impatient, it was impossible to discern this. He had no poker tell whatsoever that Shin could see. "Pick one." "UCI, DuPage, DePaul." "Perfect, DePaul. So, he'll ask. You'll say DePaul. He'll say, 'Ah, the Blue Devils.' Well, it's not the Blue Devils. It's the Blue Demons. But do you correct him?" "Actually, it is the Blue Devils. The Blue Demons is Duke." A one-beat pause. "Whatever. Whatever the team name is, he says the wrong team name. Now, though, do you correct him?" Shin looked from Silvenstein to Reynolds. Their suit coats were not identical, but their shirts and slacks were, he could see. Reynolds said, "Do you?" "Do I correct him?" Shin said. "That's the question." "I'm not sure exactly what you're asking." "You do. The correct answer is you do correct him," Silvenstein said. "Because it's a test. He's testing as to, are you a toady? Are you intimidated? Are you a yes man?" "A sycophant," Reynolds said. "It was a test?" "If he says Blue Demons and you just nod and smile, he won't say anything. But you'll have failed a test." Shin looked quickly up at the clock. "Is there more than one?" "Well, yes and no," Silvenstein said. "It's extremely subtle. You'd have no idea anything was going on, but the whole time you're interfacing, he'll be testing you, probing you, the whole time." "One other thing," Reynolds said, forcing Shin to turn his head again. "There'll be a kid in there with him. A 7, 8-year-old kid." There was a moment of silence. An unparsable look passed between Reynolds and Silvenstein. Silvenstein had a very small, thin, neatly groomed mustache. "Is it Mr. Larrell's kid?" Shin asked finally. "Don't ask him that. That's the thing. The kid will be in a corner, reading, playing with something. Don't acknowledge the kid. Nor do you ask him or refer to the kid. The kid won't acknowledge you. You don't acknowledge him. There may also be a hand puppet. It's an old thing from audits that he's hung on to. Call it an eccentricity. If I were you, I wouldn't mention the hand puppet either. For the record," Silvenstein said, "it's not his kid." Shin was looking straight ahead in a ruminative way. "The kid's the kid of one of Mr. Larrell's senior staff back at Systems at 666, Reynolds said. "Mr. Larrell just likes having the kid around. Even if the dad isn't there. It's all a long, tedious story. The point, as far as you're concerned, is don't acknowledge the kid. And it's up to you, but our advice is, don't acknowledge the Doberman hand puppet either." Shin's eyelid was doing the maddening fluttery thing again, which neither aide could see. He said, "The thing is, can I ask a question?" "Shoot." "The college sports team thing? How come you're telling me?" Reynolds, at the desk, made a minute adjustment in one of his cuffs. "What do you mean?" "Well, if it's going to be a test, when he asks me, why tell me in advance what I should say? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of the test?" Silvenstein opened the file on top of the stack beside him and made a small show of marking something inside. Reynolds leaned back in Caroline Ooley's chair and lifted his arms, smiling. "Nice. You got us." "Pardon?" "You got us. You passed. The test was, are you just a toady, so anxious to please the hotshot from National that you'd suck up inside dope and go in there and say what we told you to? Which you didn't," Silvenstein said. "But I'm not even in there yet," Shin said. "Instead, you challenged us on a point of logic. Granted, a fairly obvious point, but you'd be amazed how many don't. How many GS9s will scuttle in there and correct Mr. Larrell's so-called mistake, trying to be a sycophant, a brown-nosed Todorowski." What his eyelid felt like was the eyelid equivalent of somebody shuddering. So then, this was the test? Consider yourself slapped 5. Raising his arms in a gesture of surrender and congratulation had caused Reynolds's cuffs to protrude unevenly again from the sleeves of his jacket, and he was adjusting them again. So, but can I ask another question? The kid's on a roll, Silvenstein said. When I go in there, is Mr. Larrell going to ask me about schools? Did you just make that up? Let's turn that around, Silvenstein said. So now he had to look back over at Silvenstein again, who hadn't changed position in his chair over by the magazine and bulletin table even once the whole time, Shin saw. Silvenstein said, Say you were to go in there and interface, and at some point he misidentifies your football team. What do you do? Because, Reynolds said, if you don't correct his mistake, you're being a toady. And if you do correct him, you're maybe also being a toady in that you're acting on inside information we just gave you. And he despises toadies, Silvenstein said, opening the file again. But is he even in there? Shin said. With some mysterious child I'm supposed to pretend isn't there? And is that another test? Do I acknowledge the kid or not, given what you said? One item at a time, Reynolds said. He and Silvenstein were looking at Shin very intently. Shin thought for the first time that maybe they could see the eyelid thing. He calls it the Blue Devils. What do you do? Subsection 50. The office could be any office. Cove fluorescence on a dimmer, modular shelving, the desk practically an abstraction. The whisper of sourceless ventilation. You are a trained observer, and there is nothing to observe. An open can of Tab whose color seems lurid against the beige and white. The stainless steel hook for your jacket. No photos or diplomas or personal touches. The facilitator is either newly posted or an outside contract. A woman with a pleasant, pop-eyed face, hair beginning to gray, in a padded chair identical to your own. Some protrusive eyes give the faces a creepy, staring aspect. The facilitators do not. You have declined to remove your shoes. The knob beside the dimmer is your chair's control. It reclines, and the feet go up. It is important that you be comfortable. You do have a body, you know. She has no notebook, it occurs, and given its position in the building's northwest leg, the office should by all rights have a window. The setting at which you do not feel your own weight in the chair is 2/3 reclined. There is a disposable piece of paper attached to the headrest. Your sight line is the seam of the wall and drop ceiling. The toes of your shoes are visible at the lower periphery. The facilitator is not visible. The seam appears to thicken as the overheads are lowered to the level of a false dawn. The way we start is to relax and become aware of the body. It is at the level of body that we proceed. Do not try to relax. Her voice is amused. It is gentle without being soft. Since we all breathe all the time, it is amazing what happens when someone else directs you how and when to breathe, and how vividly someone with no imagination whatsoever can see what he's told is right there, complete with banister and rubber runners, curving down and rightward into a darkness that recedes before you. It is nothing like sleeping, nor does her voice alter or seem to recede. She's right there, speaking calmly, and so are you.
This has been an Hachette audio production of The Pale King, written by David Foster Wallace, read by Robert Petkoff. Executive producer Michelle McGonigal, produced and directed by John McElroy. Recorded at CDM Studios, New York. Post-production by Gashouse Productions. The Pale King is also available in print and as an ebook from Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2011 by David Foster Wallace Literary Trust. Audio production copyright 2011 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
This audio program is presented by Audible.com. Audible, audio that speaks to you wherever you are.